everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. What's going on? I hope you all are well. I'm getting over my cold here, and I'm feeling all right. Felt worse last week. I feel better this week, so that's it. I did a lot of stuff around the house today, woke up some dust, and of course, that brought on some allergies, which are going to simulate a cold a little bit. But to tell you the truth, I feel a lot better than last week. My throat pain is gone. That was the biggest discomfort from this thing. And I was getting to the point where if by Monday the throat wasn't completely better, I was going to have to go to a doctor because I don't want to, you don't want to have strep throat and leave it unchecked for a long time. It can affect your heart. So, but my throat feels almost 100% right now. So I'm feeling better. Last week was a good one. We did it on Friday night, and everybody, thank you for being there. It was a lot of fun. It got almost immediately blocked from some of the songs that I played. I guess we broke some copyright rule. But, like deep down, I kind of wanted to see if they'd even notice me. And damn it, they did. So I matter. Yeah, baby. Like, I was thinking, let's just go until I get blocked, and pretty much got blocked nearly right away, which is fine. Now I know it is a real threat. I can get blocked, and yada yada. Try not to get blocked again. Not going to be playing a lot of music from other artists on the stream here, unless there's a way I know I can get away with it. Like, I don't know if there's stuff that's labeled for fair use or what. I'd certainly love to be able to listen to tunes with you guys. And I don't feel like we're stealing or making money off of it by any means. We're just exposing each other to new music that we might like. Hey, check out this live performance. It's really good. In fact, I have a really great one that I discovered this week that I would love to play here on the pub, but I know it's going to get me blocked. So there you go. Yeah, that's probably under the traditional banner, right? So I think I could get away with the Big Rock Candy Mountain. Tonight is the one night of the year that I'm starting before midnight in Great Britain. So it's 11:33 over there right now because they've already gone through their changing of the clocks. We do that around midnight or 2 a.m. today, tomorrow, whatever it is. So that means a lot of the people who would normally be here, unless they saw my tweet on X, don't even know that I've started yet, unless they have notifications going on. And a lot of them are probably going to discover it. Yeah, it's Saturday still. There you go, cup of tea. And I owe you a War Pigs, man. So I'll definitely get that in tonight. Things just got a little wild last week, and I never got around to it. And I do know War Pigs pretty damn well, so I can play that. Just no music needed. And it's an appropriate song for the time that we're in here. As crazy as it is, yeah. More video being released of October 7th, and it's almost going to be 1 month coming up here for that. A 1 month period since it happened. I wouldn't even like to call it an anniversary. So yeah, but onward, the world has to go on, and I'm sure we'll dissect that a bit tonight. A wife just sent me an interesting clip that maybe I'll be able to play later. It seems to be a news clip. I think we can get away with news clips as long as it's real news and not satire, because as we know, Saturday Night Live will block me in 1 second flat. So It has to be, I guess, news is allowed. Some like footage, police footage, I'm sure I can use. Um, Stuff like that, I think, is all allowed. It's just anything that's produced, like a music video or a song or a TV show or a skit from a TV show, not allowed. So, is what it is. Had a fun stream last night. Well, I didn't, but Random Goon did. It was pretty awesome. He did very well. He's always a great guitar player. Always recommend people head over on Friday nights to his Twitch channel, Random Goon on Twitch. Eastern Standard Time usually starts around 4:30. So around UK time, I guess that's around 9:30, 10:30. What is it? 9:30, I think. Plus 5, right? Yeah, there you go. Thanks for putting the link up. He totally a blast over there, and you can request music and kick the guy a couple bucks if you have it. If not, he's just happy to be there to play music for you anyways. So it's always cool. Halloween passed around here without a hitch. We passed out 94 goodie bags, and then we put all the rest of the candy we had in a bowl, and had to give out individual pieces of candy after that. I reckon we got around 110 trick or treaters. It was fun. I was under the weather. I didn't spend a lot of time outside. Usually, I like to be the one out there. We set up a table, and I like to say hi to everyone as they come by and say hi to the kiddos in the neighborhood. We've got kind of a good 96 bags, right? 96 bags. And then after that, there must have been at least 15 or so stragglers that came by and got just individual pieces. It was pretty wild. I don't know why that would be, Let's Dance. It was on fire around here. Maybe kids are getting older. You never know. Things go in cycles. People, as kids get older, they stop going. The cutoff age is 11, 12, 13, I think. After that, kids don't like to get dressed up as much, I feel like. So, yeah, I think it changes. We're in what appears to be a growth of the young children right now. It seems like there was a lot of births 5 to 10 years ago. I don't know, because there's a lot of little ones around, which is great. We need them. Gotta procreate for humanity. I had a fair bit of bourbon last week. It was, in the end, I was saying how this is the cure all. This is going to fix me, make me better. Bourbon and Coke didn't work. It just did not work at all. So, yeah, it made me feel superficially better for the pub. And then, it didn't exactly boost my immune system or anything like the next day. I was kind of dog shit. So it is what it is. Let me find my poker. Man alive, no poker? It's unusual. Usually got about 10 down here. That's cray cray. Use my knife. This was what brand was this? Get the glasses. No glasses? Jeez. Oh, here we go. This was a Gerber. Expensive knife. Probably $50 knife. Stuck in the open position. It's a switch lock. And yeah, will not close no matter what I do. So kind of sucks. It's now a fixed blade, which is lame because it's tiny. I have big, beautiful fixed blades knives, so I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Maybe break it open, take the blade, try to make some kind of a spear out of the blade, tip a piece of maple with it. I don't know. But yeah, a Gerber, man. These things were not cheap. Pissed. Like forcing it too much, I'm gonna cut my finger in half. You know what I mean? So might as well use it for what I actually grabbed it for. Thursday night, Drone Tech did a, hey, Mr. Kelsey won. No, there isn't, bro. It looks like you would think there's one, but there isn't. No. It's not a double lock. I had this thing for years. You know what's funny, though? This little switch used to kind of have a spring to it. I'd push it one way, and it would spring back the other. So it would, which would make it so it was locked. One way, it would only unlock it and then spring back. Now there's no spring. You push it one way, it stays one way. So I think the switch broke from the locking mechanism, unfortunately. No, I can keep it right there. I got a little spot where I can stab it. It's good to have something at hand, small like that. I've got plenty of other things at hand that are larger. So, yeah, whatever. Got to find a new. The cool thing about that knife, it was opening assist. So you just flicked it a little, bam, that blade was out, which was great when you were, opening a whatever bag. It's not like I'm out here getting in knife fights or anything. Let's get a nice bowl packed here. Finishing off the dime bag, which I showed you guys last week, and it's pretty damn tasty herb, I gotta say. Hey, Sammy Cat, what's going on? Spear? What don't you do with the spear? I don't know. It's just something to have around, something to make, something to work on, something that's fun. Primitive spear, It's not like I would ever use it for anything, more than likely. But like I said, good to have around. Hopefully everything's nice and clear. I switched my internet adapter, so that should be a little bit better. My audio seems fine. No complaints from you guys, so I'm going to go with A-OK in all of those departments. I'd like to cover one particular subject. Yeah, fortunately, you can't do that. If you touch those things, you're getting arrested. The Marine Mammals Protection Act does not allow for infringing on seals. You have to just let them be, I did almost hit one with a fishing lure accidentally. He was pissed. It was funny. Hi, Gerald. We are well. Thanks, man. And welcome back. It's good to see you here. Returner of multiple weeks in a row. Thank you, man. Hope all is well in the UK. Weather's getting cold over here. It's a shitty time of year. I hate it, but that's how it goes. And, we live in New England, so the seasons are very apparent here. They're all a little bit different, especially, you go from summer to now, and it's vastly different. But I get over it. I'm just hoping, as they're predicting, because of this El Nino cycle, we're having quite a bit of rain, moisture, precipitation. I really hope that doesn't mean we're going to have a lot of snow. That would really suck. If it just rains all winter long, I would be more than happy with that. Snow means more work for me, so not something I look forward to. You know, it's like, it is what it is. You just got to deal with it, right? And this stuff is absolutely fabulous. The strain is Gelato Punch, which is probably Purple Punch crossed with gelato, and it is incredible. Can't believe they given this stuff away now. Tell you, that's how it goes in the legal market. You know, prices come down, quality goes up. It's a good thing for everybody. That's it, Mr. Kill. You got it, buddy. Yeah, ours go back in the early AM, about 6 hours or so. Hey, Martin, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, a little bit earlier here because of daylight savings. I like how my hat does that. It has this peak in the middle. It's bumming me out, man. Wear it like Fred Durst. No. Good to have you, Martin. I hope you're well. It's been a while. I know you've been working hard, getting up early, making those dollars. So good to see you, man. Hang around for a bit if you want. Jump on live if you can. Have a glass of wine with us. Or if you're tired, you want to go to bed. Cheers anyways. It's all good. Haven't heard your opinion on a lot, Martin, lately. You always did have a good solid opinions about different things. So yeah, good to see you, man. Might as well play that little bit of War Pigs here. Why not, right? Here, might as well play. All right, this is going to be a little bit on the loud side. So headphone warning. Sounds flat. Oh yeah. Wait a second. Do I have to fix the sound? All right. We're going to start that right in the middle. Ace of Spades, I don't really know the guitar part that well. It's mostly a bass song, but I'll do a few more Black Sabbath songs. That's it. Paranoid is always a winner. this end. All right, that's it. That's all she wrote. Glad I remembered. All right, so hopefully sound settings are going to go back to where they were. I shut off everything, so we're going to go back on with the multiple. What the fuck is stereo audio? I don't want stereo audio, do I? We can test that a little bit later. I'm going to turn my mic up a little, volume alert. I'm going to go up to 3/4 on that. All right. J.J. Cale. I know he played a lot with Eric Clapton, and I'm sure I can play some J.J. Cale. I don't know any in particular, but they have a lot of stuff, so I can probably play that. Jimmy? Yeah, I mean, I can always do some Jimmy. Jimmy's a blocker, though. Could I get blocked for playing a fucking riff? I mean, how is that even possible? I mean, if I play a Jimi Hendrix song on acoustic that he played on electric, will that facilitate a blocking? I don't, I mean, the algorithm wouldn't even pick this up, I wouldn't think. Give it a shot. If I get blocked, I get blocked. Hey Joe, is it where you going with that gun in your hand? Hey Joe, is it where y'all with that gun in your hand? Go down and shoot my lady. You know I heard her messing around with another man. I'm going out and shoot my lady. You know I caught her messing around with another man. I gave her the gun. I shot her. There's a little Jimmy. There's a little Jimmy. If somebody picks up on that, that's pretty freaking incredible. It's very far off of the original version, of course. And I'm not like, you know, Rick Beato or somebody who has tons and tons of listeners. It's just some scrubnik like me out here. Thanks, Ashley. Thanks, Gerald, and thank you, Last Dance. You ready? Let's roll. How you doing, man?
All right. How you doing, Smokesteve? Great playing. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the great recordings is Jimmy. Have you ever seen it when the acoustic stuff he's done?
No.
I'll send you a link sometime. It's
appreciate
good stuff. really good. He does like Hear My Train, Come In, and a couple other ones. But yeah, his stuff is good. It doesn't have to be just electric and rock out. It's good no matter how you do it. Blues can be great by
He
one
is
man, or
he's definitely someone we lost way too soon.
that's right, because we never got to see his potential.
Right.
What his potential came to. He
Yes.
had such a great set of beginning chops, but he never developed.
Right.
It sucks. Um, Such a mysterious way that he went too.
Yeah.
It's not really talked about.
And
Did
for
he
some
just
reason, maybe because I don't know, just didn't have the whole mystique behind him that some of these other artists, people talk about Jim Morrison's death like it was, the end of the world. And
did they both die the same way? Asphyxiation on their own vomit?
I kind of think of them in the same, as having the same death. Maybe for all I know, they died together. No, they didn't die together, but
And I mean, didn't Janice possibly die the same way?
yeah, I think of her too as someone who died at about the same time and maybe the same age and
Mhm.
possibly the same way. I think maybe she might have died of like heroin overdose or something.
Yeah, they were all age 27. We know that.
Yeah,
Um, Mama Cass, on the other hand, died apparently of choking on some food.
she did not. That's a myth.
Isn't it, myth?
Yeah, she died of
Well,
a heart.
I saw it in Austin Powers.
She died of a heart attack.
He's okay, so indirectly from food. Okay.
Right. Oh, and cocaine. I mean, all kinds of bad habits.
Yeah, that's one band. All I know is California Dreamin', which is a classic. It's an absolute legendary song, but I really don't know much else.
No.
Yourself, same?
Same, yeah. I mean, she was obviously a talent,
Yeah.
and
They sang great harmony in that song. I assume they must have had some beautiful recordings,
oh
all of
yeah,
them layered over each other. I mean, one that I didn't get into by choice was Janis Joplin. Never a big fan of her voice. Yourself?
yeah, I agree. I've never been a fan of her voice, although I do think uh, the songs that I'm familiar with of hers are quite good, quite moving. But yeah, it's it's a raspy, raw kind of voice, but she did kind of sing the music that was well suited to that voice.
Yeah, I guess I didn't like it. That Cry Baby song or whatever it is.
Yeah,
She's just wailing. I just don't think it's appealing to me. That's just a personal opinion.
absolutely. There's a lot of a lot of artists that I'm not a huge fan of, but I know that they deserve recognition both for their artistry and their impact.
Sure. Yeah, I hear you. Um, yeah, I mean, her status in the pantheon, and when you think of Woodstock and the bands of the era, she's there. She's right in the mix.
Right.
She's just probably one of the ones at Woodstock that I would not have been too excited to hear, but I suppose when you're there, you want to see every second of it, because I would assume they realized they were in a legendary historical thing that was occurring all around them.
Well, they would have had to because there were so many people there. They would have realized that there was nothing like it.
Right, exactly. You would have been just barely. It was 69 when Woodstock was.
69, I think that's correct. I was 7.
Do you recall like any of the news about it? With the people hiking for miles and shit like that?
Just very vaguely.
Okay. Yeah, I know we have some friends of somebody like in the family here who or they might even be in the family, who got within 10 miles of it, and then they said, you have to park here and walk the rest of the way. They turned around and went home. They still have tickets, Woodstock tickets. Huge mistake. I'm sure they aren't the only ones, but yeah.
My late wife lived not too far from there
Hmm.
during that time period, so they mostly regarded that as a nuisance where they were.
Sure, Max Yasgur was the owner of the farm, and I don't know, he was a little bit of a hippie himself, I guess. So
Yeah, I mean they didn't have much of an impact in her little town in New York State, but they were worried that these filthy hippies would come and swamp their town
of course,
and desecrate it.
right. Yeah, you think about it, like uh, they would have had, World War II veterans would have been in their 50s potentially at the time,
Yeah,
mid to late 50s. So those are some hard hitting motherfuckers, dude. They see these
right.
hippies coming along and
They
they're like, what the
they would
fuck?
not be intimidated at all.
No, no, it's really wild. Um, there was an era in my father was kind of just before. So my dad likes big band music, jazz, and some of the 50s, maybe rockabilly type stuff, but he's a real fan of jazz. He's also a really, really talented piano player. But when the rock and roll came along, he was just not into it. He was just a little bit older, which is
Yeah,
crazy. That shows his age, because rock and roll's been around since, let's just say, 1960, more or less,
pick it. Yeah,
you know, and he would have only been in his mid 20s then, but he was the working class guy. He was military, he was the electrician, and, so I guess that crew was not exploring the rock. They were sticking into the older stuff, Benny Goodman, Glenn Miller, whatever.
yeah,
And it just trips me out. That was like, we're talking 63 years ago or whatever.
yeah, yeah.
It's just insane. 1960, 40 plus 20 plus 3. Yeah, unreal time. But that whole period, like we talked about last week, with the Beatles developing all like in the 60s, probably from what, like 62 to like 71, I would say was the greatest period of invention for modern, like, rock music.
Yeah, I would go a few years beyond that, maybe to the early maybe 73, maybe when
73
when the kind of the creative explosion kind of settled down a bit. And
got a little
maybe
more prog rock, like a little more technical type
a little
stuff.
more prog rock, maybe a little bit of a burnout of the generation, those '60s rockers. The Beatles had broken up, and
Right.
other bands of that era had probably done their best work already. And
Zeppelin was still in their heyday. Black
yep,
Sabbath was kicking
Zeppelin,
butt.
yep, yep. And
Um,
Zeppelin, I think, counts as an innovator. So
Definitely.
you got to include them in those years.
Mhm. Real quick, Cup of Tea's asking, have we have both heard the new Beatles track, and I think we both had the same thought, that it was pretty freaking cool that they were able to do it. I've never been able to say I was around for any release of a new Beatles song, so for me, that part of it was great. I did look forward to it. I thought the song was very simple and a little bit sappy, but also kind of a pretty song. Nice song. Not crazy about it, but all in all, good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think of it as a Beatles song, like I said. I don't hear the Beatles in it. I hear the post Beatles John Lennon
Yeah,
song, and I mean, I don't know if perhaps I'm influenced by knowing that it's basically an unfinished John Lennon song,
right.
but when I hear it, it sounds like kind of what it is, which is an unfinished John Lennon song with somebody else kind of gluing some stuff on
Sure.
together. Somebody very talented adding their stuff and finishing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But even with all those kind of criticisms, it's still great to have another little piece
Exactly.
of John Lennon's work to hear.
Now, I did hear there was about a 10-minute documentary made about it, where they played an isolate. They cleaned up his voice, and Paul describes how they brought it to this AI computer guy, and boop, 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 he says, and all of a sudden there's John, clear as day. And they played a few, maybe 5 to 10 seconds of that. I would like to hear the John Lennon audio vocals by themselves.
Right.
Yes,
the raw,
because
absolutely.
it was like I was installing a floor at the time, and I like stood up. I was like, "Holy shit, that's John Lennon by himself!" And he sounded like he was in the room with me, and that was way more haunting than the overall production. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the thing that I think musicians who are humble, even when they think they're great, they're still humble. They don't realize that we would love to hear outtakes and little pieces that they've practiced, and just to kind of hear hear how they develop. And also, to be honest, this has always been a nitpick of mine. I think that sometimes the production and the producer, it kind of comes between you and the artist, and you kind of, you know, you're kind of hearing an amalgam of John Lennon and whoever produced it, or
Right.
Paul McCartney and whoever produced it. In the Beatles, it was George Martin for almost all of it, and
Mm.
I think he had the perfect light touch. But for other, like, I don't like Phil Spector, that wall of sound crap that people treat it like it's the greatest thing ever. Well, I don't like it.
Right.
I think it's a wall of sound that's between George Harrison and me. I don't want that wall of sound in the middle. I know George Harrison was quite happy to have his album produced, All Things Must Pass, to have it produced by Phil Spector. And he
George
doesn't.
Harrison. Okay, was that like the one with like "My Sweet Lord" on it?
Yes, there's one with My
Okay.
Sweet Lord.
Okay.
What is Life?
Yeah.
Several great songs, and they sound great. But still, I just wish it had been George Martin producing, as opposed to, especially the title track, All Things Must Pass. I just think it's overproduced, and it's a very moving song with very interesting and evocative lyrics, and it just doesn't need that wall of sound. I think that harms it.
RW, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, man.
I'm
good, man. It's been a very political day on different servers amongst younger people, but it's nice to hang out with guys my age to talk about some deeper things, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll get into it for sure. But there's a lot of division.
I'm gonna make myself a drink if you don't mind.
Go right
ahead.
Yeah,
when you get back, I have some a pretty serious question for the group. I'll wait till he's back, though.
Sure. It seems like now more than ever. Well, no, I can't say that. That's the stupidest expression. All of a sudden, I'm saying something that I hate when people say. Seems like now more than ever. No, that's dumb. The opinions that you're talking about regarding like the ceasefire and thing is they're so polar opposite, like from one side to the other. And like neither side seems willing to give a millimeter on the real extreme ends. Of course, there's logic in the middle, but
to me, it's a matter if they're actually, acknowledging that they understand what the other person's saying. Because if they're not even showing that they've understood anything that was sent to them, that conversation is not worth having. Because they're just going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. And to me, that's like prison. That like it's a hellscape in your brain.
Sure. Yeah. If you're not responding to somebody's points with counterpoints, and you just keep repeating your own points to their points, and you just it fucking doesn't make ice cold. Look at that. All right. Little Bombay Sapphire. Very nice.
It's a little bit stronger than his normal drink.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Did you ever see the Trailer Park Boys?
I have never watched the full episode. I know the characters.
The drunk guy?
Most the guy with the big glasses.
No, it's the older guy. He's like the security guard for the trailer park, and he's just constantly falling all over everything. It's the best character there. And look, hold on. That could or that might or might not be Lee Howells. I just want to see him first. What flag is that he's showing?
Palestinian?
Was it?
No, I don't know. I was just joking.
I mean, I'll show my ignorance by saying I don't know.
It is.
Okay.
Oh, is there? I was joking. I didn't see it.
That's what it is.
Well, let's bring him on. Mr.
Hello.
Controversy himself, Lee Howells.
Hello, how are you?
Is that?
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just dropped it.
Jesus.
Sorry. Go on.
I thought it was white, green, white for a second, and this triangle was off. But yeah, that's what that is.
Oh yes, indeed.
Yeah.
How you doing, Lee?
I'm good. How are you all?
All right. It's good to hear your voice.
Good, thank you. And you. Mm-hmm.
How's your week been?
Busy actually. Yeah, really busy. But I was off Friday and off today, so that's nice. And tomorrow, of course, so that's cool.
That
So
sounds
some
rough.
family time.
Awesome.
You guys, how's your weeks been?
I mean, good.
Been
Cool.
been a good week.
Good. For any particular reason, Last Dance?
No, it's decent weather. Could get out and enjoy my time.
It's all the sex.
Now.
I had a long week, I'll say that much. Long week.
From laboring?
Yes.
All right.
But
That's a fair deal.
the good thing about my job is I'm like a vet, you know. I could have a lizard, a duck, a greyhound, and a horse to fix all in the same day. You know what I'm saying? Like, my job is so different. Everything I do is a different task generally, which is awesome. Great. So
Yeah,
busy.
repetitious tasks are pretty painful for me. So I'm glad you have different things.
Correct. Exactly, bro.
Oh, awesome!
That's
I didn't realize.
Can I throw you guys a pretty solid question here?
Sure.
Fine with me.
How do you respond to a young person or an older person talking about committing suicide, and do you distinguish between young and old as the person talking that way?
I think the very most important thing is to get them to get them some help, get them to seek help or get help to them. That doesn't matter if they're young or old. They need to be seen. All right, Banksy.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Thank you.
Been a while.
It's
Good to see
been.
you.
It has been. This is for me one of the best shows with the least amount of viewers, and I feel that is criminal, and I will endeavor to change that for you guys. I will promote this channel till my dying breath. But you guys, like, it's so criminal. You have such a good show, and there should be thousands of people watching this. But
Well,
anyway, it's a
good
pleasure
show.
to be here.
It's a better show when you're on, so it's good to have you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Does he have video or just a picture? Because I'm not seeing any movement.
Yeah, I do apologize. That is just a picture. I am faking
Okay.
my camera because I don't have a camera.
No, you're
at
all
the
right. I was
moment.
just wondering if it was on my end.
But we have seen
No.
him before.
Yeah, that is literally I look. That is literally what I look like. It's nothing. This is a face for radio. Trust me.
Well, we all do.
Look fine to me, dude.
Now, to address RW's question was how would you deal with somebody who was thinking of committing the final act on themselves, and would I change that if they were older or younger, or change my approach to dealing with them? Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. Last Dance, you were about to answer.
No, I just think I would think it's less important to try and personally counsel them out of it, although that's a fine thing. But the most important thing is to somehow get them in touch with a real counselor.
Sorry.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Sound
Hey,
advice.
brother B.
That's my bro.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say because they need sustained treatment if they've gone that far, and they really
I-
need to be in touch with someone.
What flagged it for me is, and you guys are also welcome to answer, but what flagged it for me is in a younger server, a younger person was basically saying that, multiple younger people in the same session were saying, maybe suicide's the right way out and this and that. And you had other young people coming back at them, giving them, tough love and saying, like, oh, that's bullshit. It's not true. You're just crying for help, this and that. And other older people are like, hey, man, like me included, I was like, I understand why you might be saying that and you had those experiences, but you do not want on your conscience that advice going out from your mouth and then you find out that person killed themselves.
No,
So it's a lot. I think it's a little more, it's not so easy to just brush it off. But especially if it's an older person came up to me and was talking about suicide, to me, that's even more of a flag because that person's experienced life. And for them to be at that point, that's a much heavier depression. So
Yeah, exactly.
older people tend to be more serious about suicide. They're much more successful.
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, so
I mean,
go
I would
ahead.
mirror what Last Dance said. Yeah, and furthermore, like a Discord server or a place like that, I think that subject matter should be like, if there's a mod around, they should be like, this is probably not the appropriate place for this sort of thing. Because either the person's, one thing that's guaranteed, they're not going to get anything great out of it. They're only going to achieve confusion or possibly even worse, more conviction towards what they're going to do. They're not going to miraculously find somebody that's going to help them. So it's hard to, I don't know, it's a tough, it certainly puts you in a tough spot having be there and heard it, RW, because does that give you some sort of a moral obligation?
I believe so for myself and my beliefs.
Right.
I mean, we can easily flag it to Discord and because they actually have a feature where it's like this person's thinking about committing suicide. But I think it's more personal because I feel like I'm old enough where I can one-on-one with this person, whether a boy or a girl, and just touch base with them, see what they're thinking about, see what they're feeling, and get a vibe for it, and be like, this just advice. Because I don't know, I know that young people use that type of speech willy-nilly sometimes, but it's still a serious thing. That's all.
Yeah, but you have no way of knowing how serious they are because it's online.
Right.
Again,
One thing, and you don't really even necessarily know them that well online.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to make a sad subject. It's just
We can handle sad subjects, but
it's fine.
yeah, I mean, I would. That's
Just hold on. I'm about to go get a knife. Just cheered me up so much. That's all right.
We're here for you, buddy.
Cut lengthwise, Banksy.
The thing is, for young people especially, I mean, maybe you're right, older people have a different view on life, but young people, suicide is the most ridiculously waste of effort ever, because you can easily, as an older person, tell them, I promise you, in 20 years' time, you won't even be the person you are today. You would have changed so much. Yeah. Life would be so different. You won't be this person that you want to end right now. Things will completely, your life could turn 360. It could be completely different. Just hang in there and wait and see how different you'll be.
If you're in your, let's say, 18 or 19, it'll be a matter of like 1 or 2 years, and everything will be different.
But
it does depend on the circumstance. You're talking about in 20 years' time, your life's going to be different because you may have a job, married, kids, everything's brilliant. what about the person who's thinking of committing suicide who's 18, who's been sexually abused all the way up to the moment they're talking to you? They don't think in 20-year time their life's going to be better. They've got to live with that for the rest of their lives.
Well,
And it will also form their character as well.
Just real quick, that's where I believe that if any of us were to come across that and you feel like you could be a catalyst in their life for better information for themselves and you don't say something, I think that that's a mistake, because you don't know if there's going to be anyone else that they come across in life that's going to try and do that. So
even what you said, Lee, and I agree that yes, such a trauma will obviously be part of them for the rest of their life, but that you can either let that burn you up or you can use it to fuel you, to push you towards the next phase in your life. And again, I think people change so much, they can do so much in their lives that yes, a trauma like that is bad, but you can actually use that to motivate you to do other things, to even help other people who are in that position, who were thinking about taking their lives. Your life could it could change dramatically. People's lives I've witnessed through my lifetime, the people I went to university with, they are not the person I went to university with half the time anymore. I mean, we've all grown together, but their personality, the things we used to do, we are not those people anymore. I look back at my 20s and I think that was another human being, literally, physically, and mentally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but the thing is, I get what you're saying, and if you're strong-minded, maybe you can. But I mean, thankfully, it's never happened to me. Hope it's never happened to any of you guys or our kids or whatever. Because unless we've experienced that, then seems to me there's more people that it just ruins the rest of their life. They carry it around for the rest of their life, and maybe they can never truly be happy. And as much as you're saying, yeah, but things will get better, that's such an horrific act that maybe you don't ever get better over that. Maybe you just try and find some coping mechanisms. I don't know. So I don't know. I slightly disagree. I just think it depends on the circumstances.
I only know one person who tried to commit suicide, and it was a very serious attempt, and it was an absolute miracle that they survived.
Jesus.
And today they are so happy that they survived, and even they get a little scared just thinking about how far they were at the bottom there when that happened, and they don't even like to think about the sort of, if it's like a well that they fell in, they don't even like to talk about what it was like being around the edges just before they took that plunge. And so I think Banksy is absolutely right. Things will change. Nothing, the way things are today, you have to convince them of this. Obviously, it's easy to say it, and they have to somehow believe you that things will be different. Even if it's not better, it might be at least tolerable, or you might develop into somebody who can live with what you find so hard to live with now. So I don't know how you talk someone into it. That's why I would have to find an expert, someone who knows how to do this.
I think the saying that stuck with me the most from my childhood is, I believe it was my father that said, the only thing that remains the same in life is change. And I didn't understand the aspect of that until I got older. And I found that to be true.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to check out a really, I don't know what even the word, I'll start by saying shocking movie, but also very deep and thought-provoking. The Bridge. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Check it out sometime. It's about the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco.
Oh.
And
a lot of jumpers.
You won't be able to take your eyes off of it. Yeah, it's a really intriguing movie.
Look it up.
Welshman.
Welsh. How are you,
Hi, Welshman?
Good evening.
Oh, Based.
Good evening.
Good to hear from you, Based.
Hope you can grab some beers.
I'm glad you texted me today. I thought you were going to be. Someone said to me you were in jail.
Well, no, I know. I read your text. It was news to me.
Yeah. Someone said to me, you had to give trigger to someone to look after because you were in jail. I'm like, what the WTF?
Who told you this and when was this?
Some geezer last night on my stream. He said,
Wow.
Base is looking for someone to look after Trigger because he's going inside. Like, I didn't think things were that serious.
No. No. I'm not even charged with an offence at the moment. I've just been arrested.
You almost got free room and board, though.
Based is such a badass. He could go in the slammer at any time.
What were you arrested for, Based?
I can't talk about it.
Oh, right. Shit.
Yeah. So basically, it's something I can't talk about. It's part of my conditions that I can't actually speak about it.
I'll
Playing,
talk
playing
about it.
Pokemon Go while jaywalking.
I mean, you can imagine I was just
Look.
just exposing.
I'll talk about it. It was
The
about
lost
exposing.
audio.
It involved 2 large feathers, a bikini, and a particular type of tuck-friendly bikini that he was wearing on the beach. And there was a
Nice.
couple of large feathers, and certain Muslims took offense to it. I mean, I told you don't go to Saudi Arabia and do that, but it's up to you.
Well,
That does not sound like based.
Back in 1 minute.
We'll talk about live streams. He done a great live stream earlier on. Banksy did, and he caught some very, very shocking footage.
Yeah, man. You're talking about the kids, yeah? The things that were yelling into the mic. Yeah, I told them, guys.
I know you did.
You're criminalizing. You're literally making yourselves criminals. Stop saying these things.
There was some youths, obviously Palestinian supporters. They didn't look like they had the best upbringing, but basically they were criminalizing themselves on his live stream, talking shit on his live stream, talking.
Well, they were supporting terrorist organizations. I'm like, dude, you can't profess a support for a terrorist organization in Britain. They will put you away. What are you thinking?
Crazy.
Banksy, I'm not familiar with your content. Can you give me a summary of what you do?
I just put his YouTube channel up.
Oh, thank you. Well, tonight or for the last few weeks, I've been going into central London covering the protests, pro-Palestinian protests. I keep missing the pro-Israeli ones because they're like on a Sunday. But yeah, just generally in central London, Speaker's Corner. If you're familiar with Speaker's Corner in central London, and that's been the popular stuff. I'll be honest, my YouTube channel is mostly therapy session for me. I use it because I'm too cheap to pay a therapist. So most of it is just my rants. But yeah, occasionally I go into central London and cover some of the events that are happening in London.
Well, you seem to have some clout here, so you must do all right.
It's all right. Base is my only fan.
Me and Banksy go back a couple of years. I met Banksy when he used to do Speaker's Corner stuff back like 5-6 years ago.
Dude, we hung out in 2019. We're going back about 5 years at least.
Oh yeah.
Can you believe how quickly that went by?
Because I lost Stefan at the Brexit party.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you were there, and I ended up spending the night with you, and we had a great night.
Yeah, that was an awesome night. That was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically it. I mean, it's like what do you call it? A good news, bad news situation for me. I live in London, so it's good that I can access London's, protests and all the things happening in London. But at the same time, I live in London. if you know what I mean. It's sometimes horrific. It's expensive. It's diabolical. London is no longer an English city, and believe it or not, as a foreigner, I like England. I like to live in England. Like,
are you
England,
affected by that driving zone, the emissions zone?
Oh, ULEZ. Well, admittedly, my car is a ULEZ. What do you call it? Friendly vehicle, because I had to literally buy a new car because if I didn't, I couldn't I couldn't visit my mum.
You're lucky you're in that situation. Just for people who don't know, he's a Romanian national, Banksy.
A Romanian national? Romanian national?
No, I thought I said Iranian, sorry.
You did.
I didn't do a sleepy Joe Biden, did I? Yeah.
I'm
when he said we're in war with Iran.
Officially, I'm an Iranian, a UK Iranian, so I am actually Ukrainian.
You're the kind of person the Iranians like to take hostage when you visit relatives back in your home country.
Are they the ones Biden keeps on talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely be put up. The problem is though, my parents, my family would give them money to keep me there. They would pay them to keep him.
Free him. I'll pay you anything to keep him.
The kidnappers would just drop you off at the border and be like, "Get the fuck out! You're not worth it.
Yeah. 2 months.
Go back.
2 months. They'll be deporting me from Iran after spending 2 months with them.
So on your very shocking live at 1 hour 20 minutes in, these kids, I'm McGrandy. These kids, they were promoting terrorism, weren't they? Basically, they were literally promoting it.
Yeah. They were saying literally in Arabic as well, "Kill the Jews."
Oh my God!
That's what they were saying. Kill the Jews. Straight up.
I understood what they were saying in English. What they were saying in English was, I promote all actions against Israelis, wasn't it?
Well, they were saying F Israel, this and that, but the Arabic stuff, you know, when they say Yahud doesn't mean Israel. Yahud doesn't mean Zionist. Yahud means Jew. That is the word for Jew. So whenever you hear an Arab scream something in Arabic and then it ends with Yahud, that's usually death to Jews.
Doesn't that mean a specific tribe? Isn't that the name of a specific tribe? The tribe of Judah?
I mean, it might have the etymology maybe of that, but now the common parlance and common.
Yeah, I understand it. It encapsulates everything. I'm just curious if that word relates.
Might have been. I'm not 100%, but I know that Arabic term for Jew is Yahud. That is.
So I wanted to speak to you about this today. So what happened when your live finished? Because I think when your live finished, I watched stuff on Twitter showing the police getting fireworks chucked at them all the time.
Actually, my live finished, but I continued recording on the phone, and I've got a whole bunch of footage which I have to edit and upload.
It got spicy shortly after, didn't it?
Well, it did get spicy. There was just a few, nothing as bad as the first time. Sorry, McGrande. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I'll wait. All right, I wanted to ask you a question because I understand that Hamas is Shiite, are Sunni, and they're supported by Iran because obviously they're expendable. They're the way they look at each other, between the Shiites and the Sunnis. And Hezbollah, we want to clarify, is Shiite. So I'm wondering if any of these Hamas guys were, since they were Sunni, they're into the Jihad stuff. I'm wondering if any of them had shaved their bodies, like to be Shaheed.
Oh,
because that's part of the process.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't get that close to the protesters to really assess their body hair levels.
Well, I'm not talking about the protest. No, I'm not talking about the protesters. I'm actually. I'm really wondering if the insurgents, the ones that actually did the barbarous activity in Israel, were Shaheed.
Well, the thing is, according to them, I mean, of course, this is according to them. There's I
understand your different set.
Every Muslim. No, it's not just that. Every imam has a different. Every mullah will decree differently according to whatever they want. It's a bit of a mess in the Muslim world. There isn't a singular sort of voice for all Muslims. So for that reason, I mean, there was, if you listen to the spokesperson, the political spokesperson of Hamas, they say every Palestinian is a martyr. They are literally a nation of martyrs, and they're willing all to die for the cause. So if you take their word, then every one of them is a martyr, and they're all shaheeds.
But is that emanating from the Iranian Shiite influence?
The thing is, you see, this is something that's actually quite interesting that has emerged. Everybody keeps saying Iran supports them. You realize back in 2000, all the attacks on Israel were supported supposedly by Saddam Hussein at that time. That was all. Oh, they're all funding. Saddam is funding them, and now Saddam's out the picture. So who do they go to?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are still plenty of sheikhs in Saudi Arabia that fund Hamas. There are plenty of Emiratis, plenty of Qataris that will still fund Hamas. But right now, the
Yeah.
narrative is better to say Iran than to say Saudi is funding Hamas.
I agree
That's
with you.
all
and
it
it's,
is.
Cynical. You're so
It's
cynical.
it's all because of
dude, that's the
BLM's
truth.
influence in the West.
I know.
It's
Is
we
somebody
all
who-
understand that in the region there's a war between Saudi Arabia and the Wahhabis and their former oppressors, the Persians.
Mm.
Well, let me ask
So-
you this on that note. Somebody who is Persian, is that somebody exclusively from Iran, or is that a greater area?
Nowadays,
geographically?
the only people who really refer to them as Persians, there are no real Persians per se because there's no
Yeah.
Persia anymore. But the ones who consider themselves Persians still are Iranians. There is no Iraqis. I mean, Persia was Iraq. Persia was Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
There was whole
Yeah.
host of countries that used to be Persia, but only
Exactly.
people really refer to themselves as Persians, and that is
The
really just to
Iranians.
distinguish themselves from the current Iranian regime. That's what really is. So when a person says I'm
Well,
Persian,
they don't want to be
they're effectively
associated with
saying-
Arabs. Is what it is.
well, that as well. But
Wow.
also when they say I'm Persian, they mostly Iranians that I come across, they are telling you I am not part of the Iranian regime. That's really
Yeah.
what they're. What
I
they're trying to
follow.
say.
I follow a guy on YouTube. He's a great car guy. He's very wealthy, and he refers to himself as Persian. And I always kind of wondered why, but he's very American. He lives in, Bel Air or Hollywood or something,
It's not Patrick Bet David.
No, it's Manny Koshbin.
Oh man, no, I don't know that guy.
He's
But
cool.
yeah, there's a lot of really famous YouTubers now that are Iranian, quote unquote Persians. But again, as I said, it's a delineation of I am not part of the Iranian regime because I'll be perfectly honest. I think I've got some Persian genes, but my genes, I'm a mutt. My grandparents from my mom's side are Kurdish and Turkish. My father's side is Iranian and possibly some Arab or Iraqi. So we're all mutts.
I'd love to give you some perspective. I graduated college in 1980, and I was at a university between 1978 and 1980, and we had daily. This is when the Shah was in power. We had daily protests for the pro-Khomeini guys on our campus, and they were all in the engineering department, which was sort of interesting. But anyway. So I saw the revolution from my simple perspective as a college student, and of course followed it through the war with Iran or Iraq, and
wow,
I
you
don't know
followed
when
the
your
whole
family
story.
came over, but Iran is unfortunately mischaracterized. It's been my experience that the people are actually the most civilized, well-educated, and brilliant people, and they're overcome
they
by
were
this
50 years ago in the 70s.
Islamic regime.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say, Iran or Iranians they've reasonably high IQ individual society compared to the region around them. Although illiteracy is still like I forgot. It's huge. It's like 50-60% at least. So we have a huge illiteracy because Iran is a very big country. There's lots of villages. People still can't read and write. But Iranians as a whole, yes, they are high IQ. They do very well, especially those Jewish Iranians who came after the 1979 war, went to Los Angeles. They've done very well for themselves. Most of them are multimillionaires and are doing really well. So yeah, as a population, we are better than the regime we currently have. But unfortunately, I have to put my hand up. Although yes, there was other meddlings from other countries in those era, Iranians did this themselves. My own father and uncle went out in the streets and screamed Allahu Akbar in order to get rid of the Shah and bring in these mullahs. My uncle like despises himself every day for what he did, because he said, I did this to all these kids that are now dying in the streets who want to change this regime, because I was one of the generations who brought in these idiots. So unfortunately, Iranians did this to themselves, and I'll be honest, Iranians are going to have to get themselves out of this. I don't expect anyone else to do this for them.
I agree with you.
This is on their shoulders. They brought it in, they take them out.
I think that's a wonderful argument.
When you see some pictures about how women used to dress in those countries in the 40s and 50s, they looked
even
no face coverings. They
just like Europe.
Yeah.
They didn't have
even Afghanistan.
Yeah. And
Afghanistan looked amazing in the 70s. Go look at pictures of 70s and 60s and 70s. Afghanistan looked like Europe. It looked like Paris. It's unbelievable that these poor women and these Afghans have to be the way they are.
Those are examples of a secular government. You can be all religious you want, but that's something we have to look at Turkey at right now, because Turkey's at a precipice. Its grand design was Ataturk, which threw them out of that whole nonsense and made a secular government. And now you have this Erdogan, who's playing all the power brokers in his country, and he's flirting with Islamic influence in the government, just like we are in this country with Christianity and everything else. Secular government is the key.
Yeah, I think America is a long way away from that. I think America, especially with your solid constitution, I mean, the greatest thing your founding parents did for you is to give you that constitution. You guys should grab hold of that constitution with both hands and never let go, because that was the greatest thing you guys they gifted you with. We in England, you can ask Welsh how our freedoms are eroded away. Look at Canada. Look at all the countries that don't have a written constitution and how easily.
So the free speech in the UK. There was a chap in the UK this week that made a Facebook post where he's describing his high street in Bethnal Green not looking like a British high street. It was covered in Palestinian flags. He was knocked on the door a couple of days later and arrested at 12:30 at night and handcuffed for the Facebook post. It's a big thing in the UK at the moment.
Oh, I remember that. I could not believe it. It was just shocking.
Because he had a Palestinian flag?
No, because he
was lamenting that there were not more British flags.
He commented on the amount of Palestinian flags in the area and where are the flags.
Thank you.
And they sent the cop who looked like he could have been a bouncer at the meanest bar and the nastiest joint in fucking England. Yeah. Bald head, huge biceps. You're not going to fight this guy. And I tweeted directly at Manchester PD or whoever the fuck it was. You guys suck. You're pathetic. You're horrendous.
All right. Hey,
let's all insult them. All Americans we should make it a point that they have arrest warrants for all of us. I hate these fucking cops, man, over there.
Yeah, just for showing a dislike to having a foreign flag down his high street. He was then, and he's now arrested. One of his bail conditions is he can't go to a pro-Palestinian rally. Well, he wasn't going to one. He was just walking down the high street. Was it? And he recorded himself walking on the fucking high street.
There's a speech, there's a famous speech by Christopher Hitchens who talks about this. He says, when the barbarians are at your door, be careful, because it will be the very leftists, the very liberals, and the professors that will open the gates to the barbarians. Oh, nice one. And the fact is that there'll come a time they won't even allow you to complain about it. And where are we now? I mean, I'll be honest, I miss Hitchens so much, because he would have torn so many of these people a new one if he was around now. But that's what he said.
Can I make a provocative statement?
I miss Hitchens too. He would be, in the current environment, his clarity would be very useful.
Who are we talking about specifically?
Christopher Hitchens.
Okay.
Peter's
I don't know.
More intelligent brother.
I
Passed away several years
I
ago.
live in Florida, and anyway, the whole DeSantis thing. I don't know if you guys know what's going on. It's like Donald Trump is
Oh god.
like
here we go.
ripping
I haven't
Oh,
heard
yeah.
his name for a while,
Florida.
McGrandy.
Yeah,
Isn't DeSantis having
Sorry?
some height issues recently? He has to keep wearing platform shoes.
With the yeah. I've seen that. I'm just saying that it's like
Has he got
It's
small
almost-
hands as well?
it's almost like backfiring. Let me just put it this way: the state of Florida its Congress is controlled by the Republicans as well as the executive branch. So the House, the Senate, the executive branch are in full control of the Republican Party, and we've experienced. Well, they are. Check
no,
it out.
they are
man.
not.
A bit of fact checking, please. Last
How-
dance.
The House
How's that,
is
Len?
Democratic controlled.
No, I'm talking about the state of
Oh,
Florida.
in Florida. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
okay.
he's talking about specific state.
I'm talking about the microcosm, the little
Well,
festering.
he seems an
aim.
excellent governor. He seems an excellent governor, doesn't he?
It's not
I thought Florida's economy was booming, flourishing.
Booming. Yeah, everyone's
Well-
moving to Florida.
Well, it's
It's an attractive place to a lot of people.
Yeah,
dude. It's
We all
out of
miss the boat
control.
on
it
that.
depends what
It's
you
out of
want, though.
control.
If you
No,
want
no,
government
no, the-
control and sort of Marxist agenda, that's what McGrandy's looking for, isn't it?
me.
Brandy is no
Marxist
Marxist.
agenda. I'm definitely not. Although I suggest you read Edgar Snow, The Great Walk. Edgar Snow, The Great Walk. It is one of the most fascinating and personal experiences of the Chinese Revolution, where Mao Zedong took control of China. It's absolutely fascinating.
You opened the door on the House. I'm curious if anybody here has paid any attention to Mike Johnson. I didn't even know who he was by his name until yesterday when someone was researching him.
I don't pay any
Mike
attention
Johnson?
to your Johnson.
Oh, the new
The
speaker?
Republican speaker.
Yeah, that's federal level. I was talking about the state of Florida.
No, I know. I'm just.
Well, he's just
All right. Well, you
transitioning.
can segue that, man. That's any time you want. RW, you want to.
Yeah, I'm just curious if anybody here has paid attention to him, if he's sparked anyone's interest, or it's just some guy.
He's just my humble observation is the guys. Go ahead.
I don't
Steve.
know much about him, and
Yeah, nobody does.
But from what I've learned from looking into him, he seems like he's aligned with Trump. I think that's right.
Yeah,
he was one of the leading forces in asking for a recount of votes in the presidential election, which is not illegal. Most elections that are close, you ask for a recount. He was one of the steadfast ones in that. I don't know a lot about him.
There was an important case this week that proved that there was ballot stuffing. And
that was like a week ago.
Right.
Well,
Has
yeah,
nothing to do with what was going on over there, and they nullified the election.
no. It's just he was just talking about Johnson then, and so yeah, and he mentioned the election. So yeah, there was a big thing where there was loads of people just stuffing the ballots, just literally stuffing the ballots with like fistfuls of fucking votes.
Yeah,
That
all
was
on
a
camera.
recent
There
election.
was a case.
That was a local election.
That was
wasn't it?
recent.
No,
Yeah, it
I don't think
was.
so. I thought
They threw it out.
No, they didn't throw it out. They could.
Anyway.
They turned the vote,
Yeah,
mate. They flipped
No,
the vote.
He means they threw the election out. They
It
Wait,
went to
what's this
court.
guy's name again? It's not Michael Johnson.
I don't know if it's got to be Mike Johnson.
It's Mike something.
Put down
Mike,
Republican.
no, it's not
House
Mike
Speaker,
something. It's
innit?
Mike Johnson.
Michael Johnson's the sprinter who won all those
Yeah,
gold
but it's a
medals.
common name.
You know, there's more than one person named Michael Johnson.
Yeah, they're a different color too.
right, let's see. Is it another?
Wasn't that
I've never
Magic
seen a
Johnson?
white sprinter. I have never seen a white sprinter.
You're right. He goes by Mike.
Magic Mike?
Do you think that's because they're racist, McGrandy?
No, they're faster.
They're
It
faster.
depends. It is. It depends. You know what?
Right.
I'm a. What was the guy's name? The old commentator that got thrown out by saying, "Look at that."
That was
I didn't want to say it.
Howard
Run.
Cosell.
Howard
Yeah.
Cosell.
No, it wasn't Howard. It was someone else.
Remember what?
But someone had a theory
No,
on
I know who you're
genetic
talking about.
development of
Yeah, you're
African
talking about
Americans
fast
in
twitch
America.
muscles. Yeah, the
McGrandy. It's
Yes, sir.
his name was Jimmy the Greek, I believe.
That's right. That's who it was. And
And
he
he
had a
talked-
theory as to the advantages of
Fast twitch muscles.
but don't you-
domestic breeding techniques utilized by slave owners, thereby creating a superior specimen.
McGrandy, do you believe in diversity hires for that sort of thing? Because obviously it doesn't represent the population of America, and you know, with all things now progressive, you know, you got to like represent. You got to represent all parties of America. So, you know, if the American sprint team are all black, then surely we need some like a ginger in there.
No. You know why? We use the civil service exam to hire. No, you hire. You utilize the best athlete. That's why. That's what you do.
Why do we have diversity hire? Why do we have diversity hire?
Exactly.
The left so want diversity hire in the workforce.
Well, I agree with you completely, buddy. I hate to tell you something. I am against even the college entry.
Affirmative action.
Nobody gets. Yeah, everybody gets the same fucking ride. Okay, I don't even think that should have race questions on applications. I think it's like open season, baby. You score the highest, you get the job. You do the job, you're fastest, you get the job. That's the way it should work.
Wait,
There's a dirty little secret that most people don't know. You can declare your own race, and nobody can question it.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, there was a woman's jobs fair. I think it was in America, a women's jobs fair. It was in America, 6 weeks ago, and loads of males turned up, all identifying as female, right? And they went into this job fair, and they're going in there and they're applying to have these jobs. And the funny thing about it all the women were really pissed about it. All the women there were pissed because they said, "This is for us only."
I've identified as a black lesbian for years.
Yeah, but these boys literally turned up and said they identify as a female, and there's nothing the organisers could do because they were self-identifying.
Yeah,
I could tell that by your picture, Banksy. Just so you know.
Yeah,
I know it's the beard. It's the beard that does it.
it's the glasses too.
It's the glasses.
Our state senator here in Massachusetts, Lizzie Warren, decided she was going to be Native American on her application to Harvard.
She's 1/8.
No, she's not 1/8. She's not 1/8. She's like 1/1,000,000th of an
1
eighth.
million, yeah.
I mean, as Trump says, he said, "I'm more Indian American than she is, and I've got none."
Native American.
When she
that
got
was
the results
very
back,
true.
when she got the results back, she was high fives all around the room. I got like 1/100th of a percent. Whoop, whoop.
1/100th. Dear God. If that's the case, I must be Jewish somewhere.
Yeah,
are.
I mean,
Probably you're all Semitic people, man.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, Elizabeth Warren's like ad she does from her kitchen, drinking a beer from the bottle. I thought that was quite
cringe.
interesting.
That was cringe, bro.
No, I thought it was so natural. It just seems perfectly normal.
It's just as natural as
Warren drinks a beer from the bottle.
it's just as natural as when Hillary Clinton carries a hot sauce bottle in her bag at all times.
Oh, that was terrible as
Oh,
well. Wasn't it?
God,
That was
how-
awful.
What
And
do
she
these
brought it
people
up. It was like a prop.
think?
It was
when
like a
they-
prop.
Well, yeah, because it was like she went on some black podcast, black sort of.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a hot sauce.
And she's like, I'm like, you are the most cringy. You are literally the uncle that dances at a 19-year-old's birthday party. You are that person now, the cringiest person in the room.
Do you remember when she had her little like pseudo collapsing thing when she was being escorted towards her vehicle?
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you ever heard theories about that?
Yeah, she didn't look well, did she?
She didn't look well, but one of the theories is that was it. That was when the guys were taking her away, and her replacement, her body double, was going to be taking over.
I love those.
And I've even heard it said if you look close enough when they're bringing her towards the side of the Suburban, it looks like they have her cuffed.
I just remember.
What's the court called? What's the prison called? In America?
Pelican Bay, or
no,
There's like a million prisons. We're American.
There's the one in Colorado.
Yeah, we got
Supermax.
It's the one you would take people like that.
No, Indiana. It's no. Alcatraz is closed. It's Indiana. The Supermax is in Indiana.
One word is a weird name.
You're not thinking Guantanamo.
No.
Well, hey, dude, I was in Guantanamo.
You're showing us pictures, man.
Colorado.
That's true. You remember?
Yeah, man.
Let's bring her on here.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
cheers. Honda Ho.
When Trump goes to McDonald's, he looks pretty cool in McDonald's. So he buys himself a McDonald's and he buys everyone else a McDonald's in the restaurant.
Trump.
Yeah.
It's crazy. When he ordered all those McDonald's for the NBA players, was it the NBA players or some?
I think that it was the college national champions.
Oh, the college thing. Yeah.
He got all kinds of stuff.
He ordered tons of Big Macs.
Yeah, and Chick-fil-A, he got like 4 or 5 different restaurants.
Oh, did he? I thought it was because all I saw was the Big Macs, so I thought maybe it was all McDonald's.
He looked after people with taste. He said, "Okay, we'll have Chick-fil-A. We'll have another killer brand."
during his 2016 campaign, at one point during an interview, he's like, "I had Kentucky Fried Chicken last night," which people say eat bad. That's not the worst thing in the world. In reality, it is. What is he thinking? Like he's saying that's the healthy stuff? No, it's fucking horrible, dude.
I don't know, man. I just recently had Popeyes because Popeyes only just recently opened in London. There's got like 2 branches that I've noticed, and I still prefer KFC. I can't lie. Popeyes just didn't do it for me. It just wasn't. I don't know. I guess I grew up on KFC, so that's why.
Well, Trump eats a lot of shit, but he's a mean golfer. Everyone admits he's a good golfer. He can play tennis. I've seen him play tennis, and he can strike a ball.
People say he's mean, but I don't know about golf.
Well, he's a good golfer.
John Daly,
not a good golfer.
John Daly golfed. John Daly golfed.
He's a cheater, man.
Every president. If you guys know who John Daly is.
Yeah, John Daly is the madman of golf.
Yeah. So he said about Trump, he was like, Trump's good. He hits it far. He hits it straight. He pretty much plays straight up. He's not terrible. Now, when he said, if you want to talk about someone who's a cheater, John Daly, I believe, is from Arkansas. There's another president from Arkansas, if you can think of him. Yeah. Slick Willie would be the biggest cheater that John Daly ever played with.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
John Daly he's not a
my conscience is clear. I never voted for that guy from Arkansas. Ever.
What about his wife?
No, never her either. Couldn't do it.
She's part of the clan.
Sorry, guys. Someone cup of tea is asking, "How are you, Anna?"
Well, okay. It's very late here, but I decided to come on anyway.
I
couldn't resist when I saw my grandes here.
Well, I knew I'd draw you in. Anna, how are you? I've missed you.
Thank you. I'm okay. I'm teaching.
How's things in Germany, Anna?
I'm a teacher. What?
How's things in Germany?
Well, actually, I'm moving to Austria, so I don't know. To be honest,
No shit.
it's same shit. So both
Austria is
countries, same
beautiful.
shit.
New
Austria's
opportunity.
beautiful.
Have you been in Austria?
New job?
No, I've only seen the pictures.
Yes, I'll be a teacher in Austria
Sorry.
soon. Not yet,
So,
but
so Anna, how was Oktoberfest? How was Oktoberfest?
actually, you see, the Oktoberfest in Munich is more for tourists. So we have Oktoberfest in each city. And yeah, I don't know. I actually have my Oktoberfest at home with my drinks, but usually it's good. Yeah, it's pretty
So Anna, I'm sorry, based. Just quick question. I know your background is. I know the Bulgarian thing, but you're pretty much a Prussian girl. So what's it going to be like? I mean, it must have been an adjustment to move to Munich, and now you're going farther south into Austria. Have you been? Did you visit? It's a beautiful country, right?
Yes, I lived in Austria basically.
Oh, really?
Like years ago. Yeah, I was in Germany for 5 or 6 years. So we lived in Austria, by the way, for a long time.
Okay.
So I know
it's beautiful. It's beautiful there, right?
Yeah, Vienna. Yeah, I don't know, not that much. The western part where the mountains are better, but I'm going to Vienna, unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
so are you still teaching German to migrants at the moment, Anna?
Yes, it's what I do. Yeah, unfortunately, this is where I'm stuck.
Yeah,
online and in class.
And in Austria, are you going to be doing the same thing there, or are you going to be doing something different?
Yes, there's a school. It's called middle school. I don't know if you have this. Middle school is between grammar school and something lower. It's in the middle, so to say. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Wow.
And not only German.
You're not going to be teaching migrants. You're going to be teaching kids.
Many of them are migrants.
Hold on. They're all kids, bro.
Yes, they're kids. They are like 15,
but aren't you teaching
14,
adults
15.
at the moment? Aren't you teaching adults at the moment?
Look, I was teaching adults for a while, but it doesn't work. I don't like that. Right. Online, rather. And now I will be in a real school, so it will be 14, 15. In the middle school is from 10 to 15.
Do they give adults at that school, teachers, do they give them their own litter box in the bathroom?
Excuse me?
The adult teachers in that school, do they give them their own litter box?
I don't know what we mean with litter box. Are we cats?
That's good. Never mind. It's an American problem.
It's an American problem.
Continue your conversation.
And I have a question. Is it possible that we as Americans could learn German from you online?
If you want. But yeah, I don't know. Do you learn German now?
Yeah, no, I don't know any. I just from the World War II movies. Achtung.
Of course.
Hold. Jawohl.
If you want, I send you some links there.
Wie heißt du?
Schnell.
Let me. Here's my favorite. Now, nicht schießen.
Wiedersehen.
Don't shoot, yeah.
Can I ask
the best
is see there are some websites.
Painful.
There's some websites where you can learn German online, basically. Yeah, I mean, what I do is rather for people who already know some, and then it's there's these levels from A1 to C2 in the languages. Yeah, and you have to. There are different exams. You have exams at each level, and we work towards that. So it's not for people who are total beginners, basically. Yeah. But of course, there are websites and also YouTube sites where you can learn it. There are people who speak, they explain to you each sentence, what it means, and they have pronunciation and so on. I can send you some links if you're really interested.
How to remember if a word is masculine or feminine or neuter.
I mean,
no pretty much like English.
And trans words. What are the trans words?
Well, I will disrespect the Americans on the panel. It helps if the Americans knew where Germany was.
It's over there next to Canada, right?
It's different. English and German is totally different. Yeah, we have something.
Honest to God, I've seen so many short videos, and they say point in the world where America is, and they don't even know where their own country is. A lot of these Americans.
Yeah, it's
I would say that that's a generalization. Yeah, I don't think at all Germans or Americans are stupid.
I know. I'm just playing. I'm playing along, but it's very sad.
Many Americans know more than me, so it depends on the level. The Americans, Very educated.
It's where they know where America is, and then they say, "Where's Canada?" And then they point to like Russia. And you're like, "What the fuck's going on in this person's brain?"
But is this not a prank? Is this real? I can't believe that.
Everybody knows where Germany is. It's just beneath Mongolia.
It is
some of these Americans don't even know where Canada is, even when they know where America is. They're told where America is. There's an America. Where's Canada? They go fucking Russia.
That's dangerous, dude.
Look, man, we have Google Maps. We don't need geography.
Let's not dwell on American ignorance, okay? There's a lot of us, and there's a lot of dumb fuckers, but there's a lot of smart fuckers too. That's how it works.
Exactly.
If you know where France is, you just find France and then head to the border, because Germany had no problem going through France to get to the English Channel. But you should be able to go from the English Channel to Germany.
Well, we don't have this problem anymore.
And in all fairness to my British friends, it was the Germans that threw the British army into the sea at Dunkirk. So let's not.
God. Do we have to go to World War II when we have a German on the panel? Is that how it is? Is this
no,
with this?
She's Bulgarian. She's a trans-European. It's really what she is.
No, I'm half Bulgarian, half German.
As Americans, we prefer to throw tea into the ocean instead of people.
Are you a German national?
You're just called trans, by the way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a
because they don't allow
Austria is technically part of Germany, correct?
No.
I would not say it's the same.
Anymore.
They're different.
Only
have a different dialect.
under Adolf.
Yeah, they have a different dialect.
Yeah,
Do they have their own government?
Dialects. A lot.
I hear Banks in the background. Like
they have their own government. They're a completely different country, correct?
Yes.
They're an older country in Germany. Austria existed already in the 10th century.
Yeah, Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah, they're older than
But it has
Germany,
been part. It has been part of Germany over many periods of that in that time, hasn't it? Austria.
No, Austria was a part of Germany only from 1938 to 1945.
Exactly.
It was not a part of Germany, never.
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Is it the other way around then?
Sounds right.
Germany was called Austria.
I thought he was Californian.
No, Germany was a lot of little city-states, like independent states, like he mentioned Prussia and others, Bavaria.
Right. So it wasn't called Germany as such.
Little city-states.
Right.
Yeah,
So you're talking about they were actually more influenced to the Hungarian side, Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah, but Austria ruled it. Hungary was a smaller part, so to say, yeah.
But it was
only
part of
in the
empire.
latest period they had more influence, yeah.
Right. Hence BMW is Bavarian Motor Works, which obviously Bavaria. What would you call that? Would you call it? What do we call it here? Like a county? Like a district?
No, Bavaria is. They are like.
That's a company. It was an airline company.
Not BMW.
Yes, Steve. Yeah, you would call it a state. It'd be like an American state.
A state.
Not
like
a county, rather states like Florida, California, all of them.
Yeah, Texas.
But they have their own parliaments. I think they have even more independence than the American states because they have own parliaments, own legislation in many areas. Even the school system is different.
The motor works are based in Munich, where she is. Now,
I'm not in Munich. I'm in Stuttgart.
That's right. But BMW is based in Munich, right?
Yes. Not only, but also there, yeah.
Stuttgart made the Stuttgarts, the aircraft.
Possible. I'm not very into this history.
All right, during World War II, the Stuttgart was one of their greatest fighters. They were fighter aircraft.
I heard of that, but this war stuff is not because my relatives did not participate.
I got you.
Yeah, just to give you some context, obviously, Germany have a huge car industry. It's not all based basically in one city. There's loads of cities in Germany that have huge factory. I think I don't know where Volkswagen based themselves, but they don't base themselves in the same city.
Wolfsburg.
Yeah, Wolfsburg. Yeah, and obviously Westphalia is like another state. I'd suggest, would it?
You mean the people's wagon is located in the People's City? That makes sense.
The prices are not people's prices anymore, though. They cannot afford them. It doesn't matter.
Volkswagen.
I have a Volvo. So
Volkswagen. How did I do there, Anna? Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
No,
Volkswagen.
Folk.
Yeah.
Almost.
Okay. Volkswagen.
But your English is also hard for me.
So
with
how's the
TH.
EV? Talking about cars.
Is it with
I
a
think
V?
we're boring Smokesteve. He
Oh, it's-
already left. Maybe you should stop with the German
No,
stuff.
He actually died of boredom.
No, he's refueling.
I'm on life support.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
think
that
we're
line
boring
is going up
everyone.
your
Maybe
brain.
you should.
I'm sorry, guys. I took over because I was so inquisitive.
No, it's all
And,
good. I enjoy
That's
it.
okay.
I like-
How's the EV market? Because I'm seeing clips of like huge queues for EVs in America at the moment, like massive queues. Is anyone
Electric
seeing this?
vehicles.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of information coming out now, more to the mainstream of them blowing up.
Oh,
So I think there's a more pushback that's going to be happening.
Yeah, you got to remember, by the way, Banksy. There's more EV points in London than I think in the whole of the UK put together. It's something crazy like that.
Yeah, because
Oh,
all the
okay.
rich pompous pricks in London buy Teslas.
Yes.
That's why.
So yeah, so I think there's plenty of charges in London, but when it comes to the rest of the UK, it's very, very sparse.
Because nobody else.
Yeah, it's not happening. I've come to that conclusion about
Yeah, it's not
electric
happening.
cars. It's not fucking happening. There's
Yep.
no way.
I agree, Steve. I agree, Steve.
We should be way further ahead. Like, they came out with this grandiose plan last year. Like, all right, fine, make it happen. We're, even a couple of years ago, we got our new Jeep, and I'm like, boy, is this going to be the last gas vehicle that I own? Wow.
Oh no, not from Jeep. No way.
Now, years later, I'm like, nothing's changed. They're not going to be able to pull this off.
Jeep
They
actually
can't.
refused to do electric vehicle, correct?
I'm not sure.
They
There are some.
can't. They can't. They can't refuse anymore. It's
They
basically
have They have
remember,
hybrids.
they might
remember
stop the
Jeep.
Jeep. They might stop the Jeep, right, and not produce it anymore. The
Right.
actual model.
Well, they make EV Jeeps, but they're hybrids. But they have the EV plate here, so
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that. Okay.
Remember, Jeep is formerly Chrysler, which is now Fiat.
Yikes.
It's
Yeah,
an Italian company.
Chrysler, which was formerly Daimler, which was
Yeah.
owned by Mercedes, and the Jeep Grand Cherokees from like 10 to 15 years ago had Mercedes engines in them, and they're actually sought after by tuner guys because they want those freaking engines, dude. They're awesome engines. In fact, the engines were a little too powerful for the rest of the vehicle, so they ended up burning out the transmission and all other kinds of things because it wasn't well balanced,
So can I just throw out there now what's going on in London? So in London, there's a ULEZ thing, ultra low emissions bollocks, right? The zone.
Yeah, the zones. Yeah.
And what it is £12.50 driving them in a normal car, basically a normal gas car.
Well, no. It's not. I've got a fully petrol car. I don't have a hybrid, but it has to be within a certain year.
So your car needs to be like pre 2016, pre 2016 petrol or something, right?
So you can't be middle class or poorer.
Yes, right. That's my point. So what I'm saying is in London now there's a salvage scheme where they said, oh, we'll give you up to £2,000 for your car, but if you're running any car that is over £2,000, you're just taking a loss. And you could have saved up and bought a £4,000 car last year. Now all of a sudden you take a hit of £1,000 because of this, so you lose money.
£2,000 scrappage scheme is bullshit, dude. It's
and then the only thing you can replace that with basically is a brand new petrol car, right, or an electric car. Right?
But what if it's a brand new Jeep? What if it's a brand new G-Wagon, 600 horsepower?
Yeah.
Mercedes,
that's fine. You just pay £12.50. It's fine.
No. It probably qualifies as a ULEZ free.
Well, no, it won't because it's too big. But the reality, well,
it's not to do with the engine size. It's to do with the emissions that the car produces.
Let's talk about a Bentley V12, right, from 10 years ago. So it wouldn't fit in it, right? But he doesn't care because he drives a Bentley. It's just 2 pence to him.
Well, yeah, I mean, if someone's rich, but the thing is, this is the irony: the rich multimillionaires in London, they have a Ferrari or a Bugatti in the garage for their weekends, but they drive a Tesla around during the week anyway. So they don't pay any of those charges.
Well, they don't care anyway whether they get charged, and they don't care because they'll just, it'll just be a direct debit on their thing, won't it? It just drive through.
Yeah, but what I mean is, none of these things ever affect the rich, but none of these things are supposed to be to affect the rich. The rich are a tiny sliver of society.
Yeah,
it's
but Banksy,
the peons. It's the normies.
Right. Okay, but I'm telling you now, if I had a fucking Ferrari, right, I wouldn't give a fuck about paying £12.50 a fucking day, right? Right, and it'll just get taken out my account. I wouldn't care. I literally would class it as petrol, right?
But if you go 250 kilometers an hour through the photo point, can they even take a picture of your license in your Ferrari? So can you have to?
Yeah, so I think they've done it before. You need to go like 180 mile an hour. I think Mythbusters.
Well, there you go.
It's not that. No, that's not the case.
Like
because those are the Gatso cameras. Those are the speed cameras. These are video cameras.
But my point
they're
is,
just recording all the time. It's not a photo.
I'm sidetracked. But my point is, what they're doing is a tax on the poor again, right? And it really is a tax on the poor. It's a tax on the working class and the poor. That's what it is. Yep. Right?
Yes, that's what all of these things are. It's effectively a toll.
They don't want you in cars.
Holy shit! You sound like Democrats, man.
Yeah, but that's what all of these things are. These things never affect the rich. It's for us, the sheeple, the lemmings, the peons, the ones who go and do all the work and pay all the taxes. The rich never get affected by these things.
They want you flying. They don't want you flying. They don't want you driving your own car.
You guys are House of Commons. Are you the Liberal Party? Because you're talking like a Democrat over here, man.
How am I talking Democrat?
It's the reality of what the world is.
Do you understand what Democrats are? Because you're struggling with me here. I want to be free to drive in my own car. What car I want to drive in, anywhere I want to drive in. I don't want permission off anyone to drive there, and I don't want to pay a tax to drive that. That's why I pay road tax and everything else in the first place. Okay,
you live in Wales.
So that's not very Democrat. That's not very Democrat.
Yeah, but Welsh, you live in Wales, one of the most woke frigging nations on the planet. They've made all the roads in Wales, or are about to make all the roads in Wales 20 miles an hour.
They have.
It's horrific.
20 miles an hour.
You know, I can go faster on a bicycle than 20 miles an hour.
I go faster.
You'd probably still get a ticket.
I go faster with trigger on the front handlebars. My e-bike.
Good old trigger.
Yeah, that's insane, dude. 20 miles an hour.
Do you have a CO2 tax like we have here?
That's coming.
Like to pay additional money on everything?
These ULEs are kind of CO2 tax. It's not for everyone, but it is if you
have a personal one. Anna, is it a personal CO2?
A carbon tax, carbon tax.
It's just on, it's not personal, but it's on every goods, also on cars, it's everywhere. It's a hidden price increase, so to say.
So that's a surtax, which surtax is a regressive tax, meaning that the poor people pay a higher percentage of their income
only the socialist
taxes than the very wealth. No,
yeah, funny enough,
it's a regressive tax system.
I just watched a conversation, an old recording of Johnny Carson talking to Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan explaining taxes. And Ronald Reagan says, these suits alone that you and I wear, if you go back and discover the layer of taxes and taxes and taxes on raw goods, and he's adding up all of these things. He said you end up compounding the cost 3 times over.
Yeah.
And he's describing how these taxes have been invented, obviously, by the United States in this particular case, but that's not. It didn't start out like this. It's developed to this,
Well, can I make a comment on that, Steve?
Sure.
Ronald Reagan is personally responsible for ending Social Security benefits for survivors, Social Security up to the age of 18. It used to be 21 if they went to college. He is also personally responsible for signing a bill into law that now taxes Last Dance's Social Security, my Social Security, and every American's Social Security. Before Ronald Reagan, that was not the case. So the guy who's talking about taxation actually increased the taxes on the multitudes and decreased. He lowered taxes for the upper income from 70 down to 28.
Wasn't
Okay.
the original tax like 1%, and it was only for the wealthy?
Well,
Isn't that
RW? Your question's stealing my thunder because it was supposed to be profound.
well?
No,
Go,
that-
I mean, you guys go ahead, respond to that. I'm just the numbers are
I'm
grown.
just,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that Ronald Reagan is not a low tax guy.
Yeah.
He actually increased the taxes for them and placed a burden on millions and millions of Americans over the last 40 years.
So he put an income tax on Social Security, I guess. Is that what it comes down to?
So
Well, is
McGrandy,
Social Security an income?
Yeah, but it's an income
It
that
is.
we paid into.
so you
Anyway,
said,
anyway.
wait there, McGrandy, you said that Reagan dropped the top rate of tax from 70% down to 28.
Right, for the 1 or 2 percenters in the country. And actually increased. No, it's the truth. Check it out, dude.
Well, if it is the truth, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. And he got away with it because he was a Western cowboy, Hollywood boy.
Hollywood.
In every country, they tax these incomes. What do you mean by Social Security? Is this the insurance, or is this your retirement money?
This is our retirement from the government. We pay into it.
Okay, because actually in every country they tax it. Also in Austria, Germany.
Here's the difference. Well, actually, with Medicare, it's a lot more like your system. But if you're not old, you're not going to get the Medicare, and that means health insurance. You guys get the benefits of the health insurance and the social support and all that stuff that we don't get. All the things you're complaining about the immigrants having, German citizens have that as well, or any EU citizen has it. So my point is, America's different. It's more like a cowboy state. You know what I mean? It's our country. It's like it's like we don't have those social safety nets, although we do. On a state level, but by and large, the distribution of wealth is severely questionable.
Yes, but these social security nets also have a very negative aspect, because in the end, it doesn't pay off to work. If you have a low-income work,
you have to work. No, you have to have worked and achieved a certain age.
These refugees, they come here and get everything without working. Trust me. I worked for a short time in such an office. They come here and get everything. I don't know how it works, but it was like that.
I don't know what everything is. I would say this, Anna. If you had to live under their limited, I have found throughout my life that social assistance is a burden, and most people don't want it because
you guys want to see some. You want to see something interesting? An NFL player recently took a picture of his check stub. This is a single game, what they call a game check. Each player gets his salary broken down into each game that he plays and gets a check after each game.
17 games a year.
17 games a year. And this has what he paid in taxes this week. So here we go. His finger is pointing at what he made for this game. That's $393,055.55.
That's rough.
The amount of taxes he paid $194,085 in taxes.
Who's this?
What do you think?
It's just
he's getting a refund. That's 50%.
It's 49%.
Yeah, it's 50%. But wait, we got to look at the other. We got other deductions there.
Biden economics.
No, we have other deductions.
This isn't the
course
What are
total.
the other
deductions.
deductions?
It's the total taxes
No.
bracket here.
It's FICA plus federal plus state. That's what's in the taxes total.
Three.
So what?
So FICA is basically Social Security.
Med and Social
Yeah.
Security.
That is more than half of his money.
No, it's not
Well,
quite
he-
half. It's about 49%.
Just say half.
He's getting a friggin'
Right.
refund, dude.
But the funny thing is like, like, oh my God, they took all that money, but the guy that earned like $1,000 in his paycheck and they take 500, he's the one that's suffering.
They don't
Of
Well,
course,
that's
of
not the
course.
case.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is still taking home 100, over 100K.
Brandy
Almost
is right.
200K.
That's withholding, not necessarily what the guy's going to pay in ultimate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's getting a refund.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Randy keeps on saying he's getting a refund.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What's the marginal tax rate for his tax bracket?
Well,
If he's overpaying
it's not.
taxes,
It's not. It's the maximum tax rate is 28%. So
Well,
there's
yeah.
no way.
That's just income taxes, though. That
here's the
His-
thing, McRand.
is
You're-
that total includes state taxes as well as
Well,
Social Security.
I'm not sure about that. So you
Understood.
might
no,
have
it
a
says
point.
it says
But-
41,000 goes to the state.
Oh, but by the way, when the new tax rule came out, you used to be able to get
I'll be back now, Steve.
a consideration
Right.
for state tax, and the Republicans got rid of that too.
See you, buddy.
What was that, McGrandy?
It used to be that if you paid state tax, okay, you would get a consideration on your federal tax.
A deduction.
Yeah, and that it was like 3,500 if you could show like sales tax for us in Florida, because we don't have a state tax, but we could
Well,
show
that's
sales
only
tax.
if you're an independent.
That's gone.
contractor.
No, but that's gone.
Yeah,
It
you
no
know why?
longer exists. That deduction off your federal tax for consideration of state tax is gone.
Oh, okay.
And it's
Why-
all
you
because
know
of the
what?
Republicans, man. It's
And
the
that's-
Republicans.
Why should they reward Democratic
wait.
legislature? No, let me finish. Why should they reward New York State and California for their very high marginal state income tax rates by letting people deduct it? It's sort of getting them off the hook for taxing their citizens in California.
All right.
and
Well,
New York,
I'm not going to
Massachusetts.
argue that in depth, but obviously that's a biased opinion, and it's okay.
Well, I mean, it's another side to the same thing you're saying. It's the
I'm
other
just
side.
pointing out that everybody talks about Republicans being low tax, but in the end, the reality is it's that you have no idea what's going on down here in Florida. Okay, insurance rates are going through the friggin' roof. Thank God I'm homesteaded. Real estate taxes are fucking going crazy. I mean, people are leaving the state. I mean, real Floridians are leaving the state.
Florida has a net positive. Net positive.
Yeah, we do now. Absolutely.
For years.
Yeah.
Huge number
Yeah.
of people are moving into Florida in terms
Well,
of
I'm
net.
saying
And
there's
California
there's
has a large net negative.
And they should.
we're
Fuck that-
still
fuck
at a
that
positive.
place.
But here's what it won't last dance, because once we have a couple of hurricanes, the shit really hits the fan.
You might be
All
right.
these-
I-
All
I'm
these
not
guys
saying-
are heading back north.
You could be right.
But-
You could be right.
Randy
Dan.
But
does
my-
a hurricane
point
dance
is
every night
that-
during the hurricanes.
It's the
Hurricane of the day.
I'm just trying to point out.
Go ahead, buddy. Point it.
I'm just trying to point out that the policies of the Republican Party are not for the average guy. Okay.
I just
In a
they
hurricane,
have
they
a
should hit the
history
wind at
show.
least 70 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, 70 or so. Yeah.
75 maybe? Is it 70?
Okay.
Aphid, howdy.
Aphid, how you doing?
Oh,
pal?
Aphid.
Hey, how you guys
All
doing?
right, Aphid's here. I can leave now.
We can
See ya.
talk about the birds now that Aphid's here.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the
Cooper's
renaming
hawk.
the racist birds?
You make
Is that him or what?
McGowan's-
Is that? that's him, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you are, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not giving up my Leech's Storm Petrol for anybody.
That's right,
There you
man.
go.
You'll have to tear my Leech's Storm Petrol from my cold, dead hands.
I'm not giving up
Charlton
Cooper's
Heston.
hawk.
Carlton
What's that?
Heston. That was
What's yours? Last dance? Lewis's woodpecker.
Cooper's.
Cooper's Hawk.
I'm all. I'm all.
This
I'm
is
off
only
Peckers.
this is only for aphids. Steve, check out
Yes.
the aphid.
Yeah. Huh?
He's there.
Steve, check out the.
Back chat.
Got it.
Oh, he was waiting for you to finish his sentence. I get it.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I see.
it went down bad.
The cavalry has arrived.
Adam Sosnick and Katie Hopkins.
It's hilarious clip.
7 minutes. Should I zero in on any particular?
It's just brutal. If you haven't seen it, you'll laugh your way all the way through. She calls him flower pot.
All right, we'll
I don't
give
know
you
who
a-
either of these people are.
Am I going to get copyrighted for this? Do you think?
No,
I
I
got
mean,
blocked last week for fucking Random Goons' shitty ass song. Not
well, yeah, that's music. That's music. See, if as long as you like stop it and discuss it, you're fine. But if you
Right,
play
right.
music, yeah, you're fucked.
Nobody knows where the lines are, though. Smokesteve.
Yeah,
That's-
what you got to do is stop the video and discuss the video. That's the line. Because then you're adding to the content. You're not actually just
Yeah.
viewing the.
I
You've
think
got to.
this is
You'd still have to like review their flag at that point, right, and prove something, because the algorithm is just going to tag it for playing that content.
I think this one will get me blocked. He's got an ad in it that says, "Your
Well,
next
it got-
five
it-
business moves." He
It
looks
got
a blocker.
it got played on Society X's earlier on because it's that funny and brutal. I played it on Society X's live. You won't. That's all you got to do is discuss it. That's why you get all these reaction channels, isn't it? They discuss the content. That's how they get around it.
You should be able to. We should be able to just discuss it.
I mean, copyright fair use allows you to use excerpts and discuss them. That's
Well, that's it. You've just
Don't let them know all the money you're making right now off of it.
Yeah,
0.0.
I'm making
exactly.
$0.
Yeah, you don't make
and I've
anything.
never made $1.
How much is the government taking out of your payment for this show tonight?
Oh no, this is valuetainment. I don't
50%.
think they'll copyright strike.
Yeah, you won't.
This is valuetainment. This is Patrick Bet David's company.
And not, like I just want to. I'll put that football player check to bed thing there. And McGrandy's right. Like, if that idiot is giving the government tens of thousands of dollars just to have it given back to him, he could actually be making pretty good money off of it. You're losing money by getting a refund because you don't get interest on that. But if you're talking, if this guy's giving them so many extra thousands of dollars each game, right, Last Dance? If he gets 50,000 back in a refund, that 50,000 could have made him a little bit of cash, dude.
$7.58.
Even conservative investments, you could do a lot better than zero.
His tax bracket for 2023 at the federal income only is 37%. Now that's pretty much what he's had withheld. I
Be
think.
back, boys.
So I don't know that he's had 37%. I didn't do the exact math, but it looks like about 30
the state
plus the state, which is another whatever
10%.
that state is.
It's
10%.
actually 12%. So that's what puts him at 40.
So I think he's had the correct amount withheld, and he's not going to get any refund at all unless he's done something else to shield his income in some other way.
Well, the NFL does help these guys. They are not known to be the smartest group of characters. Aside from the dude who got
That's why we pay him that much.
A dude got 15 million in 1 year, and he told them he wanted 7 million in Bitcoin a few years ago.
Really? Nobody's going to pay you in Bitcoin.
No, he did. He got paid by the team in Bitcoin, half Bitcoin, half cash.
Was this before or after the surge of Bitcoin?
I was going to say
it was before Sam Bankman-Fried came onto the scene, so it was when you could really get rich.
It would have to be before that by quite a few years for the massive influx of wealth.
Well, if he did it right at the time and he held on to it, they say if he got out of it after a few months, he would have made a lot of money. If he held on to it, hey, he's fucked.
How does taxation work with cryptocurrency?
There is none.
Right, because
That's
I mean,
right.
there's
Yeah. That's
It's
the
like
clever
any
part.
it's like any asset that's not realized.
Bye.
Like
I will
stock-
leave
it's like
the
stock.
rate. Take
Bye,
care.
Anna.
Bye.
See
nice
ya.
to see you again.
Oh,
Bye.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
thanks,
Zane.
Anna, for stopping by. I
Bye.
really enjoy
Pleasure.
seeing you.
Great to see you. Yeah, it's not taxed.
But I mean, I guess it all depends on how much he takes out or he converts it. But yeah, I think tax might come into it if he converts to fiat currency.
Yeah, I was
Once
gonna
he
say, so
starts.
say he doubles it and pulls out 14 million cash. You know, at that point, is he getting flagged by the IRS?
Well,
No,
you get
there's-
capital gains tax. I think you'll have to pay, which is at least in Britain, it's only 20% anyway. You're not going to get
It's-
taxed.
I noticed there is a line entry on the income tax form that calls in the profits from
Crypto.
I think they just want
actually,
to.
if you pull up last year's form and get on the IRS site, there's an actual input line there for
Yeah.
profits
know
derived.
that
Now
they-
profits
Yeah, but-
would be you have to liquidate and make the
It would-
profit.
Yeah, it would
If you-
be, I would imagine, the same as stocks and shares, effectively. if you-
Right.
I'm not
They
sure.
just want
the
to
rate.
account for it differently to see the impact of crypto on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I never trusted that crypto shit anyway. It just never made any
No.
sense to me. And
Me neither.
And,
That's why I lost like $1 billion.
Damn.
Well,
No
Capital-
shit, too.
Oh, really?
Right, because I was around. That's the kind of thing I followed back in the beginning, and I said,
So the
this is
origin.
all bullshit. I am not going to waste my CPU cycles.
Yep.
You know what? Am I going to generate 100 bitcoins? What's that going to be worth?
Last, you and I
Right.
were in the
$100
same
million.
boat.
That's
Could
the
have bought
answer.
like 10
My
coins
God.
for $100 and then
I could have
retired.
bought 10 coins for 10 cents.
10 coins
Yeah.
for 10. I could have made
could have
hundreds
generated
of
them.
coins for free.
Exactly.
In
I could have generated
2007,
my
when
own
I was told
bitcoins.
about Bitcoin, I literally
But-
thought it was some geeky, nerdy shit that these
Yeah.
World of Warcraft idiots were playing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just like dismissed it. I was like, oh, this is some
Exactly.
nerdy shit.
I
Forget
could have
this.
Well,
mined them. I
It
had
technically was, but they won.
I
they
had the
beat the
technical
game.
know-how to do this, and I didn't do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I could have. A friend of mine told me. He said, I had servers. I was the IT manager for a company. I had servers that weren't even switched on. I could have just fired one of them up and just let it mine all day, every day. Do
The
nothing
moral of
else.
the story is you should have played World of Warcraft.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it is. I should RuneScape at the time. Actually, RuneScape
Yeah.
was a very big game.
There you go.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
should have
there
been one
was-
of those nerdy.
There were video game competitions that had like cash 500 for first prize, 200 second, and then like 250 in Bitcoin for third place. Like,
Oh, that
Good
would have
on
been
them.
Yeah,
third place would have been the way to go.
Yeah.
right, people didn't even know what they were getting. I got third, Bitcoin, blah blah blah. Like,
I'm just gonna throw
Yeah.
out this password key anyway. It's trash.
yeah,
There's
if
a-
you lost, they probably lost those codes. Imagine how
Yeah.
how do you live with that? There's
Yeah.
people.
Oh,
who've
there's
lost
so
it.
many
People probably
stories.
didn't
There's so
look at
many
that.
stories of people. One guy threw his base unit, his hard drive, sorry, in the bin, and it had I don't know
remember that
something
story.
like $200 million worth of Bitcoin on it, and he was
Yep.
literally going to the landfill trying to figure out where
Crawling
it is.
through the
trying to
dump.
dig it
Yep.
I would
I-
buy the landfill and see what I could find.
I,
Get some investors to help me buy the landfill.
It's sort of like a Bible prophecy about the guy buying the field because he found the treasure. It's sort of like that story, a little bit different.
There was
Basically, it's like reminds me of Die Hard. It's a non-negotiable bearer bond. He who bears it
yes.
owns it. It's fucking yours, dude. So without
so
that,
it's,
you don't
it's a
have.
negotiable, not non-negotiable. It's negotiable, not non-negotiable.
I guess that's by ownership. Like,
Yeah, the
whoever-
bearer is the owner. The
McGrandy's-
There was
bearer is the owner.
this was what McGrandy's job was, so he knows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was another story of a guy who advertised on some forum where if somebody would buy him a pizza, he would give them I think it was like 10,000 bitcoins, some crazy amount like that. And the guy ordered the one guy, said I'll order, and he ordered actually 2 pizzas for him at like $6 or something,
Wow.
and and he gave him 10,000 bitcoins for it.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that was oh my god,
So
the stories.
You know, in these scenarios, there are always winners, but unfortunately, there's just so many losers. You know.
You know who the losers are? I'm the loser. The people that thought they were smarter and didn't do anything said, that'll never pan out. I'm the loser.
You know, you weren't Last Dance because your life was not affected in any way, and that loss of wealth. It's not a loss because there was nothing invested, so nothing was lost. It was a lost opportunity. He'd be chatting with
us from his Sky Lounge right now.
It's just lost opportunity. It's just lost opportunity.
Exactly. Lost opportunity is a common thing in life. But I can tell you this.
What it is.
In the river of life, you got to be very smart about what you do. So lost opportunity, so be it.
Every stock that I didn't buy that turned out to be valuable, it's the same thing. You know, why didn't I buy Apple when it was?
Dude, I got to tell you about Apple. I had a client.
6 or 7 years. Every 6 or 7 years, I look at Apple's price, and I shake my head and say, "God damn." If only 6 or 7 years ago, you know, and it's.
I got to tell you this.
Double.
When Steve Jobs came back, I had a client who called me up and he says, I want to buy 100 shares of Apple at $35 a share. Okay. Now that was, I would probably say 15 years ago.
More.
It might have been longer.
Nah, dude, that was the 90s.
That $3,500 turned into like $800,000.
Yep.
The guy could never sell it. Thank God he had it in his IRA. He had a lot of it in his IRA, so it didn't matter if he sold it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And even my firm was like, well, we got to have a concentration letter signed by this guy because it's and the same guy. The same guy bought Tesla. The same guy bought Tesla and turned another $5,000 into another $500,000.
Good for him.
No,
yeah,
he's the
guy. I know. That's what I said, and he deserved it because he was a good guy. And I'm talking light shit here, like 100 shares. You know what I mean? It's amazing. That's why when I look at Bitcoin, I'm like, you know, it's crazy. I don't understand it. I never will. So that's the first rule of investing. If you don't understand it, don't do it.
When it comes to cryptocurrency and currencies, do you guys see us moving towards biometric wallets? You know, we're all used to passwords now and going and our current way of securing our finances. Do you think it's going to actually get to the point where it's biometric?
It's just going to be it's going to be digital currency. Biometric. What do you mean by that? You pay with your hand.
That means
your
fingerprint
or eyeball.
That's inevitable. But first things first, it'll be digital currency. There'll be no hard cash in it. That'll be the next sort of step.
Where is your country with that currently?
Well, yeah, I mean, the UK are already going with this the UK central bank digital currency, which is going to be programmable.
Central cryptocurrencies. That's coming. India's already introduced it.
But the governments are all in on it. The governments are all in on it. The governments are all in on it.
Yeah.
Well, I know that the United States, the Federal Reserve has the coin ready to go, but they haven't enacted it. Yeah, I don't know when that will happen.
A lot of countries are doing that.
Yeah, UK lined it up as well. They're all lining it up.
Okay, so it's more like
I can tell you, nobody over here is willing to give up cash.
Oh,
I don't think it's a willing thing.
Yeah.
We'll have to barter.
Yeah.
Well,
it's still a promissory note. It's a promissory note. So
if you, I mean, you can go ahead and hold on to your cash, but I guarantee you, I mean, at least it's certainly the case in Britain, you can go to certain vendors, certain shops, they don't take cash anymore. They just don't. They stopped after COVID.
I believe by law they still have to.
Not in the U.S.
That's legal tender here.
No, in the UK,
that's not true.
In the UK,
there's places that you can't use cash.
No. I mean, there are places in the UK now. I know for a fact there are some Burger Kings. There was a cinema I went to. They just don't accept cash. I had cash.
Wow.
I said no, we don't accept cash. It's card only.
The Boston Garden.
I can buy a bottle of water.
Boston Garden, also called TD Bank North or whatever the fucking stupid bank is that bought the name recently, where the Bruins play, the Celtics play, they tried to go no cash allowed. But then the district attorney was like, that's against state law.
Yeah.
You have to allow people to be able to use cash. I mean,
I think that.
what if a person brings only cash?
It's
something to do with your constitution.
It's a violation of federal law. It's legal currency.
Right. I mean,
I know, Aphid, that there are stores that try and push that, but I think that the clients at that point just bow to the will. But I do believe it's still illegal for them to do that.
Well, I know during COVID, like the zoo and all the stuff like that, they wouldn't accept it. I mean, I had cash. I said I want to pay with cash, and they wouldn't let me. And I think some like festivals and stuff like that.
Wow. I thought COVID was going to be.
Wait, let's clarify this. You were going to the zoo during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You can't get it from the monkeys and the penguins, though.
You want him to be shamed by it?
Were the primates excited to see you because of the lower crowd level?
Well, we went to see the bats.
Glastonbury went all plastic. I think it was the last year or whatever, and I don't know if it was all plastic, but because I didn't go, but I believe it was basically a plastic festival or like a digital festival, and it all went down in an area for a long period of time, and no, everyone was fucked. They all wanted cash all of a sudden, and lots of youngsters had no cash. And they were fucking fucked. Yeah. They were fucked.
Yeah, they had their cell phones. They don't even have plastic. They use
it was useless to them. It was useless to them.
I mean, I never use cash. Never.
I only use cash.
I know, me neither.
Only when I buy weed.
Everyone should have hard currency of like a 500 to £1,000 on their person. I take money out with like
on your person.
On your person.
Not on my person. Wait there. I don't mean on my person. I mean in my property. Available. So I could, if I needed to, I could pick up £200 now.
Yeah. I have a few £100 always.
And pay off your database.
Based, I've been through a couple of hurricanes, and I got to tell you, you can't buy a bottle of wine after a hurricane without cash. Plastic doesn't work.
100%. No, it's good to have I always say, I mean, I'm not
drinking too much, so I don't really notice things.
I'm not like base to have like 1,000 or 500, but I have a £200-300 cash available. Most.
Well, I don't go to the bank often, as you know. Going to the bank's hard work now, so
I don't even have a bank in my name here anymore. Since I moved, I have to use ATMs, and they pull. It's like if you pull 300, they charge $650, which I know it's like trivial, but
gotta have the 100.
Wow, they charge you. It's free in Britain.
To pull from an ATM?
Yeah, you can pull maximum amount.
If it's from your bank.
I took £5,000 out a couple of months ago, and they asked me all the questions, didn't they? Why do you need that money? Why do you need that money?
Black market, get off my balls.
Why do you need this much? I'm sorry.
Your mic is very low to me, Goon. Just so you know.
They would never do that here. Never.
Oh yeah.
They would never do that.
Yeah. They ask you a lot of questions if you take out over a certain amount. I just wanted to pay £1,000 to someone to buy a PC, a base unit from them. They asked me they held me on the phone for like 20-30 minutes. I'm like, look, it's my money. I want to give it to this person. Could you please transfer the money?
That's a misconception. It's actually our money that we're letting you use.
And the guys was like, but you know that if we give him, there is no liability. We won't. I said, yes, it's okay. It's my money. And then the guy on the phone was asking me, how do you know this person? None of your business.
Yeah, exactly. All the same questions I asked.
I met him while I was buying methamphetamine. What do you
I met him in a back alley. He wanted to take knees. It was an easy transaction.
Everyone in the UK goes through the same sort of bullshit they've got to go through when they're transferring cash into somewhere or not. Even transferring money, it's not have to be card currency. Just transferring money.
This is what I mean. I kept asking the guy. I was like, This is my money in my account, and I would like to give it to this person. It's my money. Could you just give him the money?
This is illuminating because we don't go through that, and I'm sure all my American friends will agree with that.
Well, I did see a very viral American clip where this coloured chap had taken over £40,000 out of his.
I remember.
Yeah.
And
it was because he was a black guy.
Yeah, it was a crazy incident.
It was because he was a black guy.
He was like a Hollywood producer.
He was very articulate, and he spoke very well.
He was, and it was a paranoid teller.
Crazy,
that made that
it was
happen.
fucking crazy.
Yeah. He was like a movie maker. He wanted to pay the actors.
No, he wanted to pay like a bunch of guys.
He wanted to take physical money out.
Yeah, he took 40 grand out. And the worst thing about it all is if we talk about GDPR, which is obviously privacy and all that in the UK, that obviously applies in America. So for them to start giving out this guy's like car registration and then giving out his details of what he's taken out, it's crazy.
GDPR doesn't apply in America. GDPR.
I know, but I'm sure they have an equivalent. That's what I meant.
Maybe.
What happened in that instance is they called the local police, and the local police are like, they're dumbasses. They don't have.
Actually, they were very respectful, especially when the second guy came in. He was like, I don't know. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but I've got to get to the bottom of this.
I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with identity theft, but my dad's white, and he had his whole bank account drawn by a black guy with a license that had my dad's name on it.
Wow.
And this is all on camera. And they tried to get...
I said, I'm more surprised that your dad is white.
Well, I have a lot of stigma.
What the hell are you saying?
Well, our response to you.
I'm sorry, RW could have a black daddy. I don't know.
You've been quiet tonight, Lee, and that's just like boom, innit?
Time out.
Hey, Goon, his dad could have been a Russian. His dad could have been a Russian or a Czechoslovakian.
He's a Ruski. That's what the R stands for in RW.
Why is that offensive?
I take it with a grain of salt. We're all good. I was just surprised that was even possible. Like the person doesn't like look at the ID and look at the person and be like, no.
Oh man, anything is possible.
Here's my response to that.
He get his money back though. He get his money back, obviously.
He did get his money back. They didn't go after the person that did it.
Maybe the and shot it in the face a little bit.
It could be. I'm not sure how it worked, but the fact that everything's on camera and they wouldn't go after it was interesting.
His bank account is insured by the federal government.
Do you know why, RW? Because
his account was insured.
No, you can't. The police aren't going to go after someone unless the victim is going to prosecute. And it turns out the victim is probably not your dad. It's probably the credit card company or whatever, the state if he got an ID. And it's just never worth it for them to prosecute. So even when you I've had. Back 30 years ago, I've had people steal my credit card number and buy goods that were local. And I'd call the company and say, where are you shipping these goods to? And they would tell me the address. And I'd go to that address and I'd say, what the fuck are you doing? You took my credit card number. And they would slam the door in my face. And I'd call the police and they would say, well, you're not the victim. The credit card company is the victim.
Wow.
And they won't
Sounds like crime's good business, man.
It is good business.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my experience, it's pointless speaking to the police, sadly.
Yeah, it's
in my experience.
Let's put things into perspective. These credit card companies, and unless you're paying off your balance every month, they are charging as much as 29%. The creditors.
Understood, but why is that putting it in perspective?
Yeah.
Well, because they can take the loss.
I agree. Understood.
It's very cost efficient. If you're making 30% a year, basically, I'm going to round it off, 30% a year on a person's debt. Let's
It's not-
and let's just times that by like 15 years, maybe.
You're
But,
right.
you know,
It's never worth it for them to pay a lawyer to pursue this.
Yeah.
You're right. But we all suffer because it makes crime pay.
Yeah.
Whole
And we
society
pay more.
suffers.
And those
And we
those
pay more.
percentage rates up so high too.
Exactly.
That's
and that was George Bush, by the way, George
Oh,
W.
God.
That did the credit card reform, which got rid of like maximum interest rates. You know that the law of usury does not apply to
But
credit
this
card
is why we're
companies.
seeing people in America fighting back on
Credit card
shoplifters now.
companies
You're
are
seeing them
they do not
actually.
fall under
You're seeing them
the
challenge. You're
common
seeing them.
law, the
Migrande
common
is
law
basically the Migrande shows. Like,
standards
shut out.
of usury. That's what I'm talking about. So
how do they steal a
It's
person's
also-
debit card and use the number in a town that's like 50 miles away? How do they then go into a grocery store and buy groceries with that? That happened to us a few years ago. Like, how did they get it in the first place? Did they then make a facsimile card out of it with our information on it and go?
Well, there's a couple of ways, I think. I mean, they could have sold it on. They could have sold the information on to someone else. Then could use it out of town.
Yeah.
Right?
Welshman's like,
or locally in his case. It was local.
Well, yeah, 50
it was
miles
probably
in
you buying gasoline at a gas station that had one of those things on it.
One thing you got to remember is that card security is much, much lower in the U.S. than it is in Europe and the U.K. They have more cards. It's much easier for card scammers to do their business.
What do
in
we
the
do
US.
with it? What do we do that you don't then, last dance? Because
You
in
just
the
do
UK,
chip and pin. That's what you do. We don't do that here.
yeah. With chip and pins, go mate. Chip and pins. Now what it is?
Goon, when you get a chance, can you do a
pin.
sea shanty for us? Just
We
to
don't
check
have
your
it
mic?
either. We don't have that now either.
But no, we
What-
still have chip and pin. We still have it. It's
Okay,
just that
okay.
it's below, above a certain amount. Below a certain amount, you can do contactless.
So £100 now is contactless. So you can literally walk close to a machine, and basically, if you know the one, you just put your card close to it, and it clicks it.
Sure, and
That's it.
NFC.
Yeah. So
near field.
that's really weak. I mean, someone with a reader could literally walk past you and take readings off you all day long.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they've got wallets that can protect that.
Yeah,
now.
there's per transaction numbers though. I don't think you can. You don't end up being able to. I believe you don't end up being able to steal the number and do transactions by doing one of those, by intercepting one of those transmissions that are.
Well,
when you're right next to it.
When we got our fraud, we called the bank, and the fraud specialist was like, okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I see. They ran the card once, declined, twice, declined. 30 seconds later, they ran it a third time, and it looks like they probably pressed credit, and it went through.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, that's literally somebody had a card with my information on it that they got in there. I don't know. Imagine that whole network is out there for people to make those, sell them. And then the purchase was from like what's a Stop and Shop, which is a huge grocery store.
Right.
You know why? Because that's where they test the card.
$475 worth of $475 worth of food.
Yeah, they do it at gas stations. Usually they go to the pump because they can tell if it doesn't give you the credit, they know they got to run. They can leave in the gas station. You know what I mean?
I will never understand people like my mother that doesn't trust online shopping, but will easily give out her credit card details over the phone to somebody. And it's like, Mum, that's even worse.
That's even worse, right?
Yeah.
I've got a brief experience with identity theft.
They could just take that information and go, oh, all right.
And the scary thing, too, is a lot of times on the other end, they're taking notes because they're not entering it directly as you're giving it to them. And then you're wondering, well, where does the fucking note go? Do they just leave it on the desk?
Well, yeah, I get
Do
people
they
give
just
me
slip
their
it in their pocket and
Right.
I get people give me their info all the time, and I just write it down on a scrap piece of paper.
I'm using
you,
yours
Ethan,
on the
for
fake
making me
Amazon
feel
account
much more
later.
secure about that.
I give it to my
I had
wife,
it.
but I don't know what happens after that.
When I first started
I
working,
had it.
they
She
had
gets
this little
more stuff.
machine you put it in that you like put the credit card in and go, and then it,
I
like
remember those things.
pushes it into the
They were the
carbon.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now
I,
when you CC somebody on an email, that's what CC means. I learned that not long ago.
Carbon copy.
Copy, yeah.
Carbon.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
Well, I didn't until I looked it up a few years ago. I was
How
like,
funny.
everyone's, what the hell does CC mean anyways? And I just never made the connection. Till
Yeah,
I-
and the actual paper was
Exactly.
very
It was-
different. It was very
That-
different.
That dates back to when people made carbon copies of
Yeah.
using carbon paper.
I
Yeah.
remember
Of
it.
letters.
Remember the old credit card things?
Exactly.
learned-
The credit card was
I
like
learned
that.
to type on a manual typewriter, and we used carbon paper.
Right.
And
I do not miss typewriters. I kind of do, but I do not.
Well, I actually learned it in high school, but we were trained on the Selectrics. You know, the electric one, the IBMs when they first came
I
out.
remember
He
those.
doesn't know
And-
what electric is.
But when-
I think
when
I
went to-
think I do because
when
I
I
think my
went-
mom still has one up there.
when I went to college, and I worked in radio, so we used manual Royal typewriters where you really had to get into it.
Oh, those
Like-
are horrible.
On electric, you're just using your fingertips. With a manual, you're punching.
Punching the keys, right?
Yeah.
Well, the manual
difference.
is mechanical. The force from your fingertip is transferred all
Exactly.
the way
Right.
through to the little
Yeah.
dinky fucking arm that puts the letter
Yeah,
on
and
the
then
paper.
boom, you got to send it back. Those were the good old days.
Did any of you guys learn shorthand?
No,
No.
my mom used to write all
My
the
mom-
Christmas lists in shorthand.
My mom was a
Mine is a-
shorthand pro.
My mom knew shorthand.
My mom
Right.
would
mine
write
I feel like
Christmas
that's something they
lists
should
in
have never
shorthand.
stopped teaching people because my grandmother used it and it was awesome.
I had an old client of mine that actually worked for a general, and the only reason he didn't go to Europe is he knew shorthand. He was a general's age. He
Right.
was a friggin'
Priceless.
sergeant. And when they went for the invasion, he left them on the state side. He
You
said,
know
"You're
what?
not a soldier, you're a civilian."
Shorthand is dead. It's dead.
Yeah.
It's like Latin, only it's even worse than Latin. Nobody will
Yeah.
ever know.
Did
Fun
any of you
fact,
guys? Did any of you
it was
guys
a
have
great-
hairy palms?
Who?
Shorthand
remember
was
that one.
actually invented by dwarves.
The hair on my palms was never given a chance to grow as a young man.
Was worn off that quick.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying, Aphid Lip, but I'm going to say that I don't want you to elaborate.
Can I throw a subject change in about?
Oh,
like,
let's do it. Let's
God,
do it.
please.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
goodie.
You don't want to talk about burning hairs off your palm.
Well, I was
Okay.
I was going to talk about Gaza and what you think. Maybe what's the end? You know, what do you think the end is going to be? You know, to panel members who want to answer the question.
Man, I've been talking about that all week, so I'm going to be last.
I'm last.
Oh,
Last
last.
chance.
Come on.
Oldest goes last.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Well, I'll
Well,
throw it out there
you
then
go first,
because
Jace.
I'll be quite
Yeah, exactly.
controversial. So let me just throw it out there. I believe that the Israelis knew what was going to happen. They were well clued up to what was being planned.
On October 7th, you think they knew?
Yeah. So I think they knew, and I also think that Hamas knew they knew, and Hamas were going about doing what they were going to do because they knew how Israel would respond, and Hamas's approach is to actually bring the wider Arab world into this conflict, and maybe the whole world. So that's Hamas's sort of end goal. They sort of knew this would be the response.
I agree with
Well,
you.
let me clarify, though.
The reason why.
If Israel knew,
The
why
reason.
would they-
Let me tell you why, though, Steve. Let me tell you why.
Yeah,
The reason why
okay.
Israel has allowed this to happen is Netanyahu was under extreme pressure with his current leadership,
Domestic policy.
and also looks like he's going to be under arrest. He was going to be under arrest in the very near future. So if you're going to play 4D chess, in a way, you would allow this to sort of develop, so that, as you know, a president in war is a winning president.
Yeah.
Everything else gets pushed to one side.
What
So
about
I'm
legalities in court happening in a state of emergency?
So Hamas knew how Israel were going to respond, hoping for a bigger problem, so a bigger war.
I want to touch on that base.
Allowed it.
I think I agree with you completely, and I've been pondering and wondering, what is the Hamas long game? They knew that they would be invaded. They're clearly tacticians. They should, and they understood that there would be a response. And in my opinion, without knowing what their full plan is, it indicates to me that they want to draw Israelis into Gaza. They want to bring them in, and I don't know why. I'm thinking that's the only inevitable.
Hamas wants a wider conflict with the wider Arab world than possibly
That might be
world.
it. That might be it.
Yeah,
But you're
that's Hamas's plan.
I would say that.
You're
I was going to
last.
say, I'm thinking
You're
they
last,
got to
man.
have kill corridors.
Last dance.
There's got to be some sort of. They want to bring them in to ambush them, or they've got to be. There's got to be a reason for this to draw them in. But and you'll notice the Israelis are hesitating.
So I've heard
I don't
I've heard of testimony from many IDF members that worked on the border. They're saying any animals, rabbits, even mice will get picked up. They'll get picked up with the mics. They'll also get picked up with sensors. No one will get anywhere near anything. And they made this attack from multiple different locations using multiple different tactics, including bikes, push bikes, motorbikes, ladders, all sorts of stuff. And I just find it quite hard to believe how Mossad and the greater intelligence managed to miss any communications and any whispers of what's going on.
And I
heard something that said that there were like 4 guys that knew about it. So
Go ahead, Last Dance.
I will say that that is nonsense. The IDF did not know about it. They would never, in a million years, allow this to happen. And I hear the same things from base. I love the guy, but I hear the same things for every big event, and that somehow the victims knew about it. And I actually can't prove. And he makes good.
Remember Nord Stream pipeline? Oh yeah. Oh, actually, as the time went on, it looks like it wasn't the Russians, eh?
Yeah, I never necessarily believed it was the Russians. I didn't know who did it. And I thought, and when I thought if it wasn't the Russians, it was most likely the Ukrainians, and whatever it'll turn out to have been the Ukrainians, perhaps with Western assistance. But the U.S. would never push the button because that would be an act of war.
They certainly might help the bombs. They wouldn't push the button.
They certainly might help the Ukrainians do everything else.
I mean, they haven't got form. They haven't got form for it, have they?
But there's no way that the IDF,
Vietnam and stuff.
The IDF is not some random group of people. They have people. They live in those places where people were slaughtered. Those are their relatives. There's no way that they would. This was. People say that the Mossad is some legendary intelligence organization. I mean, there's no magic in the Mossad. Just like we were victims to 9/11.
Wait there, Last Dance. They totally ignore the Geneva. I can't even say Geneva Convention, right? And they just do what they want to do when they do operations. I mean,
I don't know how that would. I mean, the worst thing you could do, and everybody does, the U.S., every country they underestimate their adversaries' determination and capabilities. And what happens after 2 decades of incursions and IDF responses and Mossad responses is that the enemy figures out where you're blind and where you're not. Now that doesn't mean that this was not a tremendous intelligence failure, but it was more. It was less.
Huge.
It was less an intelligence failure because intelligence, is only hit or miss, no matter how good you are.
Okay.
It was more of an IDF failure for not being able to react more quickly.
Okay. So you're saying that bit is bullshit, but do you think that Hamas's goal is to just open this up to a bigger conflict? To bring in the rest of the Arab world.
I don't give Hamas much credit for being a very strategic organization. I think what they wanted to do was satisfy, first of all, their bloodlust and take vengeance and kill a lot of Israelis, a lot of Jews. That was the most important thing for them. And that
man, woman, or child.
What was that?
Man, woman, or child. It appears didn't matter. They were going for.
They just wanted, but they don't care.
Yeah, last answer. It did seem though that when Hamas came through, they done a lot of killing. When they moved on, there was other people that came in off the Hamas. Should we say civilians? And they done a lot of the killing too.
Well, that to me is the bigger thing. I'm not very. I mean, I agree it's an intelligence failure, but I'm not that surprised that there was a intelligence failure, because the enemy, after you have so many intelligence successes, the enemy will learn how to avoid them.
But there's moles. There's moles all over Gaza. Last dance. There's informants all over Gaza.
I agree that they had the human part. The failure there is the more surprising part.
Do you guys remember the black flag that was raised by the Nation of Islam sometime in the recent past that's meant to call all of Islam to it?
What do you mean?
That's body memory, but does that ring a bell to anyone?
I mean, ISIS.
Just
you mean ISIS?
The jihad flag.
But when was that? Was that before or after the 7th of October?
Oh no, that's. I mean, the thing is, there's several flags very similar to each other. One is the Taliban flag, which is a white flag with the Islamic writing on it. One is the Al Qaeda one, which is black with white Islamic writing on it. Which most of them, pretty much all of them, the writing is the same. I think it's the Shahada or something similar. Then there's the green flag, which is the Hamas flag with the same writing on it. So the problem is there is a multitudes of similar looking things.
The event was that a flag was raised, and my understanding is the symbolism of that is that you must go. If that flag is raised, you must migrate to that place.
Well, I mean, the problem is, you see, in the Islamic world, there are mullahs who have fatwas.
I was just curious if it was before or after the event on the 7th.
Those flags that I mentioned are all before.
I remember that actually being broadcast on the news, kind of like when that flag was raised, everyone had to rise to jihad. It wasn't recent. It was probably about 2-3 years ago.
No, this was much more. I'll try and find.
No, I mean there has been people who've raised the Al Qaeda. Oh, by the way, the Al Qaeda flag is also, because the ISIS flag actually is a circle. It's a black flag with a circle and an Arabic writing in the middle of it. But the ISIS flag, the Al Qaeda flag is actually a complete black flag with Arabic writing all across it. The problem is, as I said, these guys, all their flags are very similar because the Shahada or the Islamic writing is the same. It's a decree. It's I don't know. Put it in a Catholic way. It's your baptism, essentially. It's what you say in order to accept Islam into your life, and you accept Muhammad as your final prophet.
Exactly. The words themselves are not so bad.
They call that a shahada. Shahid means martyr. That's a different name. Okay. That's a different thing.
But don't you feel enriched though? Like I WhatsApped you earlier, didn't I?
I know. I felt enriched all day today. I was full of.
I mean, all these cultural differences from thousands of miles away being brought to the host country, and them expressing their cultural differences. It's very
I
enriching.
told you, based on them screaming for the rich
Mhm.
and
Mm.
inclusive and
One-
diverse today.
One
it's-
last thing, based.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one last
Sorry?
thing. You're right that this buys Netanyahu some short-term breathing space, but in the long term, it's much worse for him because he's going to be held accountable for this disaster.
Well, yeah, he might
And
be
he-
held
of course,
accountable because he could
he's going to-
be responsible. He could be
He's
responsible.
going to try
for
and
those
blame it
deaths.
on the IDF. He's going to try and blame it on the Mossad, but in the end, it's going to cost him, I think, worse than any of these other corruption
so-
disasters that he was about to go under.
So you,
Fact
you,
check,
you, a couple of minutes ago, you called it total nonsense, Last Dance, and now you've moved the position to saying, well, okay, you're saying the security thing is not the case, but
Well, what is your evidence that this was known by the Israelis?
I haven't got evidence
Okay.
in the sense
You're-
of.
I know what your evidence is that you can't. How could this? This was
yeah.
such a big failure, and you make a good point. They not only got in, they were in there for hours. How could that happen?
6
I
hours.
don't know.
It took 6 hours for the IDF to respond.
Right? How is that possible?
It's longer than if you broke your leg and you called an ambulance. It would have gone quicker.
Just
I don't know how to
just-
answer that.
Yeah. Okay. So Last
Not only
Dance,
that, but the parasites.
I have read many reports now from the soldiers there that they were reporting back that there was weeks before they were reporting that there was like stuff going on the other side that they were observing, and
I've got some
they were
theories.
reporting that back. So is that things weren't being acted on as far as the reports I'm seeing.
All right, so get this. A lot of these fringe communities were more of like the hippie liberal type.
They're kibbutzes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also
Hippies.
including the music, also including the music festival had a lot of people of that nature there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Which is
So
the
there was-
complete opposite of what's in the government over there right now.
So
Is
how
it
mu-
possible that they were lacking on assigning defense forces to these areas because
Well,
they
no.
cared less about these people?
No, they had security at the festival and stuff, but the festival
No,
I
I
found
mean the
out was
government though.
30.
Like there
was-
should be
was-
guys
well-
out there, guys
Well-
with fucking guns.
Well, of all accounts, they were completely blindsided. But the festival was 30 kilometers, which is 18 miles away from the border. So they crossed 18 miles to get
Well,
to.
Yeah,
I
that's,
agree.
festival.
No,
They had
not only that.
they had
Not only that.
hang gliders.
It wasn't
paragliders
it wasn't.
along-
Yeah, they had the paragliders, but it wasn't the attack on the festival itself. That was they were drivers. Okay, the real massacres
Right.
happened on the road. Everybody
That's
trying
right.
to get out.
That's
And
right. One of the girls.
That's where the ambush was. The rest of
Yeah.
them were driving everybody to get the hell out of there. The survivors were the ones who went the opposite way into the desert to no man's land, didn't have cars, and got the hell
Yeah.
out of Dodge.
Yeah,
It was-
yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
they
it's
were
true.
lucky
One of the
far
one of the
enough away.
girls was
Yeah.
well, one of the girls was on the phone with her dad, saying, "I'm just leaving this place and we're just driving away." And they got then stopped by the Hamas fighters on the road, and she was unfortunately killed while she was on the phone with her dad.
Yeah.
Anybody
It's
who
horrible.
hung around, who didn't flee across the desert, they were
Yeah.
slaughtered.
Yeah.
The only people that
It was
survived
the
were
ones
people
that
ran
lived
Okay,
on
but
the
I mean,
frontier.
it's quite stupid thing actually going to go use the car at that point because
I know.
you're pretty much bottlenecked. Where if in reality,
Yeah.
if you went via foot,
Yeah.
the fields they were going across were like were quite rough, and they were quite like I think they were plowed at the time, so cars couldn't go through them. So in a way,
Yeah.
you'd have a
probably had a
reasonable
better
chance.
chance, based.
Yeah, a reasonable chance to try and outrun this scenario.
Exactly.
And the route of the road was precarious because if you look at the map, there was a natural bottleneck, and it was planned. It was an ambush, which is, I mean, the whole thing to me is so upsetting. It's horrendous.
One thing I wanted to mention, which I don't know, I think Base you may have mentioned it, but there's plenty of videos of ex-IDF soldiers and current IDF soldiers who used to serve in that Gaza border, and they said if a mouse came close to the border, if a pigeon flew towards the fences, a cockroach went under the fence, they got alerted. They got woken up in the middle of the night. So, I mean, to be
But is
honest,
that
if this
true?
wasn't, oh no, no, I mean, no, no.
They
What
do
I'm
it-
saying is, if this wasn't a planned thing, it was the greatest gross mismanagement of
Yeah.
security that
So
Israel has
agree.
ever had.
Okay,
they got
but
sound
I
mics
do
as well
need-
as motion mics. They
I-
like you said, they'll hear the scratching on a bird or on a bunny breathing
Why do
and
you-
stuff.
I do
Why do
need
you
to
assume
remind
that
you.
Hamas?
I do need to remind you they came over in paragliders.
Yeah, I saw
but
that.
not just
I thought that
paragliders.
was extremely innovative.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Actually-
they came over in paragliders, and the ones that came in trucks killed the border as soon as they arrived at the border.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, but
And
you
they
got to
also
remember
use-
the paragliders. That's mostly a psychological effect.
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
microph-
yeah.
the
I agree,
microphones,
I agree.
the microphones are on the ground.
yes, but
They're
they
up
have
in the
monitors.
air. They're
They
up
have.
in the air.
The
Yeah.
paragliders.
Of course, they're monitoring the sky. You think they're not monitoring
Yeah.
the sky
They're not
over the border?
They're monitoring for friggin' planes and drones. They're not monitoring.
well,
And
it was
this
also a
parachutes.
holiday. It was a holiday, wasn't
Well,
it?
there-
But the last time
dance.
they were attacked was on a
This-
holiday. Don't you learn from your history?
I know. I'm just saying
I mean,
it was
the
ingenious
same-
to
the
get the
same- it was the
paragliders,
same
but
day.
there's
It was the same day as '67, wasn't it?
This is
but
your.
there's a
your
response element time thing as far
What-
as that
what-
kind of everybody
was
caught
it-
off guard. You know what I mean?
Was it in the category? No, I know the loss wasn't the same, certainly regarding the military, but are we getting it near like the size of the United States in 1940 for Pearl Harbor?
English.
That was a great failure. Is
They're
this
watching
failure?
was.
skies
Yeah,
from
but that
they're
was
watching
bullshit
the
and
skies
all.
from a radar.
If
That
this
was bullshit
failure
and all.
is even
The
bigger.
Americans knew they were coming over. The Americans knew that Japanese were coming over.
Pearl Harbor was a tremendous error. It was a
It wasn't an error.
way
It
to-
wasn't
My
an
question
error.
is
Yeah, it
this
was an
error?
error.
Is this
wasn't
error
an
of
error.
the same?
Of course, it was an error.
Is it of the same magnitude, the Israel error?
It's at least as big.
No.
At least as big. Wow.
Well, for the you see, you got to look at it in perspective. For the Israelis, for their given size of the population and their country size, then yeah, it is pretty close to Pearl Harbor for them because
Right.
Actually, you're
given their
right.
proportions.
I think it was. I think Pearl Harbor was like 2,800 Americans.
But
Yeah,
again,
but
what I'm saying is you're
1,800.
comparing it. You're comparing it to a population
and
of
there were
350 million.
1,500
Pearl
Israelis. So
Harbor-
if you compare that from
Pearl
from a
Harbor.
respectable
Our population was what 150 million in World War II.
Yeah, but another point you don't overlook. It was a military target.
Absolutely, it was, and
That's right.
That does
That's
change.
true.
That does change it. These aren't
Absolutely.
2,800 innocent lives or 1,400 innocent lives. These were soldiers. Now, I'm not saying attacking soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
They done more damage. They
You're
Like,
done more.
I guess if I'm going to say it, they initiated.
It's more horrendous.
in
horrendous.
a warlike manner, the manner of war, attacking a military, which I've always said about this. If you're going to attack the IDF. Don't attack the fucking people that are unarmed, just
Yeah, but-
standing around.
that makes no sense if
Steve.
you're Hamas, though. That you wouldn't attack the IDF.
No,
The thing
I know
is,
what.
Steve,
Not for
they-
Hamas because they have no
Right.
honor, but in the sense of war, the
Oh,
way
yeah,
Japan
these-
handled
Western
that
standards,
was.
yeah, it's
That
horrendous.
Yeah, but the
was,
thing is-
in a sense of war, Pearl Harbor was
Yeah.
a war attack
Yeah.
in a proper war manner. You know?
Yeah, but the thing is, first of all, this is the mindset of a Hamas. Hamas think every person who lives in Israel serves for Israel's IDF because that's technically what they're supposed to do. So they consider everyone a combatant or a military serviceman. But the other thing is that this is something that I've come to realize, and I think Wace, you kind of mentioned it. Hamas didn't think this would be as successful as they genuinely actually was, and some of their fighters, these obviously they would have to have made these zealots, whip them up into a fervor, basically make them, psychotic. These people had cut up, they butchered babies' arms and feet before they killed them. They tortured people. They didn't just kill people just for the sake of killing them. They were psychotic. They chopped off babies and kids' fingers, and these were indicated that these fingers and feet were chopped off before the person was dead. So they were torturing people whilst they were doing this.
They tied one woman to her child, tied their hands together, and set their house on fire, and they burned alive.
This is what I mean. These guys were doing this on a very sadistic level, and I think the Hamas, at least from what I gather, they didn't expect this stuff. They said some of these things went out of hand. In fact, it's one of these Hamas political sort of liaisons speech that some of this went out of hand. He literally said it. I'm telling you, I don't think they planned all of this. They planned a vague portion of this, and then some of that just went rogue.
What are you saying? They didn't mean to kill as many people as they killed. They wanted to kidnap more.
They didn't think they'd be as successful. They didn't think they'd be as successful as killing as many as they did. They thought the idea would respond much quicker, and they didn't think the fighters are going to be so sadistic.
It was a Wahhabi bloodletting.
If this was an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie from the 80s, after the representative said this got out of hand, Arnold would walk up to him and blow his hand off and say, "Now you are out of hand."
I wish we could have that kind of justice.
Yeah, only if. But
that is one of the most bullshit statements. It got out of hand. Literally, just blow his hand off, because that is one of the dumbest fucking things. I can't even believe somebody would say that. Hey, we got a little crazy out there. We just went in to kill some people, but all of a sudden,
the bloodlust, man.
It
goes on
kill some people, burn some babies, but no.
Right. It's like when a guy tells his wife, all of a sudden, a little coke came out. Then all of a sudden, we're driving a Corvette down the road. We're trying to break 200 miles an hour.
Next thing you know, we're in Tijuana.
Right. Yeah.
And I can't remember anything after that.
Sorry.
You likening this to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas now?
We burned some children to death.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Is what I was kind of shocked about, and I had to kind of think over it. Is that not even the Hamas leaders thought this was going to be this gruesome and brutal. I think they underestimated the zealots.
It's a direct result. It's a direct result of the Wahhabi indoctrination. These are Sunni Arabs, Hamas, Gaza. They're Sunnis. The Wahhabi rhetoric. It just goes on and on. And,
you might be
right,
but I wish
it's that Muslim fundamentalism, and you know what everybody talks about.
Yeah, but I have noticed one thing, McGrandy.
The Sunnis are the Shiites are not as bad as the Sunni crazies, because we've been fighting the Sunnis for a long time, man.
Yeah, McGrandy, I have noticed one thing. In Poland, they don't seem to be having these protests all the time, or in Hungary. It seems to be lacking.
They seem to be kind of low on the protest.
Yeah,
look, McGrandy and everyone else. This is not a politically correct thing. This is not a popular thing. But I will say to you, and I've been saying it for 20 years, this is Islam. Straightforward to Islam. This is not Sunni Islam. This is not Shia Islam. This is not Wahhabis and the Salafis and this madhab and that madhab. This is Islam, my friend. I've been saying this for decades. This is Islam. This is Islam as it's displayed, as it's I'm not saying that this is everything about Islam, but it is an expression of Islam. When the Muslims, if a Muslim in the next few weeks, and I guarantee you there'll be plenty of Muslims who come and tell you, no, this isn't true Islam. Trust me, they are lying to you. This is an expression of Islam.
It's called Taqiyya. They're speaking Taqiyya. Is that correct?
It's not even straightforward Taqiyya. I'm not even saying that they're lying. There are cherry picking. You can cherry pick Islam and find a great part of it too. But I will promise you.
So explain Taqiyya. Taqiyya is lying to your enemy. It's okay to lie. It's okay to lie.
You can lie to your enemy. You can lie in a time of war or to your
enemies.
What's
that word again?
Taqiyya.
Al-Taqiyya.
Al-Taqiyya.
Taqueria?
No, fill up your glass every single time. Last dance.
To
No,
take a
don't-
shot every once in a while. Says,
You might notice there's nothing more in it, but that's beside the point.
But
So-
No.
So,
you should
Banks,
fill it up
Banks,
every time.
I'd be dead at this point.
Banks, can I ask you? You're not Baha'i,
Ask.
are you?
go for it.
Don't
No,
ask if
I'm
you can ask.
Perfectly
Just
sober at the
ask.
moment. I haven't drank a single drop of alcohol
Why
today.
would you ask him that?
No,
I'm
Baha'i.
actually-
You know Baha'is?
I'm actually going to
Baha'is?
agree with
Baha'u'llah.
Banks.
Yes,
Yeah. What about
Baha'is.
the
They
Baha'i?
started
In Iran,
well,
yeah, they
they're
started
like-
in Iran.
they came from Iran. I actually knew some.
Well, Baha'ism started in Iran. The
and
messed up thing with
persecuted as
Baha'ism
well.
is that it's a religion that came after Islam, and they have a prophet. They have actually, it's very similar to Christianity because they had a guy like called the Bab, which is like John the Baptist, who predicted the coming of the Messiah, the Baha'u'llah.
So,
But the
he's
funny
called
thing
the
is, this
Bab.
came the Bob,
Bob.
not the Bob,
means the
the
gate.
Bob.
I was thinking Bob, like.
But yeah, I know. But it's just like
Like,
John the
sorry,
Baptist who
Babylon.
predicted the coming of the Messiah, which was Jesus.
Oh,
But
shit.
the thing is, this came at a time when the Muslims effectively ran all that region, and they professed that they're the last religion and there will be no other prophet after them. And then the Baha'u'llah came. So guess what they did to the Baha'u'llah? They executed
They
him.
prosecuted.
They
Yeah.
shot him.
I knew some of them, and they were
Hey, Riddle,
pretty
we're,
business savvy.
We can only fit.
But I got to
10.
tell you,
And we have
Riddle's
10
they
here.
were
right now.
good-looking girls,
Yeah,
man.
what's-
Good-looking women.
And
What's that?
the Baha'is are a very,
Riddle.
very peaceful religion.
Yeah,
They
I'm
came
gonna say
about
they're-
the same time
Yeah.
as the Americans were writing their Constitution and the Bill of Rights, believe it or not. It's at the same sort of time period.
Okay.
The
You know, I-
Nice
funny
timeline.
thing is, they are a very, very hippie-esque, peaceful kind of group.
Yeah,
But
it has a
I
They
new
grew
age
up-
are
vibe to it.
heavily persecuted in the Middle East. And they're,
I grew
by the way,
up,
their HQ is in
Yeah.
Israel.
I grew up on the far
Oh,
north
really?
side of Chicago.
Whose
And
HQ
in,
is
uh,
Israel?
The suburb just north of that is Evanston, Illinois.
Baha'i.
And there is a huge Baha'i temple in Evanston, Illinois, by Northwestern University.
There is a strong following in the United States of Baha'i faith,
Yeah.
for sure.
The
How
Baha'i,
are
the
they
Baha'i
last day at school?
HQ, as in their headquarters or their central sort of place at the moment, is in Israel. It's
Okay,
the only country
yeah.
in that part of the world that doesn't ridicule them or persecute them. They're persecuted everywhere. The Baha'is are either extremely marginalized or actually in hiding in Iran. Most of them, they don't tell you that they're a Baha'i.
Yeah.
They'll tell you they're a Muslim.
That was always very strange how they went after the Baha'is, the revolutionary
Yeah.
Because
Iranians.
they are a direct front to Islam's
Right.
central message that they're the last religion
yeah.
and Muhammad is the final prophet. Because how can he be the final prophet when another prophet came after Muhammad?
But they were never very aggressive about their religion. They were,
No.
it was a very
No.
passive group
They
of
are
people.
the
They were just-
most hippie pussy religion on the
Exactly.
planet.
Yeah.
It's
I-
Very new age.
unbelievable
I gotta
how
tell you that-
hippified.
They were brutally repressed in Iran just for their beliefs and for nothing more.
The women
Who'd we
were
lose?
beautiful, man. That's all I got to tell you.
Yeah, that's what you always say. That's the only thing you care
I'll-
about.
I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna back off camera so Ford can get in here. Before I go, Banksy, if you get a chance, can you go into back chat and check out the link I sent? It has the black
Wow.
flag with the orange writing. If you can
RW,
explain.
Oh,
somebody
sure,
down
sure.
there.
I'm sorry. I
Nobody's
missed that.
waiting to get in.
Let me check that.
In the back chat.
Oh, I
We
thought
haven't
Ford
opened
was
the
waiting. Okay,
Only
sorry.
Riddle was waiting, and Aphid Lip left. So Riddle came in.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Well, I mean,
I apologize. I don't mean to do that. We don't have to do
No,
that. If
I understand, and it's good to have you, Riddle.
No,
Tell
I
your buddy to click in again. Go ahead, Red.
yeah, I don't want to interrupt. I apologize. I didn't know that it was like that.
No, you-
the
you're
You're
space.
fine.
good, man. You're good.
You
We
did the
figured
right
it
thing.
out.
You're not interrupting.
Aphid Lip wanted to leave. He's not feeling that well, so
Oh,
he was
okay.
glad to leave.
We made him
Alright.
sick with our conversation.
No, he's been.
I can
he's been
I can
suffering.
bail if you guys need more room.
No, you're good, McGrandy.
Just be quiet.
McGrandy. So your views on the Israeli and obviously Palestine conflict at the moment, I think would be quite surprising with your other views. I presume you're very much pro-Israel in this conflict.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm somewhat confused, but if I want revenge. If I was an Israeli, I would want revenge, but it's got to be measured because obviously these people are all victims, and I just don't know the answer, and unfortunately, I don't think the world does, because this conflict has been going on since before into the late 1930s, before the fall of the Germans. You know what I mean? When the Sabras were coming in from Europe, the early Jews, a lot of early Jews left Europe.
6,000 years, mate. You can go back 6,000
Well,
years.
even that you could go back. But even if you look at like the 1930s, like I had clients that were from Lithuania, and they were Sabra Jews because they went there when they were like 18, and it was funny because you could always say, well, they went to study. They went there to study agriculture, which was always like a dead giveaway. Half of them were Ergun or Haganah.
Okay, so what do you reckon the end goal is going to be?
I think there's going to be a costly war for Israel as it tries to clear Hamas. And
what about us?
Well, I think we're fine, because I don't think, even though Iran has rhetoric and everything else, and Hezbollah has, fired some rockets, it's way low compared to what they could do. And here's the reason. And I kept mentioning this, and that is that Hamas is Sunni. Okay, Hezbollah is Shiite. They are Iranian clients.
That is true. That is true, actually.
And so what you've got is they're willing to use them like the North Vietnamese used the Viet Cong and the Tet Offensive. Let them go ahead and start the trouble. And after the Tet Offensive, the Viet Cong was completely fucking eliminated, and it was all NVA after that. The influence came from the North, and it's the same kind of logic. The Iranians have been using Hamas for their personal benefits.
They're just cannon fodder for
exactly. That's my thought, anyway.
That's a sad existence.
Well, I think that Hamas knew what was going to happen, and I've given my point really. I just think that they want and expect a bigger thing. It's Hamas's last throw at the dice, basically, isn't it?
I will say this, based. I'm looking forward to the after action and the analysis after the fact, and we'll see where the chips fall.
Yeah.
You mean for intelligence?
Everything.
No,
intelligence.
the failures.
Netanyahu, the IDF, Hamas.
Yeah, I always respect your opinion, last dance.
We'll see where they fall. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows what happened. Some people believe that the Mossad and the IDF, both distinct organizations, could not have both failed so disastrously.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing. So on that sort of basis, that's why I just go for my gut feeling. Then to allow this to happen.
I've been inside government, and I can tell you, I know these failures are not at all surprising. And
yeah, can I add to your point? I mean, it's just a comparison. To me, it reminded me of Pearl Harbor. It reminded me of like the allowance of something to happen to like for this engagement, basically. And it was, in my opinion, if this is what happened, I think that it was very successful, because what just happened, yes, you had the 1,500 deaths of the Israelis, yes, was terrible. But now you have a $14 billion package waiting to happen for, on top of what we already gave them before that. So, like, if it was, I just think it was very successful. If that's, it may sound sinister, it may sound ominous, but I believe that it was
like 4D chess, eh? Bit of 4D chess.
You mean if it was by
If it was, I can't prove it.
themselves, right? You're saying that seemingly this is their right. Okay, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I mean they have the intelligence. Like they are the best at the intelligence. Let's be real here, and we fund them.
And
So on top of
I
our funding, it was very successful. If it was an intentional
very good point.
lack of you know
A bit of 4D chess going on there, I think.
exactly.
This is why I'm thinking. You know, he was under extreme pressure at the time, and he's not to be trusted.
I wouldn't.
No, he's not.
I wouldn't trust him, and I think this alone should, when it calms down, this should be his last moment in politics.
Well, I mean, historically, he's held power for how long? He's got a record, doesn't he?
He does.
Longest
How long
serving
has he
prime
been in?
minister.
But he's right now. He's already planning who to blame for this. So
Netanyahu.
Yeah.
He's got to blame. His
I
only
think-
choice is to blame Mossad and the IDF. He's
I
going to
think
blame
that-
them.
Just over a year.
Well,
Right?
I remember taking a strike. I remember taking a strike for medical misinformation for the Kung flu for saying the Wuhan. Right now, the funny thing about that is that as time went on, it turns out it was basically true. It seems like it is going down to the lab. It really is. I mean, all sort of evidence is pointing at the lab, and I might suggest the same here.
No,
This is likely to happen again. As time goes on, there'll be more evidence that there was lots of reports coming in, that there was activity going over on the border, lots of intelligence reports saying this. And
You're saying something else, though. You're saying that they knew there was going to be an attack, and they intentionally left it vulnerable,
Like a false
just
flag.
to let people die. To
Mhm.
what? To get the $14 billion in aid? I mean,
Well,
or was it to be able to?
Well,
target
like I
Gaza?
originally said,
What
he
was
was
their
under
goal?
It looked like he could have lost his presidency.
So you
very
think
soon.
it was just to keep him in power for another year?
Well,
I don't think it was about
I'm not putting it down to one thing, but
Okay, that's fair. You don't have to say exactly why.
yeah, there's definitely options there. That if you're under extreme pressure, any president or prime minister, if you go to war, you generally grab the people behind you because people are.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. There's no better way to rally support behind you than to
have a common enemy.
Put yourself in a war.
Yeah, put yourself in a
Nothing
war
works
like
better.
Zelensky. Zelensky
Yeah, I
wasn't
hope we
even
don't
popular.
ride those coattails.
It was the same thing in the U.S. though. When Bush, what was
Yeah.
Bush's
9/11.
What was Bush's approval rating before 9/11? The week before.
Yeah.
What was it the week after? It'll be phenomenal swing.
So
works
that
across the board.
and like I keep on, I just find how could they miss this? That there's informants all over Gaza. They've got informants all over Gaza.
I can.
Nine ele-
That's a fair question. That's a very.
9/11? 9/11 bloodlust. I never saw any. Yeah, there were some bombs. There were some things.
Exactly. No, that's the other thing.
Even old Obama with his fucking phantom drones and shit blowing up wedding parties and shit all over.
Right.
the
No,
place.
I don't
Bambi.
have.
I haven't heard that one yet.
I don't have any problem.
That's what we call them out in the hills.
Ah, okay.
I don't have any problem with people criticizing Israel for using disproportionate force or not taking into account civilian casualties. But nobody was worse than this than the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got our.
That's absolutely true.
We bombed. We did exactly what people accuse Israel of.
Well,
One terrorist
I-
in a building, we would bomb the whole city, basically.
Yeah. I would say that the whole Iraqi war. I mean, I don't know how many Americans were lost. I know that millions and millions of people in the Middle East died or were misplaced.
McGrandy, I'm going to take you back before that to the 1990, the Kuwait, the original Iraq War.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I
knew guys that were there.
This is the first Gulf War, or
the first
Yeah.
Gulf War.
Yeah,
Do you
first
remember
Gulf War.
one of the biggest one of the first things we did with our F-117 fighters is drop a huge bomb down a air shaft into a bomb shelter, killing everybody in that damn bomb shelter. And we justified that
Like
by
blowing up
saying
the Death Star.
there were a few high-level Iraqi officials in there,
Yeah.
along with hundreds of
remember that.
civilians and their families who all got, basically turned into
Evaporated.
mush.
These are Middle Eastern
Evaporated.
tactics. It's just a fact. This is what they do. It's
Hey,
exactly what Hamas does.
Can we give a little cred to the bombardier or the pilot? That sounds like a hell of a drop of that fucking bomb.
Well, that was when
right
this
in the
was-
shaft.
Use the Force,
Well,
Luke.
We had this was
Well,
the thing nobody knew. We
this is
had
like
laser.
Steve,
We had special forces on the ground,
Is this
on the
pointing
ground
a
lasing
laser.
the target. They
Is
were
this
Lasing
lasing
the
the
target.
target.
and the laser bombs are more accurate than GPS bombs.
Yeah.
Is this the
Yeah.
Enola Gay of the Middle East?
Nice job, guys.
It's not quite that
But-
big of a boom, but it was.
The-
This is precision
I-
bombing.
I
You
want
drop
to
it-
point out, last
And
chance,
don't forget,
you probably
you-
saw that on ABC or an NBC or CBS News because I saw it on the
I know.
news, maybe
talking about-
CNN.
Yeah.
That bomb going into that air vent.
Air shaft. Yeah.
That's back when you had
Yeah.
3 channels,
No,
right?
I think you were watching the Return of the Jedi when they blew up the planet and the fucking missile went right into the air shaft.
Yeah,
That was
that
the
might have
Death
been the
Star.
inspiration for the whole laser point.
I'm telling you, I just know it.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
I'll tell you what though, the best one out of that was Schwarzkopf doing his presentation talking about the very, very lucky Iraqi because
Yeah,
he was
over the
showing a
bridge.
smart bomb coming in on the bridge, and there was
Yeah.
one dude who stopped his car and got out and ran away.
And he got out and ran
And-
right in the.
And he's running, and you can see the bomb going off and everything else. He says Schwarzkopf was a great guy. He's like, that was a very, very lucky Iraqi.
Went to war on incubators and babies in Kuwait. Remember that?
I
Yeah,
do
they're
remember
saying-
that.
Yeah, that was
I
all a
remember
lie,
that.
wasn't it? It was another
It was
lie.
a
What?
huge lie.
What does that
Massive
mean?
lie. Massive lie.
You
They
know,
were
Every-
accusing the Iraqis of killing babies because in Kuwait.
That sounds awful
after
familiar,
they
doesn't
invaded.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That does sound
Yeah,
familiar.
that,
The
They had
funny
a
thing is,
How
Kuwaiti-
current that topic is.
the funny
Yeah.
thing is, there's plenty of content with the Iraqis and what they did and the atrocities that you didn't have to throw in the incubators. There was plenty of real stuff happening.
But the thing was,
they have to step it up, though, don't they?
that wasn't just that wasn't just typical lies. This woman testified before Congress about how Iraqi
Yeah.
soldiers took these children out of it, and she was lying. She
A
didn't.
diplomat's daughter or something.
Right. It was like some Kuwaiti official's daughter.
Daughter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
So you know what?
Remember,
When we had
Amazing,
this-
H.
amazing,
Bush.
amazing actress as well. Amazing actress. Very good. Convincing.
So you know what we had this in this thing with the Israeli-Palestinian thing. The Israeli military source put out a statement that the Hamas beheaded 40 babies.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of people pushed that, but a lot of other people said that's exactly like the incubator story. Now, I'm not going to
Yeah,
believe that.
Yeah, but
Till
it
someone
wasn't.
confirms
It was one guy from the army, I believe. And then
It was one guy from the army.
It just
And-
blew
I
from
saw that. He was an
Exactly.
IDF guy.
Everybody, the
It was an
mainstream
IDF
media
guy who
just pushed
said
it
he was
far and wide.
carrying. He was
wasn't
carrying
an
a
official.
headless
He wasn't
baby.
official. He wasn't
wasn't
like an
an
official
official.
spokesman. He just said what he saw. So he said.
But exactly.
He was
But
lying.
the good thing is that a lot of people said, I don't know for sure, but this sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, it was.
It definitely caused some hype, man.
What I ended up deciding after my search for truth on that one was that I was not going to care as much whether or not that happened, because in my search for that, I did find that it was proven that a lot of little kids were killed
Yeah,
painfully,
absolutely.
painfully and maliciously.
yeah.
Right.
Steve,
It's
what's
Yeah.
the first victim? What's the first victim in war?
Yeah,
Civilians,
exactly.
always.
and
And
No,
what I
truth.
went back to was what I
Truth.
went back to
And
was
truth.
before.
There you go.
The truth.
What I went back to
Truth
was
is the first
before
victim.
when I looked into
that
the Iraq with Kuwait, how many atrocities were there. like, yeah, the incubator thing was
All
a
lies.
complete lie. I don't know why they do that, because there's so much content that actually happened, so much murder and vile behavior. Just use the stuff that happened. Don't need
Steve,
to make it up. Am I right?
I don't know if
I mean, what the fuck, dude?
That you can't
I
disprove
don't
the
know if
truth.
you
though.
remember. I don't know if you remember the first Gulf War, but I do.
I
think
do.
It was like 1991. I wasn't there, but I was on the news, man. And
That got the
thing
news going, and then a year later, O.J. Simpson in the news. It was like news.
There you go, buddy.
It was all on fucking TV, bro.
He brought the Bronco back, baby.
Yeah.
So
I see that this year.
Yeah, the Broncos are everywhere. But here's my point. The most amazing thing to me was when Kuwait was invaded. All of the royal princes were hauling ass to get the hell out of Kuwait, and they were riding on their vehicles across the desert to get into Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And I never saw so many friggin' Cadillacs and high-end vehicles. And also the Kuwaiti Air Force, half the Air Force landed their aircraft in friggin' Saudi Arabia rather than engaging. They didn't engage the Iraqis, okay? And guess what? They had American high-end aircraft.
They had high-end American fighters, right?
They could have taken on a goddamn MiG any day. They could have taken an Iraqi MiG any day. And all those Iraqis was great, man. It's all these Escalades cruising across the desert, hauling ass, trying to get out with their fortunes and maybe their wives.
Yep.
They
didn't give a shit about everybody left behind.
Did they literally have like whatever they could just grab and leave with, like total fucking bug out? It must be.
I'm talking high-end SUVs. These were like, they were definitely, they were kicking up some dust.
They had a lot of money in foreign bank accounts too, so they were not going to be starving in Saudi Arabia.
Western Union it.
Right, that's what I mean.
But it was the Kuwaiti Air Force that got me. Just okay, I'm taking off because half the Air Force are all princes anyway. You know, they're not really. You know,
do you guys have any? Do you guys have any insight on our current positioning in the Israeli conflict happening now? Because I've heard some people say we're there to just keep Iran in check. I've heard some people say, you know, we're there to get the terrorists out or our civilians out, and I've heard some people say that we're running intelligence. So I mean, what exactly?
We're running intelligence. There's no doubt.
Are you think those are inconsistent with each other? All those different scenarios?
I mean, I first thought we were going over there because American civilians were involved, and then I think it made more sense that we're there to keep Iran in check. Like we're there to be the force to keep Iran in their pants.
I think both of those are true.
You know what's interesting? I read today that one of the ships is an assault carrier, which these are formidable vessels that they can provide amphibious landing, helicopter. They got Marines on board.
It's a whole carrier task force or two that's over there.
Well, those are the big Enterprise class or whatever. But this is strictly a amphibious. It's going to have vertical takeoff aircraft. It's not going to have anybody landing on the deck with a fixed wing. But they've got Marines, basically hospitals. They're pretty impressive there. I've actually been on one. They're impressive. You can't believe it. They have a gym on board. It's like a quarter-mile track where you can condition the Marines to whatever environment they're going to. So let's say it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks to get someplace. They can simulate the environment.
Brilliant.
And these guys can do. They got weights out there and tracks and all kinds of things, so they can climatize the troops before they actually land. I thought that was
you gotta love Marines. Marines only make Marines. They don't even make medics. The Navy provides a Navy Corps for the Marine Corps. The Marines only make Marines. They don't make fancy fucking this and that,
Yeah.
and the other guy. Fucking
Yeah.
Marines, man.
Yeah.
You could be a Marine helicopter pilot, but you're still a Marine.
Yeah.
You're still
Yeah.
a fucking killer, dude.
And in fact,
So
there are Marine aviators that do have fixed wing, and those guys are real studs because it's
There
always
are.
short
Love Marines.
runways. And
There are
aircraft
Marine Air
carriers.
Force. There are Marine air bases in the U.S.
Yeah.
But you know, like,
yeah.
Hey,
ahead.
speaking of Marines, I have a question about the restructure of the Marines in the South Pacific Sea, the
Yeah.
Indo-Pacific, you could say.
Yeah.
I have a question about that. What do you think about how they're doing it?
I think it's smart as. I got an answer.
I agree, but
well, Riddle, can you expound on what they're doing that we're talking about?
yeah, okay. So they're basically restructuring the Marines to have less like land warfare technology, and they're trying to basically counter China in case of an invasion with Taiwan, right?
Yep.
So,
So they're,
what
they're
is
populating bases, creating bases in the islands and the
Yeah.
archipelagos in the South Pacific. And
Absolutely
actually,
true.
they're giving up tanks, by the way. So you're absolutely
Yes.
correct.
That
They're
is
giving
true.
up their armor. They're giving up their armor, and they're working on these low draft assault vessels in conjunction with the Navy.
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
setting up bases, basically.
Yes, and they want to spread themselves out because they know that
Yeah.
China has rocket superiority in that region.
Yeah.
So
Makes
it's called.
perfect sense.
It does make sense, and it's called the littoral combat system.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which Riddle, I'm sure you will agree, has been a complete failure from the standpoint of breakdowns and the retiring of vessels that are 5 years old. It's those low draft, the whole design. There's a problem with that, which nobody talks about, by the way.
Designs of what?
Well, the literal.
Littoral, not literal.
Littoral, thank you. The
Who's Steve
littoral,
laughing at? What's going
low
on?
draft assault vessels. They
Yeah.
even use it for transport and everything else, and they're actually multiple purpose vessels. They can carry cargo, they can carry crew, but unfortunately they're having breakdowns. It's like their propulsion systems are. Anyway, they're all like every time they go out they have a problem. So
Yeah.
that's a big problem nobody's talking about.
Yeah, I believe that if we're going to have government funding and increasing like our military budget, it needs to go to our Navy currently right now.
Yeah, and I like the idea of smaller vessel investment because the technology's changed so much that these huge aircraft carriers are just basically missile magnets.
They're very vulnerable.
Yeah, you're right, and that's the funny thing because the military does know this, but
Yeah.
they're not going to have like the aircraft what do you call them, carriers, I guess, like within the range, right?
Yeah.
So they're
Well, we do have refueling capabilities, so that's one good thing.
Yeah, it's good, but it's kind of concerning because we will corner China if they don't invade soon, which is going to be a problem. It could be possible.
What do you mean by we're going to corner China?
So we already have a bunch of deals, right? Like there are
submarines with Australia.
For example, so yeah, exactly. Australia, there's like the first and second island chain is what we have, right? The first one is dealt with the Philippines, and not let alone Taiwan, but also Japan. So that's
and
the
Vietnam.
first. And Vietnam as well, yes. We actually do have decent relations with them, and they don't like China either. So, yeah, it's
basically there's a complex strategy that's very well thought out to counter any Chinese invasion of Taiwan, and it's in depth. It's really quite elaborate.
And this is in place.
It's growing as Riddle has talked about some pieces of it that are being built, and if China sees that, they might want to act before it's all in place.
I mean, because that was my main question. I mean, because Riddle's a China hawk, and I'm curious if the thought is that they're going to move on Taiwan while we're bulked up in 2 different wars elsewhere in the world, or they're just going to let it ride out.
That's why.
Well,
That's
It's
why.
a big risk.
That's why I believe it is a big risk, and that's why I believe that they're supporting other wars so that we can get distracted, and funding would be difficult.
Yeah.
So by saying that, you're saying that they're going to invade during these other 2 crises.
Well, that's the big risk.
It's really not. No, it's more of a stress test and see how we react and how our economy is.
Exactly.
How
They're learning. They're watching and learning.
Yeah, it's an observation.
With their weather balloons.
I mean, one thing the Chinese never
exactly.
One thing you're never going to do is make the Chinese act before they're ready. They're very patient. They don't.
I would disagree with you on that one, actually.
You don't think so? I think they see. I think they take the long picture and they see that there's nothing we can do.
They do, but
because
I mean,
economically they will win, and then the military will follow after that.
Okay.
If I might interject, I think the difference that we're dealing with today in China is Xi. Xi is not a party man. He is a monolithic dictator.
Xi Jinping.
He's taking control of the Communist Party completely. It used to be like a committee, okay? He is basically taking care of all resistance, and he is the sole guy that's in charge of it. It used to be, the great minds would participate in planning the future, and
he's like Mao Zedong these days. He wants to be like that.
Yeah, and we know Mao made a lot of mistakes.
Meow.
Revolution.
Meow.
There he is.
Meow. But
Sorry, Riddle. Go on.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to change the subject, so you go on, Riddle.
Oh, okay. That's okay. That was just.
I do have content available that I think we can watch.
Okay.
I want to hear your subject last.
Yeah, it's kind of going backwards to one more media story from the Israel Gaza thing, and that's the story from now maybe a couple weeks back of the bombing of the hospital where 500 people.
That was a complete shit show, bro.
Well, the interesting thing is some guy did a deep dive on kind of how that story, where it originated from and how it spread. And it's interesting. First of all, we do not know who bombed the hospital. We definitely know that 500 people didn't die. That didn't happen.
Inconceivable.
Nobody really. You hear people saying, "Oh, it was Israel," and then people saying, "Oh, there's no way it was Israel. It was this Palestinian." Nobody really knows. That's the truth. But the story started.
Did you guys not actually see the video?
I saw the video. Yeah.
The video of one of the rockets that misfired and then fell onto.
I mean,
Palestinian soil.
We see the rocket going crazy. We see a flash when what looks like the engine fails and it explodes. Then there's a second or two, and then we see an explosion on the ground. That doesn't mean those two are necessarily connected. I mean, you just can't be sure.
Okay, well, I mean, rockets coming from one side and then explosion coming from those rockets being fired.
It seems like the most likely explanation. I'll agree with that. But
I did see pretty strong evidence that something landed in a parking lot next to the hospital. It caused some cars to explode, which did cause secondary damage.
Yeah.
There was something there. I mean, there were photographs available online if you just searched a little. And
I mean, I searched online and I saw a lot of destruction, and I mean, I also saw a refugee camp that was in the middle of tower blocks. I mean, how the fuck does that make sense?
Wait,
well, that's a separate story. That Blazer.
Yeah, I know, that's a separate story.
But
I mean,
let's talk about that in a second. Yeah, after this one, I'm actually curious about that.
Yeah. So what happened was the explosion took place, and apparently, the Gaza Health Ministry, i.e., Hamas, What they actually released the story was that there were 500 casualties or 500
Yes.
victims. They never initially they never said 500 people were killed. The first people that said 500 were killed were Al Jazeera English. Don't forget, Al Jazeera has broadcasts in English and they broadcast in Arabic.
You're right.
Al
I'll tell
Jazeera.
you, I think they're pretty good sometimes.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are, but not in this case. I don't believe.
Al Jazeera English was the
Agreed.
first outlet that said 500 were killed. Al Jazeera Arabic just kept the Arabic language, which was 500 victims. So Al Jazeera English said 500 killed. And then everybody, though they won't admit it, the New York Times won't admit it, AP won't admit it, the Washington Post won't admit it. Everybody took this Al Jazeera English story and just repeated it without double checking.
No.
That is.
Yes, I know it's hard to believe.
Oh my goodness.
That's atypical, man. That's what happens.
You're right.
Especially when
The
there's
funny
a
thing is,
news vacuum. When there's a
LeGrand,
news vacuum, they got to print.
why is there a couple of years between some things, and then all of a sudden their memories are wiped clean? Then
Memory hole.
They get all of a sudden, here's the news blurb, and they're all fucking publishing it. They're all tweeting it out. They're all doing all this stuff. And
Is it still considered tweeting? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, but my point is, why don't these fucking people ever learn? It's like their thirst to get the news out, to be the first, blinds them.
I think
we're victims of 24-hour news.
I don't want to let them off the hook, McGrandy.
I'm not letting them off.
Yeah, I don't think they should. I think they could do better even with the pressure.
I agree.
I want to get them off.
I actually agree with you. It's 24-hour propaganda.
Let who off the hook, though?
I think the important thing is Last Dance. Last Dance. You could put it out, but you got to give the source, and you have to say alleged or unsubstantiated. You have to make sure that you qualify the information.
I mean, this is what they did say. They did say 500 killed, Palestinians say, but even that wasn't true. What they should have said is 500 people killed, according to Al Jazeera English.
Exactly. Or they should have said reports indicate that a large number of people have been injured or killed.
They also just stole Al Jazeera's reporting and pretended it was their own.
It's commonplace.
They stole somebody else's lie and pretended it was their own.
Borrowed it.
And if they had just credited it to Al Jazeera, the lie would have been given to Al Jazeera, not to them.
DOA. But this is commonplace today. This is a direct result of what happens when you have corporations take over news services and you don't have reporters on the ground. Almost everybody is quoting Associated Press or someone else, BBC. Everybody's quoting someone else. In fact, you really have a problem on a news show when all the people being interviewed are reporters.
Let me just point out Ashley Spears' comment about Chinese spy balloons.
Totally not Chinese spy balloons.
You weren't supposed to say that.
Well, there goes your strike for YouTube.
I was just reading verbatim.
I mean, that's pretty funny. I had a giggle. I giggled. It's great.
I like how you didn't put it on the screen.
Last Dance is his fingers wavering over it right now.
Well, this was what I was going to put up was my man.
Nobody's including so-called truth tellers on the internet.
Yeah.
So what's so-called and what's truth?
Wow, man, that chat.
Well, I mean, everybody, the people that complain the most about mainstream media, not Last Dance, who I think might have brought this story up, but that complain the most about the media, not telling a lie or something. They tell so many more lies or speculation that they come across as being the truth. And they're never held accountable.
Who?
And more people are leaving mainstream media, and I'm not giving people think I give mainstream media
No,
a
I know
pass,
you're not. You're not giving a pass. I know that.
but they're more guilty. And if we move in that direction where we're listening to some guy on the YouTube, speaking
No, I
his
know.
mind, we're
Like
not
Facebook
going
right
in the
now.
You're basically
we're not going in the right direction. We're not
you're
going to fix the
saying
problem.
when you leave mainstream media, you're not necessarily getting better information.
Exactly.
It's not getting better. No matter how bad it is, it's not getting better.
Yeah, okay, but that's fair. I think it's a good, healthy thing to do that by being independent, because if you give proper links, yeah, you could be a YouTube guy, sure, but if you if you cite your resources, I think that's probably a good thing. You could give a perspective if you want. That's fine.
I think like taking it all in is helpful. There are there are parts of the mainstream media.
Mute
that
RW
you do.
for that.
Yeah, that was
That's
good.
fine.
But there are sections of mainstream media that are worth paying attention to.
For sure.
Yeah, and there are sections of the internet that are
NPR.
definitely worth paying attention to.
NPR is a good example.
NPR. I'm not going to say I listen to NPR. I like some parts of NPR.
Can I ask you a question?
I recognize, like, I was listening to a show on WGBH the other day where they were talking about the focus of banning gas-operated leaf blowers because of noise pollution and carbon pollution.
Yeah, they're doing that in California.
I was breaking my ass at the time, like working my balls off, right? And like I wanted to call in and be like, do you realize most of the people that are running these gas operated leaf blowers are barely making enough to survive, which are the people that NPR is supposedly there to like help,
These are working class, every last one of them.
That's absolutely true. Exactly.
But yet they're like, ban it. And these people from Newton and Cambridge, which are very wealthy towns, are calling in and saying, maybe we can put time restrictions on it and this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, right. Yeah. Fucking working class dudes who are busting their ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, are leaves on the ground a big deal? I don't know. But if everyone left their leaves around, wouldn't it be disgusting? Leaves everywhere?
I mean,
I gotta give you some perspective.
Anarchy.
It could be. Well, I mean,
communism.
Well, there is something there to that, though. I mean, you need proper maintenance. Otherwise, I mean, for example, if you have a tire and you're driving a car, like if you have all these leaves on the ground, it's possible that it wouldn't give proper traction. It could result in an accident. That's my argument for that. If that specific example.
They fill in storm drains. I'm not going to lie. We've all walked during a thunderstorm. You walk by a storm drain that's covered with leaves, and the fucking water's just barreling over it. That water's going somewhere else downhill into someone's basement or wherever. It's flooding some area.
Right.
Like
Steve, one of my first jobs when I was a little kid was I used to cut people's lawns, and I always used a broom and a rake. So there are alternatives, and
you know how long
it would take? Quiet. It's a lot more quiet back then.
I don't agree. So what are you saying, that small engines using gasoline should be banned?
No, he's saying you should mow your lawn with a rake.
No, I'm saying you cut your lawn.
He's saying mow the lawn with a broom. Use the rake to rake the.
No, I'm not talking about cutting the lawn. We're talking about leaf blowers. So we're talking about getting rid of waste. I'm not talking about cutting the lawn with anything. I'm talking about getting rid of the waste. And I used to use a broom.
Good night, gentlemen.
Shovel, broom.
All right, see you, buddy. Yeah, I knew a guy once like you, and he died because he was raking leaves for so long.
Well, dude,
doesn't make any sense.
I'm not going anywhere.
You know what's funny though? If you've ever used an electric blower, they're pretty loud anyway. I mean, I don't know. I use them, and they're not much quieter.
It's not a noise concern.
I have an electric and a battery operated, so they're both pretty loud. And
yeah.
Man, once you go to electric though, I'll never go back to the cleaning out the carburetor every spring, and
Yeah.
my weed
Is it-
eater and my blower are both electric now.
So you
Wow.
support? So you would be fine with, like, for example, are you in California? You don't have to tell me, but like, are you in California?
Which
I'm
who you
okay.
talking
So
to?
I'm you, Aphid.
Oh
So-
no, I'm in Missouri.
Okay, so I'm in California, right? And so they want to ban small engines, small gas operating things, which they will do, according to Newsom, right?
Was that 2030?
Now,
What?
no, even sooner than that. Actually,
Yeah,
it's
way before that.
2025. I believe
Just
it's
get the
2024
hell
or
out.
25.
Just get the hell out.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
how are they
yeah,
gonna how
how
are they gonna
easy-
clean the
how
human
easy
feces
that-
off the sidewalk from his
Yeah.
policies of letting all these fucking
They use a
without
rake and a
Colorado.
broom.
Oh,
That's
God.
right. And the
You
shovel.
for
Don't
that.
forget the shovel, Last Dance. And,
Shovel,
and
yeah.
there's going to
Sorry.
increase demand for the 5-gallon bucket as well.
Shovel for the fat guys.
That reminds me, I have a great human feces story to tell when.
All right,
when the
let's
subject-
line you
when
up
We can't
after-
figure something else out to talk about.
All right.
Well,
Let's hold that.
if I don't
In
get
your back
interrupted,
pocket,
I
so
could
to speak.
probably finish
Yeah,
the
I'll
point.
keep it in the back chat maybe.
I want to
Please
hear
do.
it, man.
All
Well,
right.
I do too.
let me let
No,
Riddle
let me-
finish because I
Yeah, I
butted
want to
in
hear
on
Riddle.
Yeah, no, I'm with
Riddle.
Riddle.
Please continue, my man.
Okay, so by the way, feces are all across they're there. Trust me. Anyways, so would you be in support of banning these small gasoline engine, like just going straight up electric within a certain time period, and shunning, not just shunning, but literally banning these small? Would you be all for that? Because you're in Missouri, right?
Oh, me? No, I don't think I'm for that now.
Okay. Well, I mean, like that would apply to not only all of our people that do our, like APR says, right? Our, how do I say this? We hire Hispanics and immigrants, right? This is a
Yeah,
fact.
yeah.
That's
So
just
do
brown.
that is just a fact.
We call them brown people on this show.
Yeah. Well.
It's the same thing here in the East Coast, Riddle. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So, but
I
in
mean,
California, I mean, I'm just going by population because California has the most population, right?
Yeah, because
And
it used to be
and-
part
and
of
how
Mexico,
many-
so
and
there's
how
more
many-
Mexicans there.
Yes. Well, we had a war over that, and we won it. So
I know,
deal
I know.
with that.
I'm
So
just saying
here's
there's people there, though.
so here's the thing. So like, would you be supportive of doing that? And also, by the way, I'm a mixed race, by the way, with Hispanic population. So I have both sides on either or, and we're actually in agreement on certain things like this. Like, for example, would you be? Is that okay? Because you have all these people with their jobs. They're gonna have to change technologies. They're gonna have to get different equipment. It cannot be gas based, and I don't know how we're gonna run our vehicles.
Right.
Because-
Think about it. Like they leaf blow up to the back of the truck, and then they use a giant vacuum and mulcher thing to suck it into the truck. So it's like,
I mean, it's all based off of gasoline. So if they're like, if they want to ban like small engines, small gasoline based engines,
they're
go
going to
ahead.
cut down on the workforce.
Okay, I am really interested in hearing the rest of Riddle's question.
All right.
Why'd you interrupt?
Yeah, he was getting ready to do it. Jesus.
I think he
Rude.
did finish.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. So my
Quick,
question
make up
is,
more questions.
Make up more
I
questions.
got a possible answer, and that is that
No, I already
Latinos will
asked. I already
always
asked the
adapt.
questions.
Yeah, he did ask.
I know, but
No.
my answer is that Latinos will always find a way to adapt and adjust.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah. Okay.
I think
Interesting.
Riddle, what's going to happen here is the owners of the companies are going to say, all right, I have to spend like 100% more this year on equipment. That means I'm going to spend a shitload less on labor, and I'm going to make the guys that I have get 3 times as much done, but we're going to have to use the equipment to facilitate that.
What do you
To be
think?
honest-
What do you think the end result of that will be?
Dead batteries.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
Well, I
okay,
think the end
okay.
result will be
No,
people.
RW, shut up.
I'm gonna give you the end result.
RW,
The end,
come on.
I'm gonna give you the end result. The end result is a ban on backup generators.
No, it's gonna increase prices for everybody.
Yeah,
Right.
it's going to increase prices, but the ban on
They're not gonna ban
small
it. They're
the ban on small engines is going to be a ban on backup generators.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, I actually agree with you on that one. Yeah.
But you said, like, when I made the comment about dead batteries, I wasn't joking though. Like, you already are having issues with electricity in California. Once you put that load on the market, people are going to have batteries ready to go. And if they're doing all day jobs, how are they charging them?
Yeah, my bad. I thought you were actually trolling, but yes, no, because yes, you're
That
right.
makes sense.
Exactly.
You're in the field.
Exactly. So like
You don't have outlets to plug into. You're right.
Well, that might actually be
So
included in the ban.
what do you
on small
what do you
engines.
think electricity is based off of? Because what they do is it's the reasoning for climate change, right? The CO2 emissions or all that ridiculousness, right? Now there is something to that, sure, but the way it's used is weaponized and politicized.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in California, absolutely. So where do you think that the solution is for California, anyways? Because we're supposedly leading the nation in climate change. What do you guys think?
Well,
I think you will. I think
still
you
here.
will
Come
do the
on.
most. I think you will do. I think you will ban it. I think you always, with this particular progressive strain that's running things, it's always the most extreme legislation, and you kind of and then you kind of look at the results and try and mitigate the disastrous legislation with kind of patches afterward.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's just like the introduction of Medicare, or
I mean, how do we?
Is it true? Is it true, Riddle? You guys banned Skittles?
Why? You know what? At this point, I would not be surprised.
I mean, it's nothing new with California, though. I mean, they've been doing it with emissions and stuff with vehicles since the '70s, late '70s.
This is new. Small gas.
No, I mean, this is new, but I mean, it's still the same direction
stop.
that California's been going.
Right. I understand that, which is why it's a problem that California is getting worse and worse. So if it's nothing new, then why is California getting worse? Like, there's a lot of reasons.
As far as
like,
what, though? What do you mean getting worse?
Like, for example, emissions. Okay, like our car standards are different. They're enforcing a lot of taxation to afford new vehicles, and they're just telling us that we should do this or that. We're not allowed to have gas stoves anymore and all that. They're trying to ban that. We're not allowed to do all these. I'm serious. This is a real thing.
No, I know. New York's the same way.
I mean, how many have you ever? I've been to California. I go usually once a year.
Yeah,
I don't think people realize how, like, for example, how expensive gasoline is in California.
It is.
What is it?
It's
right
like
now,
5 or something, or 4.
Right now, on average, it's $5.40.
Okay.
And that's state taxes. That's what that is.
That is state taxes, and Newsom just increased it by 3 cents.
Yeah.
I think it's $3 to $3.50 in
That's
North Carolina.
standard.
For gas? Yeah, well, that's where we are.
Seriously? 5 something?
It's a different
I'm
world.
serious.
Three-
Yeah,
three
I'm
to
serious.
350.
I'm
$3
serious.
to
Yeah.
$3.50.
We're
it's
like 280 a gallon here.
Duh, you are. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, they all have muscle
280.
cars where he lives.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, damn it. I am jealous as hell.
Both my vehicles get 13 miles a gallon, so
hoorah.
Hey, mine gets only 17. I mean, it's like, yeah, but that gas kills, dude. So anyways, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Instead of streetlights, they just pour gasoline out and throw matches on it.
That's right.
Burn it all night long.
They throw different types of minerals in there to make it
Exactly.
a different color.
Yeah,
like
ethanol, right? Yeah.
Happy holidays, man. America.
America.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I think it's difficult to afford. I think the whole. I heard you guys talking about earlier with the electrical car thing before I got on the first time. I disagree. I think that as much as I don't want it to go to electrical cars, I think it's that's just the way it's going to go, and I don't think it has much to do with saving the environment. I think just
Oh yeah, Borg is here.
it's
Has
just the way.
Borg said anything?
No,
I think
No.
he might feel intimidated in this group.
Yeah, I
Could be
asked
wrong.
him to listen because he doesn't feel like comfortable.
Well, he
He's,
maybe
he's a
he
young
need-
guy. Do you want
Yeah,
him to
maybe
speak? Let's
you
get
know,
him to
maybe he
speak.
wants to hang around for one show, and then
Okay.
the next week he'll come back and talk. You know, that's fine.
Yeah. Let's
Totally okay.
let's peer pressure him right now.
You're right.
Borg.
Exactly.
well,
Let's make him,
he's
Speak up.
muted. He's
let's make him
muted.
more
Oh,
uncomfortable.
oh no, he's not going to be here. Actually,
Big
He's-
up.
So
That
you guys
was
want to
him.
hear about the?
I just
you guys,
heard him.
No, he's
Said big-
muted.
All right,
All
we
right,
got.
no.
Big up.
I know we're
Oh, that was
that's
me,
going.
dude.
We got some feces coming up here.
Yeah, you guys want
Fling
to hear
it,
some
baby. Fling that feces
feces
story.
talk?
All right.
See what sticks. See
Oh
what
wait, no,
sticks.
Smokesteve, you were gonna play some clip that you didn't get.
Oh yeah,
to
you got a
play.
clip.
No, that's going to redirect the whole thing. This will be the coup de Gracie, as
Right. Let's get the
as,
shit out of the way
as
first.
Bugs Bunny said, the coup de Gracie. So let's get everything else out of
Coup
the
de
way.
Gracie. Coup
Yeah.
de Gracie.
I don't understand the reference. So what does that mean?
That's coup de grace.
Coup de
It's
grace.
the,
Coup de
it's the
grace.
bullet
Kill
to the
shot.
back of the head.
I see.
That-
Okay.
All right, so should I go with the shit talk?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
All right,
please.
so-
101.
It's-
Swing it,
style.
baby.
Spew it.
So yeah, so I went to the grocery store this afternoon, and I was just getting ready to go to the checkout, right? And I got my cart with all my shit and everything, and I see this
Oh, you
guy,
shit.
and he's like walking real funny, like not bending his.
God, no.
He's not bending his legs. He's he's middle-aged guy, like my age, you know. He's got long hair though, and like a hat on, and he's got this ghostly look on his face. He's
Oh,
tried to make eye contact with him, and
Why?
I just I didn't because I was like, why is he walking like that?
He's
'cause
concerned.
It was
Just
almost like he
stay
had
up with-
braces on his legs, but there was
Aphid
no
Lip is a
braces.
lover
on
of
his
humanity. He wants to make
No
sure he's okay.
braces. Oh, you thought he was like kind of like CP.
yeah, I was, yeah. And then I looked at his legs, and it looked like there was like at first I thought it was mud, like there was mud all over him.
Oh no.
And then it was almost like that. There was almost like that. That
Quick, mute him.
blob.
I don't know if you guys. I think they call it monkey juice, but it's like
Oh,
when you go
God.
to
Jesus.
in the hospital and they rub that. I think it might be iodine or something. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
yellowish.
Wait. I want to know about the history of monkey juice. What the hell?
Separate subject. We'll just
Yeah,
we'll table
it's
that.
just-
We'll circle
all right.
back.
just a little. Yeah, just a
Okay.
little.
Let's
So,
stop it for sure.
Anyway,
It's called
so I-
Benadine. Benadine from the
Okay.
hospital.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Okay.
then I was like, oh well, you know, I just started walking. I still didn't know what was going on with the guy, and then I heard this. At the same time, actually, I heard this. I think that it was referred to as a colored person earlier. Somebody referred to him.
What the hell?
He was.
Very
he was like.
progressive.
It was very
What that
like
is.
very like
Animated.
boisterous and animated. Yes. And so I get closer to the checkout, and he's like, "Oh,
What exactly did this person that you described as, I don't really know the word, but what did they say?
Well, okay, so I get closer and I realize he's talking. Then he starts talking to me because I get up, and he's like, "Oh man, you gotta watch out, dude." Oh, and he's real like accented, and he's like, "You gotta watch out, man." He's he doo-dooed himself, and I didn't know what he was saying, because it just didn't make any sense,
Chocolate.
And I look on the ground, and there's like it looks like somebody dropped like a jar and it broke, and there was like steak sauce or something all over the ground.
Stop saying
And
sauce.
I still
You had to
still
say
didn't
that.
dawn. It still didn't dawn on me what was going on. So
I'm
Dude,
never
we're
gonna have
Picking
steak
up any
sauce again.
scent? No scent?
okay,
No smell?
that's
Trust
when it dawned. That's
the
when
steak
it all
sauce.
came together. That's when it came together with the guy walking funny, the monkey juice on the leg, and the doo doo pants talk. And usually I go through the self checkout, but I had some items that needed to be weighed, and I just didn't want to fiddle with
Was
it. And
it-
there was an
Was
open
it dripping?
checker.
Was it
They had
was
the
it dripping?
wave
It was dripping down his leg or something like that.
Yes. So I
Yes.
realized at that point
Oh no.
the guy's
Oh, no.
struggling, it was shit. He'd sprayed it. He had shorts on, and he sprayed it all the way down his legs, and it was all over the floor.
Oh no!
And
Oh
the
my
guy, the
God.
black guy, was trying to warn me not to push my cart through the guy's crap. Is what he was. And it dawned on me because the smell started overwhelming me, and I was
Oh
like,
my
"Oh my
Did
god!"
you ignore said black guy and just keep progressing forward?
No, I
Like,
didn't know what I didn't know if he was talking to me. He was talking
What
to
the
every single
fuck?
person that walked in the area.
Come
He was
on.
trying to warn
What's this
everybody.
idiot babbling
Good
about?
Samaritan,
Yeah.
bro.
I'll follow this convenient trail to the checkout stand.
Exactly.
What is
So
this
it dawned
person?
on me, and I'd never experienced anything like this in my entire life. So I
Wow.
thought it'd be
Congratulations.
perfect
Dude,
to share with you guys
did-
here.
as you were
I would
pushing
just
your
leave the
cart
cart and
forward.
leave the store. and
Yeah,
never-
I thought
and
about it
not
because
go back there for years.
it started like I thought I might get sick because I'm not feeling the best anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, similar lines to what this poor guy was going through.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think I
Me
got
too.
food
I was going to
poisoning.
comment.
You
Aphid.
almost,
I
you
think I
almost
got
joined
food
him.
poisoning yesterday. So
Aphid,
I was just on the
I
verge
wanted
of-
to-
of-
As the well-meaning black brother said to you, get out of the way, and did you progress forward and say with your cart, stand aside, ruffian, I will go where I please. As you wheel your fucking cart through human feces. I mean, what
oh
is
my
this?
god, dude! And then I felt
Like,
bad because when I was
You
sitting
really
there checking,
must have been sick yourself. Like you weren't really yourself. You're just like, God,
Yeah.
You should have talked to
They-
him, man. You should have been like, man, I'm having a shitty day. How are you doing?
oh, they called up the poor Mexican guy, and he's got his cart with the
Mexican
mop,
comes into it.
and
Jesus
he had to
Christ.
clean it all up.
This
and I
is the
felt
pecking
so
order of
sorry
society. It's
for him.
terrible.
It
You
was.
know what? You know what they say? It always rolls downhill.
That's right.
You know where that
Hey,
phrase
Aphid,
comes from, don't you?
I wanted to let you know.
Damn.
Just
No, but I'd like
give
to
you
know
some-
now.
I want to
Back-
give you some
back-
perspective because I had a
Wait,
spraying
I want to
day
hear where
myself.
this phrase comes from real quick before you give
I
us
believe
yours.
this to be the case.
Yes.
Back before there was plumbing,
Did this come from Al Jazeera English?
possibly, I can't really be sure. So, don't necessarily, it's not gospel. It didn't come from God. Back before there was plumbing, rich people used to put their house on the top of the hill, and the poor people would live by the water down below, because when they went to the bathroom, it just went down basically
the
downhill,
the
and it would
open
go
drain.
down towards the water. And the poorer you were, the further downhill you lived. It always rolls downhill.
Yeah.
And that's
Well-
how we formed our democracy.
And in his case,
That's
it was a
bullshit.
spraying event. It wasn't any. It wasn't
Human
any
shit,
rolling.
not bullshit.
He was like a crop duster. That guy was like spraying, man. It was liquefied.
Did you ever see? Did we have this discussion? And you ever see a hippo?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did last week. We
Yeah.
talked about it.
Yeah.
Does it always come down to a hippo? Everything ends
National
up. being-
Geographic.
We shot the video. It
Hey.
was
Oh, was it the video?
Hey,
disturbing.
hey, Aphid,
Yeah.
I was actually experiencing that today myself on 3 occasions. I don't know what it was. I ate something bad. I don't know. But thank God I was able to make it to the great
All right.
white
Now
bull
it's-
savior.
now
And I
we
did my
have
spraying,
entered a
man.
whole-
I sprayed it.
We've entered a whole new realm here for old guy talk.
Well,
It's called spray and pray.
Yeah,
Smokesteve,
I was
this just
spraying,
shows
baby.
the wide variety of topics we discuss on the pod.
Oh,
They really
That's
are
right.
Please
I-
don't say
I
wine.
also realized why
wide
using
stance
red
variety of topics.
hot pepper can be a problem later on in the day or maybe the next.
Yeah, it can burn going in
Caliente.
and it can burn coming out.
Yeah, you know what? A buddy of mine used to say he liked cayenne pepper. He said because it only burned going in, it didn't burn going out. And I think he
love
was right.
pepper.
Cayenne pepper.
It's excellent for your digestive system. It stops bleeding. It helps with pain.
Does it?
Really?
Hillary
No.
used to carry it
Cayenne
for
oil.
all of her interviews. All right, shall I play a new subject?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It's okay now. I've
I
cried
would-
already.
Well,
We're talking about hippos. We're gonna do the hippos.
The previous
Yeah, go
discussion crapped out. So we
no,
can
no. But I want to
Okay.
know what's going to be the new subject. Let's
All right,
agree on
now-
something.
He's currently spinning the wheel.
Exactly.
All right, here's the thing. Like, there's something that's been brought up to me by certain entities. It's called Project 2025. Has anybody heard
Oh,
about this?
yes.
The
It depends
shortening
on
of
who.
Project 2030, right? The
It
quickening.
depends. It depends. Like, tell me what you know.
Does this thing exist?
Sounds like a Masonic.
Depends. That guy, the guy at the grocery store could have used those.
Exactly.
Does it
You never know.
exist? Does it exist? That's what I want to know, Riddle. I
Okay.
have a whole thing here.
No, you tell me what you've learned from it. What do you know? What do you think?
I don't know, dude. It's funny. The stuff I've looked up on it, it's so ambiguous and it's so overlapping. Like
It's intentional.
What I found out about it is that there's not a lot to find out, but
Really?
it
There's not a lot to
exists.
find out. How'd you hear of it? What's going on?
Well, it was pointed out to me by a certain entity.
Who?
Entity.
But nobody.
The
So,
crystalline entity from Star Trek.
Is it a
Yeah.
So
You're pointing
Riddle,
out to me,
can you
RW.
tell us what you think it is?
Project 2025?
What the hell are you talking about?
This
Why
is,
don't you
this is a
fill us
Chinese
in?
plan. This is a
I haven't
Chinese
even
plan
played
for
it yet.
sure.
The guy's
Year of
given me already.
Year of the rat.
Yeah, I was pointing out. Well, okay, so when did I? Wait, hold on. When
Yeah,
the
yeah.
hell did I say 2025 to you, though?
You
Specifically.
didn't say it to me.
Yeah, I
Oh.
know.
No, but you asked the
RW
question.
I
and you gave the
misread.
answer.
I misread
Yeah.
his body language.
RW pointed out to me. Yeah, and
No, I
I'm
picked
sorry,
it up. I've picked it up along the way with. I mean, I've been in
Project
so many
2025.
hours of chats with you guys. It's
It is a
certainly-
Chinese. It's a canceled Chinese plan to actually take over like technology.
Really?
That's what
Never,
2025 was supposed to
never
be
heard
about.
of it.
I thought
Yeah.
2025 was a shortening of 2030.
No,
So
that's
because they wanted to roll it forward.
So the Chinese government has a 5-year plan, and they do that every so often, right?
5 years?
Yeah, every 5
Every
years.
5 years.
But they convene about it more than just 5 years, but they have
Okay.
a 5-year plan and talk about how their 5-year plan is. It's very odd, and I monitor these guys, and yeah, it is very. They realize that right now they're messing up because Xi Jinping is too authoritarian, and he's ruining relationships with international countries, I suppose, just on a scale. But yes, 2025 was supposed to be their original plan, and they were supposed to be economically dominant. For example, the chips, the semiconductors, that's what they wanted. They wanted to be semiconductor independent, and basically instead of Taiwan, they wanted to have themselves be independent of that, and now they're changing it. So that was the 2025 plan. It's not going to happen at this rate.
Yeah.
But that was
I
my
think-
interpretation of that. So
Yeah, if you think about the unexpected, I think COVID threw them off, and 'cause that just changed all the everything.
yeah,
In fact, the United States is now focusing on domestic production of these chips. It
Yes.
changed everything.
yes, that's very
which,
true. It was
which
the
is
chips
a
that-
wonderful move, and that's why we need Taiwan, by the way, because they're the big boys in that game.
Yes.
To be honest, I want to expand on that answer. They didn't expect as much resistance from the COVID plan.
You didn't expand. I'm sorry. What? Can you say that again?
They did not expect so much resistance from the COVID plan.
What do you mean, the COVID plan?
The COVID
He
plan.
thinks
I mean,
that they
the
intentionally
pandemic.
introduced it.
He's stating in a way that it was a pandemic.
Last dance.
Oh.
Can you see my lady's comment?
Have
Yeah.
none of you heard of the Republican Plan Project? Okay, well,
Nope,
tell me what
never
that
heard of
is. I've never heard of
it.
it. Sounds like something that the China. Okay, well, tell me about it.
It's a thing.
Let's get rid of Social Security.
Oh, is that what it is?
I
Who's
have no
playing a
idea.
banjo? Was that
Oh,
a
man, I heard
banjo?
It sounded
Yeah.
like
I
it.
thought that was you.
How
Somebody's doing
RW?
something.
RW's over there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, RW, can you play some Tom Dooley?
I can hardly. I've played it for an hour and a half total. I'll get back to you when I'm up to that level.
You know
All right,
what?
all right, all right.
I would love to hear you have a session right there. But yeah, let's go back to
Yeah.
this
How about a little
Republican.
deliverance?
No, I want to know about this Republican plan. Tell me about that because that's news to me.
The Republican plan.
I haven't heard of it.
I'm in
Smoke
Britain.
Life.
Well, it just so happens I happened to find a video about it.
By the way,
There we go.
let me make my statement clear. I don't like Republicans, but I despise Democrats.
Okay.
So
That's
well,
love for
I'll just
everybody.
put it there.
There's,
I'll just
there's
put
no
it there.
ambiguity there.
I'll put
We can
this
respect
here.
that.
That's absolutely ambiguity.
I'll put this here. I'm a real conservative. I'm one that is just kind of like either make it better or keep it as it is. That's what a conservative is supposed to be. I'm not a Republican because I'm in England.
You remember a parliament or what?
No.
It's just he's
Do
just
I
a
look,
fucking
do I
man.
look like a fucking member of parliament? For fuck's sake, I'm a
I'm just-
Your wig's on the bottom. The
I'm
wig's
just-
on the wrong side of your head. It
I'm
goes
just
up
kidding.
here.
I'm just
a
kidding.
screw up. I'm a screw up that just basically tries to live his life the best he can, tries to provide for his family, and
Okay.
tries to raise his kid right.
That's
There
good.
you
All
go.
right. So
That's
what
good.
would you okay, if you had to make a choice, just real quick, would you be more of a liberal or conservative when it comes to how you are now?
What do you mean how I am now?
Well, your life, right? You're just
Obviously.
trying to
Conservative.
take care of your family and right? Like what would you consider yourself on the side of if you had to make a choice?
If
And
I
you
had
don't have to
had-
answer.
You haven't actually asked a proper question yet because you've asked two questions but asked for one answer.
Okay. Well, what's
You-
if you had
Don't-
okay,
Don't forget, Riddle. He's in the UK, so
right, understandable.
those
If you-
words don't mean quite the same thing.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So if you were in the U.S. and since you're paying attention to U.S. politics, right?
Yeah.
Would you consider yourself a conservative or a liberal, or on a Democrat or Republican, if you had to make a choice?
I've already said that I'm a conservative, but I also gave you what the true meaning of conservative is.
Okay.
The Republicans you have now are mostly fake.
Yes,
Not
that's
all
true.
of them. Not all of them, but mostly fake.
Okay.
Are you saying politicians are liars?
I'm saying politicians are posers.
Yeah.
Ah.
No kidding. Wonder what their constituents are.
They're especially today. They are performers.
Yes, the theater.
Yeah, Rick Scott, the
So, anyway-
Florida state senator, just
Yeah.
endorsed Donald Trump over Ron DeSantis, his same state governor, same political party. That's
All right.
pretty interesting for me. But knowing Rick Scott, that's not too amazing.
So I'm curious about this 2025
Go ahead.
Republican plan.
Go ahead.
Well, I have a video.
Put it on.
Show
All
it.
right,
Show it.
do it, buddy.
All right.
Hold on.
Educate us.
I don't know
Educate
who
us.
this guy is. He's Dan Abrams.
Abraham X. Candy. That sounds like I'm just kidding.
That must be the Republican he's talking about.
Don't we all play? Isn't it funny that Jews and everybody prays to an Abrahamic God, right?
Right.
It's all-
Abraham. It's all the same root, right?
Yeah.
Right. Dude,
Yes, sir.
hello? Right?
Maybe-
Muslims,
Maybe we
Christians, and
can
Jews.
just get along if we realize that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very
All
possible.
may be one.
Thank you. Glad you guys agree.
For the sake of argument.
So I'll wait. I'm curious about this plan. I told you about the Chinese plan. Do you think that was not based off of that, or is it different? Just for now, until he pulls it up.
What
do you think?
Republican isn't the same as the Chinese.
I hope so
think-
not, but I guarantee you they're going to try to tie it into that. Bet you anything. But
All right, hold on.
what do you think? Well, what do you think about the Chinese plan? I just told you. What do you think? What do you guys think?
I
think
think
that
there's.
when it comes to
I have
controlling
no doubt.
technology, they're a lot farther ahead than you think. I mean, you're all heard about the Huawei debacle. So
The what
debacle?
debacle?
Huawei, their tablets and phones that were pulled off the market.
Huawei.
Oh yeah.
That's how I would pronounce it.
All right, this is the guy.
I don't understand.
You ready?
Okay.
News Nation. All right.
He looks like
Dan
a
Abrams.
constipated Republican.
Volume's low on screen.
Far right proposal.
President. Preferably, it seems, Donald Trump, but not necessarily. On how to literally not just change, but dismantle government as we know it. They can defund the Department of Justice.
Oh my God.
The FBI, break up the Department of Homeland Security. I've often said that is as dumb an idea as defunding the police was. But
Wait, I like that so far.
they also want to eliminate the Departments of Education and Commerce, and most importantly, give the president far more power than he has today.
That I don't
Now,
like.
there are a lot of problems with
Accuse your enemy
change
of what
as
you're
well.
doing.
But this
Exactly.
is as much about eliminating anyone who isn't loyal to the message as it is about change.
Wait,
What did I do?
in
Turn the
government,
volume
and
up.
You
that's
hit pause.
dividing all of us. To be clear, this isn't just a bunch of obscure groups. This is a real movement with real
There you go.
influential political players.
Thank you.
It's called Project 2025, and it's led by the Heritage Foundation think tank and run by former Trump
Heritage
administration
Foundation.
officials. Its director, Paul Dans, who was also the chief of staff of the Office of Personnel Management in the Trump administration, telling NPR their mission is to save the country.
The entirety of this is actually to save democracy. We are confronting tyranny, the tyranny of unaccountable, unelected bureaucracy. We can't have a class of folks in Washington utterly disconnected from any sort of accountability.
Accountability is good, but the nearly 1,000-page handbook talks more about political loyalty. Like for the FBI director, quote, "The director of the FBI must remain politically accountable to the president in the same manner as the head of any other federal department or agency." Never mind that the FBI has never had a director who was a Democrat, ever. They also want to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security. In the meantime, fill
That's
it
not
with more
true.
obedient
It's not true.
appointees.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant by
A
that.
key
That was
first step for the
ridiculous.
secretary to improve front office functions is to have his or her own dedicated team of political appointees selected and vetted by the Office of Presidential Personnel, which is not reliant on detainees from other parts of the department to help ensure the completion of the next president's agenda. Essentially,
Wow.
they want to make it much easier to fire tens of thousands of federal employees in policymaking positions so they could be replaced with, quote, "an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one." And they're already recruiting.
Oh my God.
Wow. Where's the context on that one?
It's your job to ensure that that power
why they're
is
arming the
executed
IRS.
responsibly and in line with
Yeah,
the
I
president's
was
will.
just going to mention the IRS.
Yeah, this
Hold
is
on.
this is I'm sorry. This is like go ahead, finish it though
It's,
before
it's just
Your
propaganda.
chance
before I
to
formally
truly make a
respond.
difference.
Which she did to the American flag.
Now, Project 2025's agenda aligns with former President Trump, but this is not about him. Joining me now is Michael Hirsch. He's the former national editor for Politico magazine who wrote a piece profiling Project 2025 called Inside.
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, whilst you're paused, can I just mention that what's it? When Biden was running, he was gonna
Biden.
tax. He was gonna tax the rich, the really rich,
Wait,
the
who?
really really rich.
Pedro?
And then he realized that he was in that category and he was like, nope, never mind, just kidding.
Yeah, he was going to tax the really, really rich, and then he got in power, and then he hired how many thousands of IRS agents? How many thousands of IRS agents need?
It was 86,000.
Oh, I was off.
Yeah, but you have to remember that during the whole Trump administration, the whole department was hobbled. I mean, it's been on
The whole department was what?
on the legislative
Hobbled.
agenda of the Republicans to
Hang on,
to
I can't hear.
defund the IRS.
Everybody in the IRS had their Achilles tendon
The whole
cut.
department was what? I
why they have
apologize. I shouldn't
hands.
have
Hobbled.
read it.
Hobbled. It's
Ho-
when you take a block of
hobbled.
wood, put it between your two legs, and then you take a sledgehammer. And you,
I understand the definition. I just didn't hear the word. That's all.
Why does that
You were
sound
hobbled
accurate?
by poor audio.
Yeah, like slamming your balls against the fucking. Yeah, I get it.
I mean, it kind of pisses me off with your country. I mean, Trump said he was going to take out the swamp, then he surrounded himself with the swamp, and he didn't even know it.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
very true.
I think he knew it.
We all knew. what
No.
was
Oh,
going
so
on.
you think that he knew it? So you think that Trump actually just didn't know, or he
No,
knew
I-
it? He's well aware of it. So you
No,
think he's a bad actor?
I think it was a
actually
talking point
think-
to get himself elected, just like
I
almost
actually-
everything
I
he says.
actually-
Oh, then
I
what?
think he
What?
didn't
How
know.
did he benefit himself by getting elected?
No, I'm not saying he did it to
Oh.
personally, like financially benefit.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I mean, I think it,
Obviously not.
for whatever reasons, I think his main criteria for picking cabinet members was perceived loyalty to him, and that was his main goal. Nothing to do with the swamp.
Interesting.
All right,
Not
all
to
right.
be
Let's
materialistic,
real
so-
quick. Let's real quick pick who we think he's going to take for his running mate.
Hillary Clinton.
The bitch from Georgia.
Also
no,
known as
MTG? No, not her.
Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, never.
That's
No.
No,
If- if-
Gates.
I would love it to be
Oh, God, I hope
Vivek,
not.
but it's not going to happen. I don't think it'll be Vivek.
I was just going to say, I'm going to guess
All right,
Vivek,
let me
Vivek
get a general,
Ramaswamy.
can I get a general
Oh, dear.
consensus from you guys?
I think it's like gonna be that girl from Arizona.
Do you think that Trump was actually trying to take advantage, or do you think that Trump was actually trying to
Really?
help the country?
Oh, he was.
What the hell is he talking
Real
about?
quick.
I
real
asked
quick.
you a direct question.
I'll tell you that
I just
I
wanna
think
mention
Trump.
the other
He
thing
has
first.
only and ever cared about himself, not anybody
Exactly.
else.
Okay,
including the rest of
okay.
them.
All right.
Sorry,
I agree
Riddle,
with
can,
that.
can you ask the question
Okay,
again?
Aphid, go ahead.
Real quick,
I said
the idea of Trump taking Vivek is brilliant and beautiful.
Really?
I think it's
brilliant,
hilarious.
brilliant.
I
and
don't think he
beautiful.
will.
He's like a mini me.
That's what Trump would be like. He's like,
Oh, I'll tell you who my dream would
This is
be.
interesting.
I'll tell you who my dream would be. Carrie Lake.
That's what.
Lake.
Is that the
Lake?
chick from Arizona?
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that's
Yeah,
what
that's the one I'm
Raven was
talking. That's the
saying.
one I said. That's who I think he'll.
Yeah,
he'll
God help us all.
Yeah, because I watched the whole thing with her against Katie Hobbs. and it
What
looks
do you
like
mean,
some
God
shady
help us all? Basically, you need to fucking destroy the machine that is oppressing everyone.
I do agree with you on that, and I think that Katie Hobbs is a part of that machine, and Carrie
Definitely.
Lake actually
Short for hobbled.
exposed it. Yeah, well, if you do some more research into that, then you'll see how shady it is. But anyways, so okay. So here's the thing: you guys don't like Donald Trump, right?
I think that
we didn't say that.
Oh no, I love
No, hold
Donald
on.
Trump. I love him.
All right. So do you think? Okay. So my question, because I asked the question, and then you guys got all discombobulated, I suppose.
Well,
Repeat the
sometimes,
question.
dude.
Hobbled.
All right. So I will reiterate the question. I'm sorry. What?
They got hobbled. Sorry.
Hobbled.
Damn
The
it,
hobble
RW.
word.
All right. So,
I do.
all right. So I'll ask the question again. I think Aphid answered first, but you can all re-answer again. So, do you think that Donald Trump was actually doing this for his own gain, or do you think he tried to do it for the benefit of the country?
I think he was out for himself.
I think the evidence shows that he was doing it for the benefit of the country.
All right. Who else?
What evidence?
Let's no, hold on. Let's. I want to know this, but I want to know your opinions first.
I believe that the United States of America ran pretty well during his presidency.
All right, Steve, Aphid, Mr. Kill.
Sorry, I missed the question because I was kind of like in the chat.
Well, do you again, do you think that Donald Trump did this for his own gain, or do you think he did it for the benefit of the country?
Oh, definitely, he did it for the benefit of the country. I mean, he lost a fortune during his presidency, and he didn't give a crap.
Okay.
His paycheck actually went to charity, so he made nothing from being president.
All right.
Yeah, he did. He
pay-wise.
made a lot. He made a lot, and it's power.
No,
that's
he
a lot
didn't.
more
No,
than
he
money.
didn't. No, he didn't.
According
Because
to the FBI.
his net worth went from this billion to this billion.
Yeah, but I mean, you're thinking that he's
You're
putting
thinking. You're thinking what CNN told you. That's what you're thinking.
I don't even watch CNN, so you can save that.
You're thinking what
No,
your leftist friends told you.
I'm not even leftist.
You are a leftist. You're an
I took
absolute
the
fucking
same test.
leftist.
I took the same test.
Guys.
Why
hang
don't
on,
you
hang on,
prove
hang
how
on,
I'm
hang on.
leftist, Mr. Kill?
Hey,
Because
hang
I
on.
don't like Trump.
Christ.
Because I don't like Trump.
No, it's all right, guys.
Because
It's
I
all
don't
right,
like
guys.
Trump.
We have differences.
Me and Aphid have been doing this for a decade.
Because I don't like Trump, that makes me a leftist.
No,
All right,
it's not,
yeah, hang
it's
on.
not
No,
that
it
you don't
doesn't-
like Trump.
it
It's
does
not
not.
that you. Shut up.
Kill,
It's not
Mr.
that you
Kill?
don't.
No,
No, shut up, Riddle.
No, I will
it's
not.
Not.
Look,
No,
you need-
shut
you-
up.
maybe
It's
you
not
need
that
to.
you don't like Trump. It's that you always agree with the wrong opinion, in my opinion.
All right. Are you done?
Fine.
All right.
That's a good response.
Hey, Aphid, give us a fifth one.
Yeah, fist
I
bump.
got no
There we
problem
go.
with you, Mr. Kill.
Yeah,
All
we've
right.
never got a problem. We just disagree sometimes.
No, but what I was saying was, it's with Trump. It's not money. Is not just everything. Power. I mean, he already had money. So with
Fame.
power, he's never been more powerful than he was when he was president. And I
Wait,
think he
so-
would do anything to get that. That was
I
more
got-
important than any money he's
I
ever
got
had
a
in his
question
bank
for
account.
you, Aphid. Are you ready?
Oh, well, I'm not just being silent.
Oh, okay.
Hear
No,
my
I'm just,
stomach gargle.
I just want to be. I couldn't hear it, but that's all
He's
good.
just letting some stuff go down his pant leg for the moment.
All right.
Nah, so I'm just curious. Like, so you actually think that he genuinely wanted to increase his brand, or like you think that
No, I don't think it's about his brand or anything. It's just about,
he did it for
there
selfish
is-
reasons? You think?
You're more talking about ego
absolutely.
than power.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. If
Yeah,
he did
there's
it for,
no. He could not be. What is the most powerful person in the world? It's the president of the United
Right.
States.
So you think he did? Okay. So, all right. That's.
I think he's saying he did it for the power trip. For his
Right.
He
own
did it
ego.
all for.
Alright.
He
If
did
he
it
did
all
it-
for the nookie.
If he did it, so that means that you would actually believe that he didn't do any benefit for the country itself.
No, I didn't say that. I mean,
No, I know you didn't say it, but like
I'll
at
say
least
no,
it.
but I
it's-
mean, a serial killer can do benefit for the country by making it awareness to not, make.
Yeah,
that
you know what? Yeah,
mistake
if you're a serial killer and you're killing terrorists, sure, that could be benefit. If you want to make that comparison and be unfair, sure.
You're saying he's a boondock saint.
No, I'm saying
He's
that
saying he's
Yeah,
Dexter.
Boondock Saint, yeah, sure, baby.
lots of things can be beneficial to the country. It doesn't mean that they're not doing it for personal gain.
Oh, okay. So
I think it's a definition of how you define personal gain. That's the difference.
yeah, yeah.
Stupid
Alright.
stage before, right? I've never seen it. But if I walk left, there's a stair. And if I walk right, there's a stair. And this guy gets up. Where am
It's the Trump comedy hour.
Does
Yeah.
anyone
He-
remember
he's-
when Biden
he's a-
actually started talking to the back wall?
He's a comedian,
Yes.
you know that, right? Like he's funny. This guy's funny.
Nah, he's terrible.
Come on,
That's
you
the
gotta-
presentation
You know,
where he
much
had
better
his
than I used to be.
diapers
Out of
on,
respect
right?
for the
Or his
office,
pants
I'm
were on
sorry.
backwards.
Grabbing a beer.
Remember that?
Oh
one?
yeah. Oh, I've seen so many stuff like that just makes fun of him. It's even though it's like, what was he saying that was so wrong? Is he funny? Is he being hilarious? Like, and then the media just takes it out of context and portrays him as a piece of shit. And you
Yeah,
know
I
that's
mean,
not
you
a
can't-
fact.
The media tries to
I
grab
think
button.
it's up. I think we all came to that conclusion without the media presenting. I mean, that was pretty cold, straightforward. We saw it. I think a reasonable man would assume
I mean,
he is a
the-
piece of shit.
Oh, you think? Oh, really? A reasonable
The,
man?
me-
I
the
thought it was
media
fine.
is the media is
A
partisan.
reasonable
That's the
man.
problem.
First off, if a reasonable man would not assume. A reasonable man would look at both sides.
Well,
So you're wrong on
I mean,
that
how many? I personally have been watching Donald Trump for the last 20 years when his casinos were going broke in Las Vegas and in New Jersey and
they're all
this
that doesn't
rise.
matter.
And
That doesn't matter.
well, I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
I
See,
have
now
an
you're
opinion.
changing it. See,
Right.
like,
No, I'm not. I'm
what
going to
did he
lead
do?
right into
What
it.
did
I
he
have
do
a
for the
timeline.
country?
What
What
you
did he
asked me
do
a
for the
question about
country?
how I can make that statement, and I'm trying to give you an answer. And what I'm saying is over a period of years of observation and personal experience, I have come to the conclusion that he is POS. So.
Oh, okay. That's a very valid conclusion.
Well,
I'm
let me try and get things back on track. I think you have to look at the presidency and his actions, and I think you can break it down into foreign policy and domestic policy. And I think if you look at his foreign policy, it first of all, it's not that radically different than any foreign policy before and after him. So it doesn't like he completely threw out U.S. foreign policy. And I think the things that he did change, he did them for what he believed was the good of the country. And I don't see them as being anything he did in foreign policy as somehow personally benefiting him in any way.
He was highly effective. To add to your point, he was
Except for Jared.
For example, Jared Kushner.
All right, here, let's take.
Okay, hang on.
Let's take wife's
I
question
do
into
have
account.
I gotta go because I want to see somebody's else YouTuber streams. I have to go. But on this point,
Oh, Riddle,
well, hang on.
hurt
Would
me.
you look
You
at
hurt
the,
me.
would you look at the side of him being found liable for rape? Not an issue for you guys.
Not Bill Cosby. We're talking about
Oh
Trump.
boy, yeah, exactly. Smokesteve's vice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a different story for another time, dude. What the hell? Anyways, yeah. So okay, you want to talk about Jared Kushner? Like, what is the real issue here?
He had just to point out.
We're talking about personal enrichment.
He has been found
right.
liable for rape. It was a civil trial, so it's liable.
Oh, really? And how did that go?
Well, he was
It
found guilty.
turns out, no, he wasn't actually found guilty. He'd be in jail. Okay, so what happened was that the representative of that trial actually went to jail for embezzlement. Yeah, you got to get your story straight, dude.
I think we're talking about something different here.
Possibly, that's what I'm saying. So you gotta let's just focus on the main issue. So you think that you guys, not you guys, certain people here, let's say,
me.
Let's say
about you guys.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to generalize all of you.
No, generalize. Go ahead. I don't care.
No. I can't. That's misrepresentative.
They like pointing fingers here. They like it.
All right. So.
Yeah, me too.
Mick Grandy.
Yes, sir.
Smokesteve.
Yo, buddy.
I don't think Last Dance is actually that. Aphid. Yeah. So maybe there's 3 of them here. Fine.
Yeah.
And
I
your
think
wife.
I think Forge's silence means he's complicit.
Forg's trying to learn. Forg's trying to learn. He's a younger guy. He's trying to learn how this goes. He feels uncomfortable. I want him to speak up, but I don't blame him for trying to be silent. It's just unfortunate that people think that he's trying to be so for Trump, by the way. That he's trying to be so for his own gain, even though he got so much notoriety for doing all of that, and he got raided by the FBI, all this stuff. And yes, that's another question. Yeah, exactly, McGranny. I see you reacting. But what I'm saying is that, did he really do this for his own self gain, or was he actually trying to help the country? Because
no, he's an idiot.
If you help, he's an idiot. Yeah. Why was the economy much better under him? So what happens?
Because I can explain.
If you actually, no, I don't want you to, because I gotta go.
Okay, now.
So here's the thing. So if he's actually trying to do something when it comes to China, then that would help our country. So if you want to say that, yes, he's being selfish about that, you could say that. However, who the hell else calls out China, who absolutely does take advantage of all of us. Yeah, China, sure, whatever.
Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, Joe Biden. And guess what? What policies did Joe Biden change when it comes to Trump's policies?
Well, he didn't actually, because
Didn't exactly.
a
He
lot
kept
of
them.
absolutely, and he actually expanded on them as far as the chip production we were talking about.
Yes, for Taiwan, I understand that. Now, why do you think
Well,
he
I'm
kept
just
them?
saying. No, there's a lot of it's coming on to the North America. So
How about that?
that's good, and that's going to take care of the shipping lane issue that might happen with the Taiwan problem if that happens.
Understood. In the Middle East,
No,
the
I'm
Hormuz
talking about
Strait, I believe.
You know what was a
no,
big
I'm
change
talking about
in foreign
Taiwan.
policy? Actually getting us out of
Taiwan Strait.
Afghanistan. And who set that in motion?
Donald
was
Trump
Trump.
did.
Yeah.
Trump did.
Absolutely. He actually wanted to invite the Taliban to Camp David until
That was smart.
they
He was right.
Well, here's my point. Why is it Joe Biden gets blamed for the end result of that policy that was created
I don't blame
by
him.
Donald Trump?
I credit him, and I've always have.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Wait, for what? Credit him for what?
For the
Who is
pullout
him? We're
of
talking about Joe
Afghanistan.
Biden.
Oh, and how
Joe
bad
Biden.
it was?
Yeah.
I don't care
Joe
how bad it
Biden.
was.
He
I
gets
don't care
blamed
how
for the
bad.
How
mess
awful
that was
this
created
pullout
by
was?
Donald Trump.
That's like
Hold on.
that's like a. I'm not even gonna say. Go ahead.
You think so you think that Donald Trump was the reason that the pullout was so bad?
No, but I think he
No,
started.
he didn't say that.
He
No,
started.
I'm curious.
He laid the ground.
It was unplanned.
He laid the
pullout.
Hold
And,
on, hold on, McGregor.
Well, I'm all good with like trying to pull it out, but
Go
it was
ahead.
the execution of it that was the problem.
It was never going to be a smooth train.
Exactly. I don't think
Doesn't
it
matter
was.
if Trump was
okay,
still in office or
okay,
not.
but but you need to do more research into who actually makes the executive orders when it comes to not the presidency, but the guy himself, General Milley. He actually
All right.
proposed this.
If I might point out to you, the actual pullout was not the result of planning of the United States, but rather the Taliban offensive that overwhelmed Karzai's government and
Who let that happen?
No.
Well,
That's no.
it's 20
that's not
years
really-
of building an Afghan army that failed within fucking a week.
Yeah,
we knew.
Same
it
thing that
was
happened
bad.
in Vietnam.
I agree.
Same thing that happened in Vietnam.
I
Hold on,
agree. Yeah,
last
we shouldn't have
sentence.
been there in the first place. I agree. Yeah.
Last answer, what were you saying?
The U.S. government knew it was going to fail
All right, I
before
gotta-
it failed. What's that, Riddle? You gotta go.
He's gotta go. He's
Yes,
gotta go.
I apologize. I have to go.
Well, it was
sorry.
great having you, Riddle.
Nice talking to
I would love to talk to you guys again.
Riddle, enjoy your inferior.
Come back next week.
Yeah, if you're if you guys are around later, maybe I'll pop in again. I have to attend to somebody's YouTube showing. They're gonna talk about like detransitioning, so I gotta be there for.
You thinking about it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
I can hear it in your voice.
Take it easy, Riddle.
Thank you. I'm a
Later,
female.
dude.
Excuse me, I'm a female. You should treat me as such.
Later,
She,
man.
her. She, her.
Great to have you, man. Great to have
All
you.
right.
Peace.
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Thank
All
you,
right,
though.
take it easy.
Appreciate
All
it.
See you, dude.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. The results, you don't like the results. I understand that. There's a lot of American equipment left there. There were terrorist attacks on the troops as we were pulling out. There's a lot of bad results, but once we pulled out the sort of the backing from the Afghan army, it was really always us, the man behind the curtain. And once we left, they were going to collapse. And there's no way really to control the collapse, to be a collapse of it just the right way, so that we can get out cleanly. It just wasn't possible. You can't leave without leaving uncleanly, because you can't all leave by snapping your fingers and you're beamed, like in the Star Trek, you're beamed from Afghanistan back into the U.S. You got to pull out slowly, and as you leave, the Taliban come in, and at a certain point, there's a certain sort of crumbling point where the whole thing collapses, and everybody on the Afghan government realizes it's game over, and they flee, and then the whole thing collapses at once.
I will say this, Last Dance. A lot of what we focus on was the bombing that happened that in the Kabul airport.
Yes.
And that was an ISIS bomb, okay? And actually, the security that the Taliban provided, remember, they weren't armed, they weren't shooting at Americans, they weren't stopping aircraft from leaving.
No.
So there's a lot of confusion swirling around. I mean, they probably couldn't contain the perimeter. The horrible shots of people trying to get on the C-130s leaving or whatever.
C-17s. Yep.
But my point is that they could have been a lot worse, and they obviously wanted us to leave, so they let us leave. And they understood that their only future relies on developing a good relationship with us down the road, just like the Vietnamese. They realized that within 15 years we were normalized with Vietnam.
And we should also realize that we cannot dictate
exactly,
especially
Afghanistan.
Who it is that has the power.
Can we swing back to Smoke's wife comment? I want to accentuate Aphid's response as well. So she said, it's not surprising, I guess, for an all-male panel to brush off sexual assault, but it's disappointing. And Aphid responded, only one person brushed it off. So at that time in the chat, like there was, we're not all going to jump in and take out someone's conversation. So I kind of disagree. I think that any man that is accused and charged as a sexual assault needs to serve their crime time. I'm very much against it.
Of course.
I think a lot of the men on this panel would protect their woman to death. They would die for their woman, and that would be one of the things they'd go after on another person if that person did something to their woman. So,
I mean, I don't brush off sexual assault, but that was not the question that was put before us by. It was a question that was Trump a president to benefit himself or to benefit the nation? I mean. That doesn't have anything to do with whether he was guilty of sexual assault in 2007 or not.
She brought a question into that midway through that. It was an added question she had.
Okay, well, I was discussing riddles.
We didn't. I mean, just to respond to that it wasn't brushed off because we didn't care. It was just a timing issue.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's not a question she's proposing per se, as much as it's a statement of fact that you guys already would know that about him.
I mean,
we would.
Okay, I know about it, but does that mean I can't suggest that his policies on, the Taliban, Afghanistan, on Iran, on Russia, were somehow not to benefit the nation? Am I not allowed to say that? I don't understand.
You are, but would you find it to be questionable that he is civilly guilty of sexual assault? Is that something you take into account?
No,
I think it's a data point.
He's civilly found guilty for slandering someone who accused him of rape.
That was also true. That was both of them. That was, yeah.
Was that Steely Daniels? Is that who that was?
The chick with the short white hair. Anyway, she won buku bucks on that one. Of course, there's an appeal process here. So.
Yeah. I'm just bringing up talking points, just for what the hell, It's getting late here. I've got a good buzz, but I'm still awake.
I got another topic I could discuss before.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, actually,
does it have anything to do with monkey juice?
I just want to ask: can you guys not see my comments?
Yeah, I was seeing them. They're blazing over there.
Black
mean the
chat,
one-
back chat or front chat?
This comment?
YouTube
The
chat.
the YouTube chat is blazy.
That comment?
I see it.
and
Yeah,
then
because
Yes or
that
no?
happened. They say a 15-year-old record of locker room banter shocked them to their core. So
That was something else.
absolute
Yet another
stupid.
thing.
That was grab them by the P, right?
Exactly. That's the one. That's a different. Yeah, that's not the same as the trial.
That
Okay,
never
okay.
bothered
What
me.
about
That
the
never
one
bothered
before
me.
that? What about the one before that?
What did he say before that? Grab them by the A?
No, it's 2 in the pink. Or no, I forget what he said.
Oh please,
Right.
man! Oh man! You
Two in the
surprised me,
pink, one in the
RW.
stink. Did he say that?
Grab him like a bowling
God
ball.
Damn! You said it. I thought we were gonna avoid that.
Don't make us talk about masks and COVID, buddy.
No, actually, it was a reply to Mrs. Smoke.
Oh. Well, do you have something to say to her? Why don't you
Yeah,
say
I mean,
it?
you know,
Yeah, I'll be right back, man. Take your soapbox.
Who, me?
Mr. Kilsey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Gill, go talk. Yeah, you. That guy.
Alright, fuck's sake. Everyone always wants to fucking, bash Trump. I mean, for fuck's sake. All the guy wanted to do was make your country better.
So, no personal gain at all.
Okay, what did he gain?
Not much.
Personally,
Power.
What did he gain?
he didn't gain.
He
Yeah,
gained
I know
power.
did. What power?
He was the
He was the
He's the
president.
one. He's
He
the
was-
one in courts.
what?
That's
He's
because
the
of his
one
folly.
in court.
Well, that's now. But the
What do you
question
mean
is, what
he's
about
folly?
during the
What do you
presidency?
mean? What do you mean he's folly? What did he gain?
Well, in effort to maintain his status, he fucked up.
What
The
did he gain?
Georgia trying to alter the results of the election, which is a beautiful thing because in a courtroom, evidence is paramount, and then
What evidence?
what's going on with what's going on with the civil trial in New York just illustrates his character. As
What
far as
I don't-
business,
What are you
his
talking
The
about?
business
civil trial in New
practices.
York is hard, not an illustration of character. But go on.
He left his
it's-
businesses.
Or all right, I agree. Last Dance, lack of character.
You mean that he was
he
defrauding himself?
he left his businesses. To be president, he left his businesses. So, what did he gain?
No, he didn't gain any money. If that's what you're getting at.
The conduct that he is accused of, first of all, a lot of it is the statute of limitations that's limited the ability of the state to prosecute or in a civil trial. But the practices that were put in place that he cannot be charged for did not change while he was president and his son took over as trustee of the business organization.
So, why are they attacking his business?
Well, because he was inflating his valuation so he could get loans, and he was reducing his valuations when it came to property tax.
Okay, so
Quite simply, that's it.
Why did the courts massively underinflate the price of his property?
The courts did not underinflate the
Yes,
value
they
of his
did.
property.
Yes, they did.
Well, you mean in comparison to what he had
In
stated?
comparison to the next door neighbour, that was 1 acre compared to his 39.
You know what, McGrandy? I have a lot. There's a lot about that trial that I find nonsensical, but I'm not an expert. I don't really know of any kind of large loan where your own assessment of your value is taken as the basis for the loan.
Deutsche Bank, baby.
Whenever
Deutsche
I got
Bank.
a mortgage, The bank didn't take my word on it. They had their own assessor come and assess the value.
Last dance, you are not Donald Trump, and you have not had Deutsche Bank in your pocket for the last 30 years.
Well, the question is, he defrauded somebody. Who did he defraud?
Well, he defrauded the people that lived in the state from the perspective of the tax
I mean,
assessment valuation.
literally, your media
Right. That
has
doesn't make any
turned
sense
Donald
because
Trump
he said his value
into a fucking
was
bomb.
Dude, that is the crux of the issue, the conflict. His documents, filings, in the case of getting bank loans, showed a higher assessment, and then the same handwriting on the tax aspect of it showed a lower assessment.
That's fine. I mean, you do that. That's how it is on my property. I have one assessment that I push for when I'm getting a mortgage, and I sure push for the lowest assessment from the county for taxation values. But you know what?
You don't
use my. Neither one of them.
You don't use the county appraiser's assessment. You challenge it.
I can, and
I like how you're giggling.
I know you can, but have you?
Have you
ever challenged it?
No, I haven't. But suppose I did.
Well, he does every time.
Well, suppose I did every time. Suppose I said my property is only worth $1.
Well,
suppose I said it's only worth $1. But suppose I did. Would I be guilty of fraud, or would it be the county's responsibility to make their independent assessment?
I'm saying if you did that, you would probably get some relief from your tax burden.
Suppose
but not to the same extent as this guy.
Suppose I say my property is only worth $10 and I'm going to sell it to my mum.
That's a different story.
I don't see any fraud here. But
no, there is definite fucking fraud here. There is fraud here coming from your fucking government.
No, it's not the government.
It is the government. It is the government.
That's a state prosecutor from the state of New York. It's a state prosecutor from the state of New York. It's not the U.S. government.
When it comes to the courts, it's all fucking government.
Anyway, let's see how it plays out, because now it's in the hands of justice.
No, it's not in the hands. It's not in the hands of justice. It's in the hands of fucking corrupt bureaucrats.
Mr. Kill, can I ask you one question? Why isn't the case in New York going before a jury?
Because basically they're all corrupt.
No, I think I have an answer to that, McGrandy.
It's because they acquiesced and accepted that it would be too complicated for a jury, which is nonsense. But the reality is he has already been determined to be guilty.
He's already been determined to be guilty for the past 7 fucking years.
By the rule, well, he is guilty. But by the
he's
ruling,
guilty of what?
anyway,
Guilty of what? He has literally been found not guilty of every single accusation they've thrown at him for the past 7 years.
No.
Guys, when it comes to the jury, McGrandy, I think that the legal team did not get their paperwork in on time, and the judge went ahead anyway.
That's what they said. That's what they said. This is Donald Trump.
That's what they said.
Okay? No.
Yeah, this is Donald Trump, the literal man who has been victimized for 7 fucking years ever since he took office. And you still believe he's definitely guilty of something. There's got to be something there. There's got to be something! He's definitely guilty of something! For 7 fucking years.
Yeah, he's guilty.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to be guilty of something. There's something there. Definitely something.
He was only impeached twice. It just wasn't sustained by the Senate.
Only impeached twice. I mean, he's got to be guilty of something. There's something there.
It's unprecedented.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely unprecedented. It's unprecedented that you got a fucking party that are so fucking crazy because they didn't get all they wanted because they lost an election.
I mean, that same thing's going on with Republicans right now, though. So, I mean, don't put it on one party or another. That's just the way things go.
Yeah, I know, but I've already told you. The
Republican
Republicans,
side sucking at it,
the
though.
Republicans are
That's true.
mostly fucking posers.
They are. In fact,
They are a uni party. Basically, what happened was Trump was not supposed to win. It was supposed to be Hillary, and the uni party would carry on getting all the fucking cash and power. But Trump won, and that fucked him up. But unfortunately, Trump surrounded himself with the swamp he was supposed to drain. Now he knows exactly who those fuckers are, and he will destroy them if he gets back into power. That's why they are trying so hard to get him off the ballot.
I like how Aphid's like so giddy right now because there's two different groups that are triggered, and he's just like playing tennis back and forth.
Well, there should be no reason for Trump to destroy anybody who doesn't agree with him.
I didn't say destroy people.
You did.
I'm saying destroy the people that are holding this country so fucking back for their own
This country over
purpose.
here,
Yes.
not your country.
Jesus
All right.
Christ, are you guys not fucking listening?
Of course we're listening, buddy. All hail, Mr. Kelsey.
I wasn't listening the whole time.
Oh, hell. What are you drinking in that cup anyways, RW?
Water, man. Water.
Oh, really? No
My
kidding.
kidney's
huh?
fucked up right now, so I'm just drinking water.
No kidding. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. Appreciate it.
Catch up with chat.
Something temporary, I hope.
I don't know, man. It's been quite a while. I'm starting to think that a back muscle along my spine has a lot to do with it because I did all the checkout with all the, not the sonogram, where they use sound to look at your inside of your body. And I paid a bunch of money and they're like, you're perfectly fine. I'm like, it doesn't feel that way. So I don't know. But alcohol and coffee definitely make it worse.
So it's you have back pain by where it feels like by where your kidney is. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the problem is it's the muscle right along the spine. There's like two backstrap muscles along the spine. And on the right side, that muscle is always knotted. And so that muscle makes all the way wrapped around my ribs sometimes feel like it's over here. But when I rub that muscle, it helps that. So I don't actually understand what's happening. Chiropractor and massages in the future, but I've got to save up for it.
Yeah.
And I'm saving up for it by not buying 6 packs of beer.
You should start swimming there, RW.
There's a hot tub here, but it's all out of water for winter.
I don't. Those are dangerous. Matthew Perry drowned in one.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
If you go in the hot tub, make sure there's a lifeguard there too.
Make sure you're a schwimmer.
Right.
Aphid lip, that's a great one. I've already used it. Nobody said anything.
I don't get it.
His
David
co-star on Friends,
Schwimmer.
David Schwimmer was his co-star.
Oh, okay.
He was no schwimmer.
You know the asshole lieutenant from Band of Brothers?
Not off the top of my head, no. I've only watched that once, but that was a great show.
David Schwimmer. He sucked.
All right, I'm going to change the subject.
Go ahead.
Mr. Kill really killed the vibe with this pro-Trump talk. No, I'm just kidding, Mr. Kill. You know I'm just kidding.
I'm just poking the bear.
It's not even that good. It's not even that good. But I was watching TV yesterday, and you guys ever heard of Ozempic?
Yes.
No.
It's like this. It's
The
like
commercial?
This.
The new thing is Epic Face.
It's a diabetes drug, and it
Do not
significantly
use if you're allergic to the
transforms
ingredients in
it transforms the people that take it, and they don't eat. You know, they lose weight on top of
reduces your appetite while you take it.
Right. Yeah. So
It's
it not only helps
it's like
with
an
their
insulin replacement.
Yeah, so I guess this drug is just going crazy right now. Like the everybody's taking it, and it's just skyrocketing. And they they noticed a decrease in they think it's related to a decrease in snacks like junk food sales. And
I heard, no joke, Walmart has noticed like their profits are being clobbered.
Yeah,
by what they think, pretty sure is just Ozempic.
That's right.
Wow.
They're not selling their chips because all these fatties are on Ozempic, and they're not going to Walmart and getting.
You know,
50
one of the
pounds
things about it. One of the things about Ozempic I've heard this. You got to take it forever once you start.
Yeah, you do, and it's very expensive, and most insurances don't cover it. I got a buddy. I have a buddy that's taking it, and he's there's a significant weight loss in him, and he seems much healthier. And but
Does he
they
drink
presented
a lot of beer. How does it affect the beer? That's really all that's important.
Well, if you're
we gotta
diabetic, you shouldn't be
prioritize
drinking
here. What
alcohol.
about beer? Never mind food, beer.
Well,
If you drink alcohol and you have diabetes, it's a death sentence.
I saw this on the Today Show yesterday, and
Beer,
they
though?
presented it, and as a concern, the loss of jobs and loss of money in this junk food
Unbelievable.
snack.
Unbelievable.
They really did. Now they did have a opposing view, and it was I don't know if it was a doctor or what she was, but she was saying, you know, in the long run, she doesn't think that the industry will be hurt that bad by this. But
how long has the drug been on the market?
If you were betting, don't bet against junk food, no matter what's happening right now.
I don't know, but I know I've seen the commercials for quite a while. But
I was going to say the last hands, I'll eat to that.
Yeah,
you know,
the commercials are
it's funny.
Ozempic, you know.
Oh
It's a-
God!
You know what,
Not
Aphid?
fair.
I heard
La
that
la 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 la.
that they're no longer making Tab.
Who's selling
The
this?
diet soda.
Yep.
And Coca-Cola Company is dropping about 5 lines of special sodas that they have.
Well, Sierra Mist
because of low sales, and a lot of them are the diet ones with the fake sugar. You know, they don't have the sugar in them. So.
Good on them.
Sierra Mist just changed names because they lost their trademark, I guess, or something.
It's like Starry, right?
Yes, it's called Starry now.
I thought it was a new soda. I didn't know it was a rebranding.
No, it's the same thing. It's just been because they
Right.
lost their trademark or whatever.
Who's that?
But the second part of this Ozempic story is that on my local news, I heard this. It was almost identical. The same story ran, and it was the NBC affiliate for and that's what I heard the original story was on, and it brought me back to that Sinclair story a couple years ago. I'm sure you guys remember, where it was a carbon copy. It was like all these people came on the screen. They were newscasters, and they were repeating the exact same story, and they were kind of saying it like it was their own story. Do you guys remember that? Where it was 200 and something Sinclair organization news groups that were saying something about fake news and fake media and how we need to be careful. You guys don't remember that story?
Where it all just keeps popping next to one on the screen and just
exactly.
keeps
They were saying like the exact same thing, and I think that there's these. They're called. I looked into it a little bit. There's these must-run stories that your local news has. Obviously, your local news like accidents or traffic or weather and different things that come on, but then there's these must-run stories that are pre-produced, that are already set to go, and then they have a typed out message that they're supposed to say about it. And apparently this Ozempic and the fast, the junk food story is one of those stories where each affiliate had to repeat the story, which I just find completely interesting.
Did they have a point of view when they were doing these stories?
Well, no, it's definitely slanted towards the harm it's doing to the snack food industry.
Right.
I mean, they do have this.
The lobbyists, but you know who's going to lobby hard against that? The marijuana companies for legalized marijuana. The junk food companies are going to throw money into legalized marijuana.
Someone's got to give them people the munchies Ozempic is taking it
That's
away.
right. Somebody's got to get him out of there.
I'm not even joking.
I can believe it.
The marijuana companies might have a lot of power in the future. They're going to be given. They dropped the. There's a thing that happened in St. Louis just recently because we have this left, kill the police type mayor or
defund the police.
Corey Bush. You guys,
it's
might
a little
have
more
heard of her
extreme,
before.
but
sure. ACAB. Yeah, I get it.
But she dropped the recommendation. Most of the country has a stipulation in these weed companies where you can't build within 1,000 feet of a church, a daycare, or a school. And she dropped that in St. Louis. Yeah, church. Why?
Wait,
but
what? You're not allowed to have marijuana near those places?
It's dispensary
Oh.
within 1,000 feet of those areas. And in St. Louis, they dropped it. And
how did
now
she do that?
I don't know. She's a representative or something. I don't know what she is.
Yeah, but that sounds like a state law. She wouldn't have any.
Now there's dispensaries.
They said that
it
was her doings that dropped it. Huh?
Now there's dispensaries inside the confessionals.
Well, no, yeah. There'd be a lot less confessionals. No, there's there's one that's like 200 feet, and then at the same school there's another one that's like 800 feet now, and they're because these dispensaries are just open up I don't know if it's like that. I would guess it's like that everywhere.
Dude, I have to travel like 7 hours to reach recreational purchase.
Oh gosh, I have to travel 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean
they're all over the place here.
So if I've never looked into medical marijuana licenses, but like I would have to be able to get one in Virginia, and then
we don't have medical at all. We can just walk into one.
Yeah, see, so North Carolina is really holding back on all of that.
I would think, well, except for the really conservative.
RW,
states.
you probably can't legally go into Virginia, legally get it there, and then bring it back into North Carolina.
I doubt it.
Not
probably
legally.
violates North Carolina law.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'd be at the whim of the law, but
just grow it around. You got a lot of property.
That's what you do. Grow it, baby.
I'm just surprised that it's like
probably is. He's just
because for as much as this is moonshine state, like the people around here are like, leave us alone. We're gonna do our own thing, and you can't do stuff like that. It's just kind of.
I mean, probably in time it will soften, but still here, I mean, you can't like if you told some, me being a business owner, if I told some of my customers I went out and got drunk last night and told the same one I went out and got high last night, they would think vastly different of me, even though legally they're the same. And that's going to take a long time. It's going to, mostly. It's going to take a long time before those.
It's a culture change. It takes
exactly,
but it takes time, but it's definitely
a generation at least.
Yeah.
What are the driving laws for THC? How do they regulate?
Smokesteve, I think, would probably be the one to ask that. Because I think he told me.
Yeah.
You're
everywhere
muted,
I'm aware of, it's considered driving under the influence or something equivalent.
No, but how do they prove it?
That's the problem.
How do they? So it's zero tolerance.
They probably don't prove it. They just get you to confess by badgering you.
Yeah, because it's not testable like alcohol. You could have a positive result, and it could have been from a week ago.
You're muted, Smokesteve.
Not only that, I don't think anybody really knows what
true.
What the impairment level is. It's not comparable.
Exactly. That's right.
Dude, I've been so high I couldn't drive.
They can do like field sobriety stuff on you.
They can do physical.
Yeah. That would make much more sense because it's actual.
Does that hold up in a court of law though? Because just the following the pen thing and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Somewhat. Yeah. I mean,
I bet it would. But nobody.
Video evidence is huge. If a guy looks really fucking stoned and they show that in the video, the judge is going to use his own. He's a judge.
But you look fine right now.
Well, I would never.
Does he look like he's driving right now?
I'm sure he's really stoned.
Would you want him driving the bus you're on?
No.
Well, I've only really had.
I'm kind of
like,
old, so I might like the.
a few beers and some bowls. I could drive.
Me too.
They
I'm
offset
good,
each
bro.
other, huh?
I'm good. Trust me, bro.
I would definitely drive Steve's party bus. Drive on Steve's party bus.
There you
I
go.
buckle up. I admit that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. Enjoy the evening.
Are you?
Hey, McGran, it was
Yeah.
great talking to you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Good to see you.
Take care.
Take care of yourself. Thank you.
What time is it? Crap! It's almost 1 o'clock. Are you crazy?
I love.
Holy
Thank you,
crap, it
Ashley,
is.
for the side effects of Ozempic. Anything that causes anal seepage is something I try not to take too much of.
Oh man, you don't.
Maybe that's what that guy was on at the grocery store when Aphid was shopping.
You probably don't remember Olestra.
I do remember. That's the sleeping agent, right?
No.
That was
That's
in the
Lunesca,
chips.
Lunesca or something.
Last
Who was
dance,
it?
Mrs. Lip just reminded me that you just got your hour back, so it's almost midnight.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I credit
So you
that to Mrs. Lip. Thank you, Mrs. Lip.
You got another hour of hanging out.
I can never say Mrs. Lip never gave me anything. She gave me another hour of my life.
Technically,
sure
she just gave Aphid another hour, but he's passing that on to you.
That's
I'm,
right.
I'm crediting it to the source, Al Jazeera English.
I have a feeling if it was just me, Smokesteve, and Last Dance, she might come on and say, "Last Dance, you got another hour."
Oh,
Wait.
I don't like scaring people off. That's not good.
Last Dance is in my time zone. We don't got no fucking hour, dude.
Yeah, it's
Clocks,
daylight savings.
Clocks. I think it's actually. Is it 2 a.m. when the magic?
It's
Yeah,
2 a.m. It's not 12:44.
Oh
it's
man,
2 a.m.
Someone's anal retentive about this. Aren't they?
That's right.
Not naming names.
I bet Mr. Kill doesn't have hour
Hey.
changes. Mr. Kill, you don't have time. Doesn't change there.
It's already happened.
Time already changed.
Oh, it does change there. Okay.
Yeah, it changed like a few days ago, man. That's why the pub started at 11:30 over there tonight.
Yeah.
Yep, it did.
They use metric days, and it changed at the 400th metric day. There's 600 metric days in a British year.
Yeah, there's only
sorry,
47 seconds in a canoodle.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to correct you there. What's it? We only use metric when it comes to measuring, but when it comes to like miles, pounds, and everything else, we still stick to imperial.
Okay, but I like making up my own units because I like to lie.
He measures things in bald eagles' wingspans.
Exactly. They're more macho units.
I don't really care how many thumbs that you measure, kind of like how big your dick is, but
1,000 millimeters sounds awesome.
A meter dick? That's a solid.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Eight thumbs mean nothing to me.
I'm getting heavy enough that I'm starting to weigh myself in stones, so it doesn't feel so harsh.
You guys,
I'm only 1.5
you
stones,
guys
so
don't-
we're good.
You guys don't even have stones. I mean, for fuck's
Yeah, I
sake.
don't. We have kidney stones.
I do probably.
Not
That's why
as
I'm weighing them out. I don't know. Yeah, good job.
a stone is like 14 pounds. If you have a 14-pound
right.
kidney stone,
No.
you're passing out from pain.
Jesus Christ!
That's what that bowling-sized bowling ball size bulges on the side of my hip.
That's a kidney
It all
stone.
makes sense now.
You pass that through your urethra.
Somebody actually had
You're a real man.
I remember somebody actually had a 14-pound tumor in their stomach, and this guy looked like he was fucking pregnant.
I knew this lady that had she looked like she was pregnant at all times, and she had a big tumor in her belly.
Well, that's pretty awful.
Jesus.
It is, yeah, because people were always asking her when she was due and stuff like that.
Was it finally removed? I mean,
I don't know. This is growing up, I think I mentioned before, I grew up with drag racing, and this is a small track that we
Okay.
It was 3 hours outside of St. Louis that we would go to, and she was the wife of one of the other fellow drag racers. But
You
as
don't-
far
you
as
don't
I know,
see her
he never
when
got
you
it
were there.
removed.
Is
What's
drag
that?
racing the same thing in 2023?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
it's
No.
not.
Okay.
Not. No, it wasn't RuPaul style.
Oh.
It was
Running in high heels.
no straight line,
I
high
probably watched that.
horsepower.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was too much of a derail. My bad, you guys.
That's all right.
No,
That's all right.
I got to go to. I got to get up in the morning. I mean,
What?
the other morning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Smokesteve, you ready to kill it?
What do you think?
Yeah.
All right.
Smokesteve's found his
Thanks.
daughter.
Oh.
Smokesteve found his daughter's Halloween candy stash.
Yeah, I see that. He's ready to go another 6 hours.
I had a
Oh no, no.
I like Butterfinger.
Boy,
the
the
only
people-
drawback is like an
No.
hour later when you're digging it out of the crevices of your teeth.
Right.
The crevices that it's making bigger and bigger.
Yeah, right.
Oh god. I don't think there's an American candy bar I really enjoy anymore. I think Snickers is the only one I have left that I really get into.
I don't like Snickers. I like
No?
whatchamacallit. I really like a whatchamacallit.
That's the one with the pretzel in it.
No, those are good too though. Those are the 5 Hershey's
5
Take
grand.
five, buddy.
Snickers
Take
are
five.
awesome.
Take 5.
Yeah, those are good.
I mean,
But,
I haven't had, I the one bar I used to eat that I loved was the Kit Kat.
I still like the Kit Kat.
Nice.
All the chocolate on all those candy bars doesn't taste. It's so I don't know if my taste have changed or the chocolate has changed, and I just can't get on
it's-
board with it.
It's crap chocolate.
It's cheap shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's garbage. You
Yeah,
probably
chocolate.
had some good chocolate. Now you can.
Yeah, your taste buds have
Now you're not willing to
improved.
accept the brown wax that we call chocolate.
Yeah,
on a
dude,
Kit Kat
Australia was
bar.
pretty good.
It's like
They
the
had
first
free
time
Cadbury.
the first time you
Enjoy
taste
Enjoy
beer
the
or wine.
chocolate talk, boys. It's the
Was that-
last time you're gonna have
Oh,
to.
you just no, poor RW.
Uh,
All right,
Well-
man. Always good to see you guys.
See you,
I
buddy.
even
Take
fought
it
through
easy.
sickness for
Thanks
like
for doing the pub, Smoke Steve.
And my friend, you have been wonderful, and take care. Well, there goes the fellas for the night. I unceremoniously eliminated them, and they were all wonderful. Great guys, every one of you. I love you all. And everyone who was in the chat, you've been fabulous as well. We don't do much over here, but we do something. And that something is pretty fun. I do wish you all come back next week. We can all do it all over again. And for tonight, Smokesteve says, thank you for being here. I'm signing off. God bless. Love you all. Thanks again.